But I think that confidence alone and momentum alone, honestly, will just power this team, because it's a beautiful thing to see how Counter-Strike is such an emotionally driven game and a momentum-driven game. And when you have a team that is just ready to perform at all levels to beat one of the best teams in the world, I don't think that's the type of momentum that gets stopped by a team that, on paper, they can beat.
I like it. I think I infected you with the Crunchyroll storyline of the day. I think you're feeling the anime spirit for this one. GG How, a team of 5 who came into that last chance qualifier with a hope and a dream, battled their way to earn this, and now they can seize a chance to make it into the playoffs. Gentlemen, without further ado, take it away, please.
Thank you, Mike. Once again, it is the first game of Day 2 of EWC, at least for the Counter-Strike Day 2. Of course, this tournament itself has been going on for, I believe this is week number 6.
Yeah, we're in like a month and a half, something like that.
And it's an absolute joy to be here. I cannot wait to see what the games will bring us today. So much action along the B stream, and I think that this is the best possible way to start it.
It is, and it's going to be an exciting one, because I kind of want to echo your sentiment, the fact that they're coming in, GG How, you know, the Dragon Slayers themselves. They have a lot to prove, but at the same time, I feel like if this doesn't go 2-0 in the early round and we end up on Mirage, a map that, well, we've seen what Gamer Legion can kind of put up against, they're going to have some problems at the very least, because Gamer Legion, a 13-3, that's a dominant showing. So if we think, which I'm kind of infected by that disease too, of wanting GG How to win, then I think if it's not 2-0, then and it goes to map 3, I think Gamer Legion kind of squeak it out.
I think that's a fair prediction to have, but we need to focus on what's actually happening, not the possibility of what could happen, because the pistol round is underway. Gamer Legion deciding, start on that CT side. Once again, this is the map pick of GG How. And the chance to shock the world, a chance to get into the round of 16. It all starts right now. HypeX takes first contact with the players pushing down through mid. He tucks his tail, goes back towards the B-bomb side, and allows Flamus to activate with the dual Berettas. 4 mode down immediately, leaving just Sausanito to try to fight his team back into it. But it doesn't matter. He's all by himself. Already over half the round gone. Oh, what beautiful scenes early on. A little tap to end it out.
There we go. An absolutely just mirage, to say the very least, of bullets just flying there from Flamas. Says a quick 4K with the dualies on a position. They could have actually, he was almost at the ace. He was about another bullet or 2 away, but there we go. They just line up and he puts them down like a shooting range, and that's an early round for Gamer Legion. It is going to send GG How off into a full Glock save, not a single penny spent.
Not one spent at all. A very conservative outlook for this round, but can't blame him. He just got absolutely mowed down. So much excitement going on within the venue. We are in beautiful Paris, of course. And a stop to a attempted B push early on. Osama's able to trade back through top mid, but realistically the pistol's not going to be able to do much. A kill or 2, plenty to be happy about within this round. Maybe even if you can save a rifle into the next.
In Gamer Legion, full investing on this one. I mean, all rifles across the board here. So if something can get scraped away from this, maybe a rifle or 2, or maybe even taking a few down with you, making it at least an expensive round, is gonna maybe stifle that CT side economy early on. But we do see GG How playing very cautious, very methodical, kind of moving around with 50 seconds left on the clock. They showed some aggression in mid, up towards B side, and now maybe back to mid or even long. Who knows? But across all boards, they will be challenged.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can get one more overwhelmed with the pistols, right, if you all push out together. But at the end of the day, especially with this little time left, might as well just put a 2 on the scoreboard already for the side of Gamer Legion. You know, while we have a calm second, I do just want to say Bibu, fantastic. One of the best names I have ever heard from any tier of Counter-Strike.
You haven't even been hyping the man up. You've been hyping the name up. Which
I
I am fully agree. That's why we need someone, we need a bop on the team.
Well, speaking of Bibu, Block tries to find some damage at range. Damage done, but no more kills found, at least for him. Mini does connect with the P250 for 1, but that's it. That's all And it is 2 on the board for Gamer Legion. I think getting the 2 rifles out of the hands is at least a decent come away with this round, though. You know, you get some money off of the board for them.
You know, that first initial contact, pretty easy clear there, but it is Osama's actually finding at least 1 kill with that P250, so getting the worth out of it, you know, at least 1. It was a pair of kills total throughout it all, but now we are on to a more serious round, Donnie. We are on to a full rifle here for both sides, and from the looks of it, you're going to have to be a little bit longer here before this round gets started. Don't think we're going to be seeing an op out just yet.
We do a bit of a tech pause coming in. Oh, it actually just ended as we mentioned that. So no delay at all. And you look behind the side of GJ Howe. We do have Coach Mither, probably most known recently for his time that was on Liquid, but a very, very smart mind within the game. Had the opportunity to speak with him back in Philadelphia for an event. He's a very, very smart and caring man about the game, about his teams. And you know what? Results like this, I think, puts a lot of emphasis on an impact that a coach can have.
I think a lot of organizations and teams underplay kind of the roles that coaches come in and the mindsets they bring into. And we see, you know, maybe a little change of mind in the organization brings some pretty big success. Even if it was, you know, just one team for right now, there is still long-term potential for this squad that I truly believe will move up the rankings fast.
Well, long-term potential is probably the way you want to talk about this round, because a minute through and not much to be spoken of. Mid-control taken over for the T's. And you're right, a glass cannon op on Mini. A player that has had some good impact through the qualifier and opening stage of this tournament. Although everyone at PJL has been having pretty good performance because you just beat Spirit. Who even cares about individual? You beat Spirit, man.
Yeah, I mean, Mini dropping 17 and 12 against them. Obviously, Synopsis helping as well, but Snacks is going to be helping his team as he takes out 1-2 in the aforementioned Synopsis out of the round, but not before Bibu can find himself a kill off towards mid, and he's going to lurk through the smoke, and the timing might be good for Towson to find himself that glass cannon. He finds a quick double, and it's down to just Salsanito last alive again. This man has found himself in the dire straits of a 1vx.
Yeah, I mean, that was great from Towson. Just beautiful timing there, waiting for the smoke to fade, being able to connect the shot through the player pushing through with the op. Again, no armor makes it even easier to get that kill. And then heads up play, turn around, deal with the player pushing back towards B. Don't allow yourself to get traded. Force Sausanito to save. Very, very good showing out from Gamer Legion within the early stages of Dust 2. And it's going to force DJ Howe to make a interesting financial decision.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a difficult position there, but not difficult for Snacks. And that's just a man that knows his position on long.
That's a man right there.
That is a man's man. And like you said, a little bit of a hero play here in Sausanito. Hopefully, well, obviously he's the only hero at this point because he was the last remaining player. He was allowed to live while the rest of the team goes Tech9 Deagles, and obviously Hypex, he's got the scavenged op.
Yeah, armor out for the T's. Still potential to do some damage here. We put Sausanito in the back. Gotta let him try to trade out. Or put him in front and trade that AK all around as you push in. But Cat is where they're going to be looking towards. Smoke towards C. Try to bait out the defenders to focus towards B as the hit comes in through Cat. Hypex gonna announce it to his team. Osama's Tech9, the opening kill of the round. Hypex at least able to trade back with the op, but sprayed down by the picked up AK. Snacks there to trade. Still hungry after all these years. Maybe an opportunity to try to get this retake started for his team, but instead it's Rez through the smoke from CT. Pick up one more, take the player advantage. Sausanito, a lifeline, the only AK left for these T's. But maybe the Deagle for Mini can try to find a head. Rez keeps jumping up, a redirection onto Towson, but the nade will explode directly in his face, so it's up to Sausanito. The one that saved the previous round, AK in his hand, but Snacks able to battle it out and keep Gamer Legion on a little flawless streak to start off the series.
Snacks really biding his time, taking that initial contact deep towards long. And he just kind of relaxed, let his team do a lot of that heavy lifting, playing the contact, and he just waits and just lurks and jumps in when his name is called, clutches the 1v1, and makes it a 4-0 start for Gamer Legion. Is this the aggression you were expecting out of them?
I don't know, to be honest with you. Fully what I was expecting. I think just in my heart of hearts, I think that momentum is going to play a big role into this. And it's dependent on who has more. I mean, Gamer Legion, they potentially have a very bright future ahead of them. There's a combination of very tenured veteran players, Snacks, Rez. You know, between the two of them, so much history within Counter-Strike. I mean, Rez, he won Oakland back in like 1872, I'm pretty sure. So, you know,
he's been further back.
He's been going for a while. And meanwhile, on the side of GG How, I mean, you can't understate a team from an open qualifier toppling a favorite of the tournament in a fashion that was just true to their own performance. Towson taking a bit of damage through the door, but Snacks, although flashed off, allows the Molotov to burn Synopsy out. E-Boot trades back, 4-on-4, still aggressing towards Long, and Snacks does it all. A little bit of help from Osamas, but a team kill onto B-Boot. But it continues to aggress straight into the back of the head of Mini. Gamer Legion showing no respect for their opposition right now, trying to be in your face, trying to prove that they are the team that should be advancing here today. And HypeX just puts a little bit of sauce to finish it out.
I mean, right now, we're just seeing Gamer Legion coming into what kind of you expect out of them. You know, these are all players, like you said, who've been around. They've got a lot going for them. They got backed by Snacks, who's currently 8-0 right now, and he's continually being challenged at long and continually winning the duels. Doesn't matter how many are in front of him, this man's putting up 2-3 kills around thus far. Still early on. It's the 6th round, but it's 5 straight for Gamer Legion, and GG How are pretty silent in the way of Synopsis on 5. Someone that, you know, a linchpin of success from the games prior.
That is very true. I mean, the curse of the IGL, you never know if you're going to have the best game of your life or the worst game. Rez, surely it takes out Sausalito, and Snacks' aggression through the long doors once more. I mean, they're just not ready for that type of play. No matter how much homework you do, if a team just wants to push into you, you're never really going to be prepared for that, especially early days when no sort of processing of how the team is playing this time around comes in yet.
Gamer Legion holding firm on long. Eyes drawn straight towards Kaz. HypeX, he's locked in. He obviously has the support of Flamas close by, but he actually gets swung, gets tagged at 36, but Flamas and Snacks, of course, continue to add to the tally, and it's down to just Bibu last alive here.
Yeah,
and for
Bibu.
once, it's not Sausalito.
Well, Bibu's at least got one. That's a good start. Red's still trying to tap away through the door. He's getting pushed from Cat, a flank from the back. I mean, unless Bibu becomes Superman right in front of us, I don't think there was much of a chance in it. And Flamus puts the period on that sentence. It's all done. It's 6-0. The first half of the first half has went all in favor of the CTs.
I mean, we're just seeing real good CS out of Gamer Legion. I mean, GG How aren't throwing anything extravagant out there. They're playing a lot of contact plays that haven't really drawn out any success. I mean, barely netted them kills at this point in time. I don't know what needs to change, but at this point, the best they can do is tie the half, and that's if they win 6 straight. I think they need to speed up, and running straight into Snacks again. Will this be the first time this man is felled? And it will. He will only, surprisingly, get 1.
11-1 to start. Absolutely ridiculous. But I think Gamer Legions have a good understanding of how GG How wants to play this right now. I think you could see that based on the aggression that they're putting up with HypeX flashed off. Forced to fall back, throws a little flashbang of his own to try to catch off the opposition, but instead wants to take a deeper angle, let the scope use the advantage. A resmoke on the cross will allow the T's to make their way out, but Rez close by blows it. No one in the gap. Smoke onto Cat. Both of these players at least need to find one if Gamer Legion want to try to keep this flawless streak up, try to stay within it. But such awkward positioning from everyone. Sausalito gonna make it awkward for Gamer Legion in just a moment. The smoke, not too long left in it. He pulls his hand too early, but still it's okay because the kill falls and it leaves it all up to Towson. A 1v4. that I'm not too confident he's really going to be too hopeful about going for. Unless a kill is given up early, maybe it could force him to put himself in a situation where he thinks it's doable. But for the time being, a tall ask, a big order. Man, that doesn't seem too eager to go for it. I think it's safe to say GG How are going to be able to get their first on the board.
Was a little concern there for Sausalito. Maybe pull that trigger a little too early. Smoke not quite fading, but I think he was more trying to play off his teammate who got that pick.
Yeah, there was the kill. Synopsy died over towards Gandalf, and then, you know, at that point, you're like, might as well do it. I can't get the double kill. At least I want one. Can't let my teammate steal both of them.
And I feel like either way, that was a round for GG How to win. Whether he got 1 or 2, either way, that was the position. That was what they needed. And it all started with Snacks only getting 1 for the first time. It's the only 1 here. Surprisingly, only 1 as well, but he has been playing lights out thus far, and he is really pulling Gamer Legion up to, now only down to a 5-round lead.
Timeout already taken for Gamer Legion. Showing some respect to the opposition. You know, never hurts to just take the extra time to talk over what went over in the previous round. Now you have an understanding. You're quite far into your CT side. You know what the Ts are liking to do, how they're liking to play their defaults, formulate the map. So a little time to talk to the good old-fashioned coach never hurts. But that time is over. It's about to get into the 8th round of play. Up on both sides, utility all the way, full rifles for everyone.
Do you think at any point Gamer Legion are going to double op, or are they just going to stick to what is working with them?
Ooh, well, HypeX not working on that shot because he has to fall back. I don't know if we're going to see the double op. We might not even see one be effective within this round. Rez, nice way to take Mini out. Spray from Sausalito, almost able to catch Snack off behind the car. But now we go quiet. Now we reset. Pressure put early on. A player lost. But decent positioning. Snacks burned out. Should have been able to hear the Molotov damage go. And a boost over the smoke will allow Sausalito to see. Not before Snacks is able to find one more for himself, however. Now the T's hands are kind of full. They need to push with this. Not much chance left to wait, but perfect utility, a flash in. Flem is only able to find one, surprisingly. But the onslaught of utility will not allow GG How any breathing room. Spray through the smoke. Bibu almost falls just to that alone. Sausalito a bit too aggressive. And Bibu low HP. All by himself, 1v3. Bomb gets planted, Rez easily dispatches of the remaining T, and Gamer Legion straight back to their winning ways.
I don't think it can be stated enough how just perfect Gamer Legion's utility is to just not only stall GG How, but completely stop and pretty much just put up a brick wall of defense here that seems pretty impenetrable. Backed by Snacks, obviously still adding more to this tally, but it's just the full combination we're seeing from this squad early on is leading me to not have a lot of hope for map 1 at least.
Yeah, and I don't have the exact numbers, but I think the opening kills within this matchup are almost entirely in favor of Gamer Legion, and I feel like that's a great reason why they're able to pull ahead so far, because they are just going for these aggressive plays to get the opening kills, to put themselves at the player advantage, and then you can play your CT side very easily once you have that player advantage. Just don't allow any players to get multi-kills. Don't do anything too aggressive that puts your team in a bad spot. It's honestly just textbook Counter-Strike out from Gamer Legion right now, mixed with a bit of aggression, and some may call it disrespect, but I call it ingenuitive.
They are ingenuitive? Or
yes.
Okay. All right.
I like on the bright side, you know?
Yeah, Mr. Brightside, I gotcha. That's what they call you.
Yeah, that is what they call me, but who are we going to call the winner? Who are we going to call the first team in playoffs? That's what we need to figure out, and right now, I mean, it's definitely looking more favorable for Gamer Legion. Especially if they're able to get this first map pick. I do think Ancient is a very rocky water territory to be in.
I mean, this is GG How's map pick, too, and that's the downside. When you only have a single round thus far on your map, it may not even be your favorite side, you need something going here, and right now the most they can grab is 5. And it's got to start with this one. It's kind of now or never, and Flamas says it's going to be never as he lines up a triple and just chops them down from mid and denies access once more. Mini with a quick strike back, but is it really going to surmount to anything?
My answer is going to be probably no. I mean, bombs now dropped to the bottom of mid. What can you do? You're going to need some heroics out of someone, but I don't know if you've looked at that clock. Not enough time for any heroics to happen.
Nope, surely not. As we see those
you can
bodies
call for a hero all
in.
you want, but the emergency response time is going to be a bit too far to get there, so...
Says the firefighter.
Gamer Legion, very, very hot start. 8-1. Mike might not have as much time on break as he might think. He might need to make his way back up here soon because it's kind of looking like a steamroller.
What are you talking about? We still got 2 more maps after this.
Well, yeah, but he's going to come up and be like, oh, look at this. Hey, guys.
Yeah, it's okay. Get some food, get to relax a little. Maybe drink the rest of his cappuccino.
Yeah,
I think he had a cappuccino, I forget.
Timeout taken as we get to look at this beautiful 3K once more from Flamus. Just line him up, spray him down. Single-handedly completely stopped the entirety of the opposition. Even if a trade comes out, doesn't matter. There's just nothing you could do at that point. You've been completely snuffed out. Whatever flame you lit was completely extinguished. And that extinguisher is Flamus. Call him the fireman.
Call you a fireman, Donnie. Because you are. But I think at this point, GG How, they are in trouble. And I think it's pretty obvious. Down 7 rounds. We're on to the 10th. We're about kind of almost to the penultimate round of this first half. Again, BO3 at least, that's the only thing they can count on. But then they're going to be going into Ancient Gamer Legion's pick. So they got to at least, if they can't win this out, at least build some momentum for map 2. And Bibu comes up empty on that first op shot.
Yeah, traded over with a player with a better spawn, but wasn't a timing, no aggression out from Gamer Legion in long early on, as opposed to previous. Hypex, I do believe, was able to block that smoke. They can get a deep angle from the top of the A ramp. But T's not going for that aggression. Just keeping their foothold in mid. Smart play. Allow yourself the chance to decide where you want to take this, how you want to play it. We have a standstill bomb over towards the B tunnels. Definite potential for execution to come out here. It is the bomb site with...
This is their first time going to B, isn't it?
Well, potentially first time successfully.
I believe. Because here comes the hit. They're going to flash through, and there it is. Osama finds the first 2 quick. Rez at least finds a trade, and Hypex almost gets the shot as he crosses over. It is just Osama's limping in towards site on 11 HP, but Salsanito sticking that plant down in a man advantage, and we're seeing Gamer Legion tuck tail to save.
It's just definitely the right play there. You're going to the B-bomb side of Dust Tube, down a player. Who cares if you have all the money in the world? It's just not worth it at that point. But very, very good hits from GG How. They're able to just trade out, you know, get the opening kills. Nothing too fancy, but effective nonetheless. Play with the timing of it. I do think the most important thing right now is that Gamer Legion has just been able to control this matchup. You know, that they've fully just been in control of the tempo, of the flow, of the map itself. And that's something that the T's haven't really been able to respond to at all. And, you know, this is only the second time that a successful response has come out. 2 more rounds left in the half. Again, only map 1. Best of 1s were yesterday. Best of 3s for the rest of the tournament.
I think right now, GG How need to just kind of maybe get a little more confident. Be willing to take those fights. They need to envision them successfully winning a duel against Snacks. Hasn't quite happened often, if at all, you could really say. And maybe then they can start capitalizing on a little more space when it comes to this map control. They've been very hyper-focused in one direction.
I mean, 12-2 right now.
Yeah.
The stat line to give you nightmares in the future, but it's going to be a fast B hit. Towson sprays while flashed, able to pick up 1. Rez in the back line with the op, a very capable secondary opper back in his day, in his prime, and seems that it's still that way. Towson gets rid of the rest with the rifle, and Synopsy on a lurk, but what to come of it? What can you do? Maybe get the other op out of the hands of Hypex. Another miss for him. A chance to at least do some financial damage. Synopsy has to push up. 5 bullets left in the AK.
Oh.
And he misses all of them. That is a sore sight to see.
Again, I mean, the only real impact he would have had there is the financial one, but it obviously wouldn't have really stifled this CT side economy. It's been on a pretty strong push, and it has yet to really meet its match. We've seen glimpses of what GG How are capable of, but nothing ever really strung together thus yet, which leaves me wanting for a whole lot more, and I'm really hoping that comes in the second half.
Potential. Potential is the key word.
I mean, that's this whole roster pretty much. Potential.
That's everything, man.
True.
Potential and kinetic energy. I do believe that's what science class taught us back in the day.
Can neither be created or destroyed. It just gets passed through.
It just happens to exist.
And right now,
that's kind of how GG How is looking right now.
Yeah,
they just
we're
happen
going
to be
the same route.
existing. But last round of the half, everything invested that you possibly could have. Sausalito wants to get frisky through that smoke. At least a bit curious. Flashed out, but now a free path to walk if he wants. No one's holding for the potential of a split right now. The Flamus does seem aware, and Hypex does reposition the op straight through that doorway. Smoke's being lined up. Does seem like this is the plan very soon. It almost feels that they're worried about any potential pressure from the CTs. They know at any point it can come. A redirect of the bomb. Decides to go towards Cat. It's going to be a CT split into the bomb site. Rez not going to be happy about that miss, but it's okay. You got Flamus on the site. He's able to spray down one, tries for another one. Does avoid it. But still, the T's completely stuck in the middle of nowhere right now. The CT smoke fades. Flamus able to find one more for himself. Rez finally connecting with the op. Now, Bibu and Mini. Oh, 2 players left. A chance to try to get on the site, but it does seem done and dusted.
he gave him the... He did it. He did the thing. He did the thing.
Shades of a Frenchman of prior years there. But
what's his name again?
Kukli?
What's doing it? Kukli style.
Kukli style. Man, 10-2. Definitely not the outcome that if you are a
feeling like
How fan
game.
want. Honestly, surprising. I really did think that more energy was going to come out early on. There was signs of life, but overall, just in terms of firepower, just in terms of spacing within the map, playing off of each other, and at the end of the day, hitting your shots.
Yeah.
I mean, Gamer Legion are just absolutely running away with it.
They are. I mean, we've been singing the praises of Snacks all first half, but it's a team effort. Flamas 12-8, Hypex 6-3, Towson 11-3. Huge pillar of success on that B set. We've seen him put up a strong defense a handful of times. They actually decided to go that way. And GG How, it didn't seem like they really did much splitting. It was kind of 4 to 5 players moving as a collective unit here. And right now, it seems like Gamer Legion as a collective unit are going to be walking their way up long.
Just a bit of pressure. Keep the CTs on the toes. Make the player playing towards the A's bomb site fall back. And be aware of your presence, but the hit is going to be a bit delayed. It buys plenty of time for rotations to come through. Old Synopsy and Mini come on over. Osamos pushes with the flash. Not able to get anything done, though. Instead, it's the Glocks to find 2. Force Mini to fall back. Force Mini to wait for his teammates. If rotations are even to come at all, bomb begins to get planted. Now move on. Sausalito aware that Snacks is within long. Seeing how powerful he was in the site before. And there's just going to be no entryway. Bibu, at least able to confirm 1 kill for himself. Sausalito. That's it. It's done. You just got to save your armor, or at least try your hardest to save the armor. Gamer Legion, I mean, that's basically the nail in the coffin at the end of the day.
They look so comfortable, it's disturbing at this point. I mean, GG How... Not much they can do at this point. I think it's just a full mental reset. Don't let this one get to you.
Yeah.
And again, have to kind of harp on them a little. This is your map pick. That's the downside. That's the real downside to this. That now you're going into Gamer Legion's pick.
But you know what? The idea of kind of accepting your stance in this and looking forward to the next map, I feel like for a team like GJ Howe is really hard. You know, if you're talking about a top-end team, a real-world contender, it's a lot easier to say, okay, you know what? This map, it is what it is. It happened. Yeah. When you're fighting the uphill battle, when you're the underdog in a matchup, you need every ounce of room you can get. And unfortunately, Gamer Legion, they're smothering you, you know?
They are. I mean, they're just encompassing all points of map, full control, no matter what the side thus far. Gamer Legion are just proving their worth right now. And I think after maybe not having the best showings of recent time, that they're really trying to show that we're not done. There's still a lot left in the tank. And, you know, having a lot of the tenured players like Snacks and Samus with a good 5-7 kill, but only can net himself one. And actually, that's Snacks out of it. And that's a huge name that has kind of been the thorn in the side for GG Howe.
Yeah, unfortunately not able for them to keep the player equal playing field as Sausalito falls in mid. Flem has a beautiful timing to catch Mini out with the scout. And although there's a push behind him, it's not going to stop him. Flamis is a force to be reckoned with. Headshot to end it off as well. That's map point. 12-2. I mean, it's just absolutely beautiful, honestly, out from Gamer Legion. I think this is exactly what they needed. Build up confidence towards the playoffs, right? You're 100% expecting to play Spirit when you're coming in here. We heard Flamis say it in the pre-match interview that they weren't going to treat the team any differently, even if Flamis has no thoughts from his word.
He just goes.
But, I mean, just two potentially dominating victories leading into the round of 16. That would build a lot of confidence for a Gamer Legion that needs to find their place once more.
I think they're finding that place and that rhythm, and things are starting to click into the right places. And maybe it just took a few maps and a few games to build back what they used to have. Now, maybe the future's a lot more brighter for this squad. But we're not over yet. This is still map 1. It's not over yet. There's a 10-round difference. And hopefully, GG Howe won't see the last round right now.
Well, Sausalito is about to see a lot of T's in his face. MP9 swings at the right time. Flem is able to trade back immediately, and now the push comes in through Cat. And he's still tucked on the site. Synopsy backs him up from long, and Aid does decent damage onto Flamis. But when does Mini activate? It's right now. Perfect time for one. Allow a bit of time for the rotations to come through. But the kills still need to be found. The weaponry is still not the best for the CTs. Easily can be overwhelmed at any moment, but Bibu continues to make the player advantage higher and higher. Towson can't spray him down. GJ Howe, a lifeline, not dead in the water quite yet. Very, very good work with the lesser weaponry to make sure that they're still fighting right now.
Well, they can do it with the lesser weaponry, like you said, but can they keep it going? Can these rifles and the ops and everything you really can ask for, can it have that same impact that the 5.7s have been having? Can it get the kills? Can you get the picks? And can you create space instead of having to constantly give up that map control? And right now, Flama's fully leading this charge, headstrong up Cat, and he's already has plenty of space with nearly a wide open site. No one even on ramp. Mini at least spots out Towson. He's got one synopsis. He's dagged down. He's gone. He's out. Somehow, it's the Tech 9 just rolling through. Rez to add to the tally as well, and somehow after the smokes have cleared, it's the 3-on-3.
A nade goes down. It doesn't find the low HP player though. Good damage onto the others. Hypex a scout shot. Player advantage lies in Gamer Legion's hands. What is this? Bibu, can you save your team? Can you be the defining factor, or will you fall just like all your brethren? Molotov out onto the site. Both players play towards the ramp. Little time to work with, has to push through. No kit in his hands. One more headshot to be found. Flamis, all you have to do is play the time. Don't give up your life too soon. Bibu has to rush this. He doesn't look below him, and Flamis finishes it out. Absolute beautiful scenes from Gamer Legion on map 1, and they steal their opponent's map pick as we look forward to Ancient.
Quite the shift there for Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
Quick one. GG Howe coming crashing back down to earth, and oh my goodness, Flamis. Can you say they're a little bit happy happy about getting him onto the team?
I don't think there's any other word besides happy. And you know what? Honestly, if we're doing praise, Snacks on Long, an
Keep
absolute
praising.
monster. 12 and 10, or excuse me, 12 and 1, I believe he started out as. And, you know, sure, it dropped off at some point, but that impact is holding down Long the entirety of the CT half, getting aggressive when he wanted to, making everyone fear him. Beautiful.
Yeah, he did his work in the first half. Didn't need to do any more in the second.
Yeah,
That's
no.
what Flamus is for.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like he wasn't doing much in the first half either, but again, it was a lot of that heavy lifting over towards A because that's kind of where GG Howe hit. I think 6 or 7 rounds in a row, be a handful of times and maybe a split here or there. But I mean, realistically, Flamus really showing what he's capable of and the firepower he can bring to this squad. I am disappointed by GG Howe, though. I'm a little sad.
We'll keep it happy. We'll keep it happy for a little while. We'll talk about GG Howe afterwards. Just a quick refresh. That was GG Howe's map pick. That was Dust 2. We're expecting it should be pretty good for Gamer Legion. GG Howe are in troubled waters here. But smooth sailing for Gamer Legion. Let's keep the praise going for a little bit because holy cow, they look so good. We were asking the question. And again, we do need to add a little asterisk, which is they've now beat a Luminosity team that we really don't know what to make of this season. They've now beat a GG Howe team that was a wonderful surprise that we were starting to get real excited about because they beat Spirit. But he's still of a different caliber, shall we say, in our expectations. So maybe more proof needed, but damn, is it looking good. You can only beat the teams in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, whatever your matchup is, that's some bonus you got to play. But again, dominant victory, and I think just the comfortability, especially on the CT side, the Gamer Legion has been able to show, I think does boost very, very good confidence for this team. They just feel like they understand how they want to play this game so well. They're not relying on singular players, maybe in the moment a singular player, but it's still spread across everyone. They all have their moments to shine depending on the matchup. This is how it started, by the way. An absolute spray down with the dual Berettas. A thing of beauty, and then it just never stopped. An absolute steamroll. This Gamer Legion lineup is fun to watch right now. And sure, untested opponents, but at the end of the day, I mean, you still got to get excited about it.
You got to get very excited indeed. And I mean, it's just, again, it's similar to their first game. It's the way that it's working all in.
Yeah, and it's all working and clicking great. We saw that in a nice little first half defense there. Even if Snacks, the handful of times he got fell towards Long, we saw them absolutely stop GG Howe's push up Long multiple times with utility and just suppressing them and making sure they can't even budge if they even wanted to. And then they just have to pay the price with losing the round after round after round.
I think a lot of it comes down to the openers. That sort of tells the story here, right? Because you have to remember, we didn't get a lot of a T side out from Gamer Legion. That's maybe where you're expecting a little bit more opening success. You can pick your fights, you can pick your battles. I believe they had 8 successful opening kills to 4 from the other side on the defense, just on the defense. I'm not even counting Flamus's entering every dang round once we swapped sides, because there weren't a whole lot of rounds there. But that just tells the story. If you're starting every round killing somebody over on the other side, life's easy.
Honestly, I would like to know how many of those were just Snacks, just making his way with Long. I think
the first 7 probably.
At least 5 had to be opening kills from him, and it's good to see the veteran players still doing so well.
There were a few more numbers involved in that one, just a few. But look, the story is whatever the numbers wind up being, obviously great success for Gamer Legion. The only matter that the only number that wins is the 13 in the win column, and they got there very quickly. We are flying through this first game. This first series could be a quick one because GG Howe need to find their resolve between map 1 and map 2.
Yeah, not only that, but they need to learn to just how to counter, well, Flamus one of them, and the aggression. I feel like Ancient's a map that definitely can favor the aggressive, whether it's mid or up through caves or anywhere is realistically, because when you have Flamus, it doesn't matter what gun apparently he has, because if you can do it with a Tech 9 on CAD, you can do it with anything at that point, and that makes him beyond dangerous. It's concerning.
I think eyes are going to be on that mid fight. I'm expecting Flamus to be the space taker there. I really want to see how that works with the timings of the flashes and the smokes coming through. Presumably, Gamer Legion's going to be starting on that T side. We're going to be getting GG Howe on the defense, so maybe that goes a little bit of a ways to making them more comfortable. We'll find out. What I do know is that Mither, coach of GG Howe, is going to have his work cut out for him, resetting his players' brains in between map 1 and map 2. All right, let's say more nice things about Flamus. We've already done a lot of it, but golly gosh, the New Jersey is suiting the man. Remember, this guy was stuck on a bench for like a year? Like, what? That was a crime. Criminal.
It's so good to just see him so happy to be back in uniform. And he said he had the confidence knowing that, you know, he knows he's going to stay here after this event. It's not going to be a one and done or potentially a 2 and done. This is his new home, and he is making the most out of it, getting quite comfortable. Clearly, 2.33. in a game that advances you to playoffs at EWC. Oh, it's just beautiful.
It is beautiful. What more can you ask? What more can you ask?
You can't.
Do it again. One more time at least. Just one more time and you're good to go.
One more time, then you get some time off.
Yeah. I mean, apparently you'll have most of the day at that point, so I think he's good to go for at least a little while. So,
well, I mean, you also earn yourself some days off, if I'm not mistaken.
True. Yes.
So that would be pretty nice. We're in Paris. It's a beautiful city. One of the most historic in the world. You know, a little extra time here for a young guy like Flamus. I'm sure he could find something to do with himself.
Yeah. I mean, you can pretty much just taste the culture at that point, go around, visit some sites. And I mean, you got the time. And at that point, he's got energy behind him. He's happy. He's comfortable. He's got a little bit of everything, man.
But we're assuming that Gamer Legion's going to have the time.
That's true.
We're not assuming.
Tell me a story. Spin me a narrative. Spin me a tale of GG How.
GG How. I want you to remember that in the open qualifier, they did not advance with no one beating them. They did lose a game in there to Virtus Pro, and you know what? That was a test. That was a roadblock. That was something that they needed to overcome, and then, you know, make it through the lower bracket in their group, make it through all the way to the qualifier, to the main event. And what is this if not a roadblock? What is getting dominated on your own map pick if not a way to mentally prepare yourself for what is to come further on in the tournament? Ancient is just another step.
Only problem is it is the big croissant, and Snacks is hungry.
Yeah, no, I mean, 12-5.
Again, like, this is, when we talk about the win cons for Gamer Legion, like, Hypex didn't even really have to do anything till that last round with the Scout, because he was just chilling. He was letting his teammates kill, and then that last round, he's like, okay, I guess I gotta clock in. Pulls off the two-piece with the Scout, sets up his teammates beautifully to close. Like, Flamus is killing everybody. Snacks is killing everybody. We haven't even really had to think about Rez too hard. We know he's always going to be consistent. Towson looks good. Hypex looks good. Wait, what do you want? What more do you want from Gamer Legion?
I mean, that's the backing and the showing of a good team where, you know, your guys can just kind of pop off and do a lot of the work, and the rest can just be like, all right, if you need me, I'm here. But obviously, you don't need me that often. There'll be a calling once in a while, and I'll do it. But past that, you guys got the rest.
Chilling. And that's what they were doing on map number 1, right? When plan A goes well, who needs plan B?
I don't even know if they have a plan B prepped right now. I think it's honestly just, hey, Flamus, go make space. Go make space, go get the kills, we'll follow behind you, I suppose.
Don't think, just go.
Again, I don't know if any of that noise is being picked up. I suspect it isn't, but Rocket League is ripping right now.
Yeah,
so,
the drums have been going.
That's hype.
The crowd that was following before, I believe it was Falcons fans.
Yes.
For Rocket League.
Believe, yes, because that's who is playing right now over there.
I saw the scarves, I saw the flag.
Yeah, you did?
Well, they are ripping it on the drums right now. That much I do know. And I think that the drum line for Gamer Legion is going to be roaring through this next one. GG How need to find their resolve, need to find their action, or their dreams of a quick road to playoffs are going to come to a close. It'll be map 2 when we come back from this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
していこうドキドキしようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then. You look nervous.
You look short. Everything's good? Fight. Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
I found our spark. I found our narrative, right? Gigi Hao, they liked themselves a bit of Ancient as well, right? They played it a lot in the LCQ to get here. They've been playing a lot of Ancient recently. They've been picking into it a lot. They've had a lot of success on Ancient in general. They're probably still going to lose it today.
Yeah. but I believe. I still believe.
They're going to know what they're doing on this map. That gives them something, but what we need to see is we need to see a rejuvenated Gigi Hao. We need to see, I mean, Mither, he's a motivational guy. He's a warm presence in the coaching booth. Whatever the heck he was cooking up in that break, I hope he was cooking it well.
Yeah, I mean, he probably had a lot to say to his team after only netting 3 rounds. I assume they're going to be putting up more of a fight here on this map. Like you said, they are capable, and they've played this map in and out a few times. They do actually have a very deep map pool overall. I think the only game map they don't play was like Nuke, I think. So they're very capable all-around team. Just a little sad and disappointed at what we've seen on map 1.
I mean, the main problem is you're looking at Ancient. You're looking at a map that is so heavily controlled on aggression through mid on the T side.
Yeah.
And you're looking at Flames.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think I need to preface the rest of that sentence with anything. You're looking at Flames. And that's going to be such a difficult force to try to stop. Is it an impossibility? No. Do I think that there is still a way in? Yes, but the reality of the situation is that you have a Gamer Legion firing on all cylinders, an aggressive stance right now, and you need to try to combat that in a way that, I mean, you're not comfortable doing against this caliber of opponent.
I think we're going to get a real quick sense of whether this is going to be a rinse repeat of Dust 2, and you've set it up beautifully. It's all going to be about that mid fight.
Yeah.
We're going to see how effective Flamus is at taking that space in towards mid. We're going to see if anyone at Gigi Hao can kill him before he's destroyed their entire team in that take towards mid. And if they can stop that early, then we're going to have a game on our hands. Then we get to see Gamer Legion try and work around that problem. But if Flamus just runs them over and towards mid, this could be a very one-dimensional match indeed.
It is, and when you're met with the unstoppable force known as Flamus, you kind of have to put up the unstoppable and unbreakable shield, and just, it's got to be a team effort at this point. The trades have to be there, and if it takes 1 to 2 people to trade them, at least you take them out, and you make it at least a little more reasonable. You take out one of the big guns between him or Snacks or, you know, someone else, depending on who they're activating this time around. It just has to be a little step above.
I mean, you're gonna have to take him out before you lose anyone, though, because then you kill Flamus, and oh, Towson's here, oh, Rez is here, oh, Snacks is here, Hypex, he didn't need to
he's in the back
anything.
anyway.
Yeah,
I'm already dead.
If he's needed, he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
So it is going to be just quelling mid pressure in general, in my opinion, making sure the utility is good, trying to get your smokes and your nades on elbow, blah, 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 blah. it's just so difficult to really see the passageway for this. I do think that there, again, is a chance.
A little bleak.
But it's going to just start with firepower alone. You have to get the kills before the kills can get you.
Right, and I think we're looking to see that dynamic CT aggression, right? It was a hallmark of what Gamer Legion were doing. They were very successful with it. We'd like to see some more coming through from GG. How? That mid-fight again. I want to say maybe we see Mini with the op block it down. Maybe we see Synopsy get frisky in towards mid, take that fight towards elbow.
Yeah.
That's the question. That's the piece of the puzzle that has to go in first.
Followed by what other
More
part of
pieces
the
of
map
puzzle.
is Gamer Legion going to abuse at that point? Okay, we don't have mid. Where else can we run to quickly and abruptly? That's the downside, is they can just kind of do as they please.
Everyone does love a B-Take simulator on Ancient.
Yeah.
We do tend to get a lot of B-Take simulators. Yeah. I think Gamer Legion will be a little bit more creative than that, but we'll see. We'll
If
see.
they need to be.
Snacks as an IGL, when he does find a weakness, doesn't mind running at it like 8-9 rounds in a row.
That's
to
the
be quite
Virtus Pro
frank.
way, man. The good old days of the Virtus Plow.
That's a long time.
Yeah, I mean, very, very good old days. I mean, we're talking about 2014, 15, but hey, he's still
Throwing
got
it
in the
back.
tank. He's still got it in
Throwing
the
it
tank.
back. If there's one thing I know about Buckethead, it's that he likes to throw it back. Take it away, boys.
He throws it back to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get started underway with the second map of the first qualification game here for the round of 16 at EWC 2026. Anthony, I do want to just ask you very quickly for a genuine final prediction. I do want to know what you think,
Well,
scoreline wise, because I know who you're saying is going to win.
yeah, I did. And I said if they didn't make this, if GG How didn't take this 2-0 at the start, and they gave Gamer Legion momentum, which they obviously gave them every ounce of momentum possible, then it's going to be a quick, abrupt run. I think on a good game right now, GG How, 6 rounds.
Okay.
That's not the half. That's a total.
Well, thanks for making that. I mean, it could be the half.
It could have been. I could have been talking about
It
the
could
first
be
half, but I'm
either
not.
One of those halves, they get 6, and then none of
And
the other
honestly,
one.
I wanted to say 5, but I know Mike would be like, really, dude, 5 again? You said 5 twice yesterday. I just feel like 5 is a solid number to go on where it's not that great.
I do want to see the light at the end of the tunnel. You know,
do.
I do want to
I
have.
would love to live in this lie.
I want to have faith in the ability of the players on the side of GG How. And it's not that I
But was
don't
map
have
1
faith
the
in
wake-up
ability.
call for them?
That's kind of the only way you can look at it. You know, you got to go into this map thinking we beat Spirit.
Yeah.
What is a best of 3 if not potentially 3 best of 1s? You beat Spirit in a best of 1, you could beat Gamer Legion in 2 best of 1s. And that's kind of the only way I can think about going about this. But that doesn't matter because we're going to find out how it happens. Map 2, Ancient underway. Gamer Legion on that T side we were talking about. And we're going to have to see how this mid duel does pan out as Flamus already stationed towards it. Not as aggressive for this pistol round, as it seems like the team wants to take it a bit slower, take it a bit more passive, laid back, group up towards A main. Allow Flamus the space to work through mid by himself. Mini's dual Berettas, though. Locked and loaded, trained at the head of Flamus, ripped off his shoulders. Forces the rest of Gamer Legion to try to make their way out. Smokes do land all over the A-bomb site. 2 CTs there to defend. Did a flash in, jump through. Mini's dual Beretta is not able to find more than one. Snack gets a Molotov kill somehow. And Bibu forced to fall back. The Molotov kill threw me off. I'm not even sure. Was it a 0 to death?
I really don't know. I don't know if he was full flash and just stood in. Not sure. Got maybe dinked through a box. Not 100%, but Sausalito netting himself a kill here in a little bait and switch there as Towson secures 1 Hypex, 1 for himself. Sausalito last alive, and this seems the tale as old as time as Sausalito left again by himself in a 1v3 with 9 HP. Well, now it's 0, and that is the pistol round going the... Has Gamer Legion hasn't dropped the pistol yet? That's 3-0, right?
Yeah, you can't let Towson do that.
No, he just fully disrespected.
Yeah, I mean, there was some B-hops, a little bit of spinning, why not?
Which, I mean, he did his job. It was all a distraction.
So Snacks got a shot or 2 off, and then the molly kill. That makes far more sense.
Not just sitting in it for 13 seconds.
Yeah. I thought the player was completely tucked. I thought they couldn't see him. That's why I was like, how the hell do you just burn? But either way...
Burn, baby, burn.
Disco Inferno. It is time for Yeah, to try to stab back, as they did buy in. They got SMGs, they got pistols. A MAC-10 of snacks, though. Easy way to start it off. Synopsy doubles up to even up the score line. They are kind of completely trapped within the caves, though. Towson close with the Molotov. Burns Synopsy out of place.
Huh. A little bit of a stalemate here.
100% the best way to call it. But you do have your dear friend Flamus all the way through Donut. And Osamas, who has some very bad timing, pushed through A main. Gonna hear all the noises. No, he definitely heard all those noises. And he knows he's getting backstabbed by Flamus, who is quickly dealt with. So still a chance to try to battle into this. Weaponry not working for them.
Wow.
Accidentally blowing the smoke on his own teammate, I do believe. Now a 2-on-2. Ibu's making his way up through Donut. No kit to work with. Towson more than ready for that late hit, and Osama's position has been known this whole time, so it's just HypeX to hold that smoke, allow it to fade, and keep Gamer Legion on top.
Well, it's not looking as, you know, aggressive and bleak as we saw the first couple rounds on Dust. There is some trades coming through here. We saw a nice little stalemate in towards that cave position that lasted at least a little bit. Enough time, though, for Gamer Legion to start that nice little rotate around, get themselves back onto the A site. And, you know, again, we were used to that B hit simulator, but again, Snacks smelling that weakness and taking full advantage of that A site now 2 times in a row. Maybe a third.
Maybe a third. Maybe, why not?
It's worked
Maybe
every
not.
other time, why not?
Osama's burned out, forced to fall back out of the caves. All the utility being thrown towards that position that is now being cleared out, repositioned towards the ramp. Eventually a good timing to try to catch Towson now, but being very loud about his positioning, completely gives himself up. The flash wasn't even needed. He had 2T spraying the AK at him. And it leaves just Bibu on the site. His teammates spread out amongst CT and aggressive in A. At least Sausalito has some good information over there. And the rotation comes in at a good time. A chance for the defense to maybe hold strong for the moment, but Snacks far more aggressive than Mini was ready for. Rez easily able to outduel Bibu. And sure, I mean, Synopsy's on the site, or at least near it, but the Deagle through the smoke isn't going to be able to land any shots. The bomb's soon to get planted. You got pistols, throw them at the wall if you want. But I think we can write it off as another Gamer Legion win.
Well, I'm not liking what I'm seeing right now. We're seeing, backstab there from Flamas. But GG Hao just kind of playing a lot of individual positions. No real trades. We saw Osamas jumping at bottom ramp. And, I mean, that's an okay thing to do if you have someone at least support. And Flamas maybe got a little scared there, jump. But
I feel like there had to be a clear miscommunication or mistiming, not expecting Snacks to be able to be tucked in that close part of the cave. I think Bibu had a line that could see through the door, like, deep.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be able to see the close angle.
This feels a little disjointed, that's all.
Yes, but you know, it wasn't weapons, right? It wasn't real weapons. It was pistols. Now we have an op. Now we got M-Force. Now we have a chance.
I'm going to start chanting with them. Oh, but here we go. Straight up the ramp as Flamas finds one. That's Sausalito out. It's Bibu finding a quick double, and Towson eventually cuts him down. Synopsy finds himself a double, triple, and there we go. All it took was a little over-aggression from Gamer Legion for GG Hao to finally find a round under their feet.
Yeah, for sure a bit of overconfidence there from Gamer Legion. Just trying to change the pace up, go super aggressive into that bomb site. But luckily for GG Hao, more than ready to handle against that. I really hope that the arena noise is getting picked up on the microphone. I will say, absolutely incredible scenes here at ECW from every esport. The community and, you know, just like the loving vibe of this place.
It's all for the love of the many games.
The fans, the players, the talent of all the esports. It's a great time right now. Snacks tries to spray. Osamas tucked below the box, able to find one. Immediately traded out. HypeX doesn't need to see. He's just got to hold and shoot and find 3. 2-player advantage. GG Hao have to feel crushed after that one. Maybe a chance for Mini to stab back. Only finds one with the op, not able to scope fast enough. Sausalito close by, but Tausin ready to swing on him. Not able to land the kill. Rez there for the trade. Player advantage for the T's. An open bomb site for the T's, but you do have Mini and his trusty op to at least give it an attempt to try to battle into this round, try to get another on the board for GG How.
He might have found a good position when the way through the smoke, he finds the kill towards Snacks. It's down to a 1v1. Mini goes for the jump spot, seeing if he can spot out anything, but Rez not giving up any information until completely necessary. Running himself forward, trying to pace himself. The clicking the scope gives away the very obvious not sticking with no kit too. He's down to not much time left. Nice little flash out. Diverts himself. Almost comes back with the flick. A little bit of an over adjustment. And Rez with the clutch, giving 4 now to Gamer Legion.
The line was there too. I mean, Rez took a second to fully net that kill. The op was able to overflick, readjust, and everything. What a beautiful spray down from HypeX.
No, you don't need your eyes. You need to...
It's all about feeling, man.
It is. It's all what's in the heart. What are you feeling, Donnie?
I feel like my prediction is going to be wrong. That's what I feel like.
It's okay to be wrong. That's how we learn and grow. And
nice pick from HypeX. Beautiful timing on that kill, but Osamas at least tries to keep it even. Not for long. The aggression of Flamus, it's never going to stop. We know what to expect at this point. Mini at least trying to get back into mid. Bibu all the way by himself on the B bomb site. Shadow advantage, missed shot. Mini falls for his sins. And it is just Bibu. No matter how much fun it is to say your name, I don't think I'm going to have much fun saying it in this round. Never mind.
Nope.
Bit of a 180. About face.
Team kill,
yeah,
actually.
There we go. That's more of what we expected the first time around. Took a little bit longer to get there than we thought. 5-1 start. Timeout forced to be taken. The first of 3 for GG How.
And at this rate, I feel like they're probably going to continue to use these timeouts. There's just some adjustment. I'm not sure what they can do because right now, Gamer Legion are, even as a collective, they're playing fantastic. And as solo players themselves, all playing fantastic. I mean, even if they're not really getting that impact early on, we're seeing the good trades come in as obviously HypeX, whether he's blind or can see or not, he's been having that opening success that he didn't really need to have on Dust 2. He had the backing of Snacks as well as Flamas, and now that they're not, dropping 3 kills around, he finally has his time to shine.
Time to shine. A bright star for sure. Timeout over. Time to get back into the game. 5-1 start. Similar shades of Dust 2. But still a chance to claw it back. Molotov not going to allow Sausalito to get the aggression he wanted towards Jaguar. Is that just a trade of utility? Now focus towards mid, which is uncontested in this round for GGO. Just 5-7s to work with. You want to work with that closer range battle. You want to work with those off angles. Just catch him off guard. Allow him to push into your pistol. Put yourself in the best situation to spray and pray, more or less, is the best way to put it.
Best they could hope for at this point is maybe getting this lurk from Flamas taken down early on. All the rest of Gamer Legion kind of just holding firm, and maybe Snopsy might have a line to work with here. Flamas swinging, but he doesn't miss the spray this time around. He gets it, and he finds an A site now to his liking. Completely empty and evacuated, but it's because Osamas has already and has consistently walked himself down through main, so a very predictable angle that Rez completely read.
A topic to bring up for after the round, but we need to focus on how this one will finish as the A-bomb site now absorbed by the T's. A little bit of a flick onto Sausalito, and just 2 more within the spawn, at least able to get a kill on Flamus and make it 2. Bibu's putting his best foot forward, considering the situation. Maybe even enough damage done onto Rez to try to surprise attack him, but not quite enough. I do have to say, the continued aggression through A main, I'm not really sure how I'm feeling about it. Yeah, you haven't been punished for it. I mean, if you want to count dying in mid from people coming off of Catwalk as being punished for it, sure. But you're just kind of leaving a hole on that site now. You're putting less support for anyone to watch for the donut push, anything along those lines. And there hasn't been much gained from that aggression.
Only information, but not even information they can capitalize on.
Yeah.
Like, yes, he's continually taking that map control, but Llamas actually gets another molly kill out here. And Synopsy at least finds the trade, keeps it to a respectable 4-on-4, but those 4 remaining players have already found themselves firmly planted onto this B site. Unless you're Bibu, he's putting up a nice little defense here as Sausalito coming up huge with the triple, and he sweeps it and clears out the pesky T's of the site.
That's definitely what you need. You need to start building this confidence up. You're not dead yet. You're not down and out. You can still fight, and you've at least swayed the economy a little bit.
But the only 2 rounds GG How have won are when Gamer Legion decide to run up ramp.
Hey,
at that point, it's pretty obvious. Next, like, all right, this hasn't worked twice, and why don't we just go back over to A again?
well, you know what the best part about Ancient is that there's 3 lanes. A, mid, B. You got a 33.3 repeating % chance that they go to that spot. So, I mean, you can at least get yourself like 4 rounds out of that.
I mean, the economy's dwindled down here for Gamer Legion for all it's worth. You know, the impact of those 5-7 rounds has at least started to show its value. But at this point, 4-round difference, and we're into the 9th round. We see some good damage traded out early on, but no real kills with a minute 20 left.
Zach's trying to go for a bit of a wall bang, not quite able to land on the mark. Sausalito wants to spray through the bricks, getting another kill fall. Only 1, but Synopsy there to back him up. Great aggression out. Great stance from GG How, but somehow it's actually put them, in terms of the health, at a disadvantage. Player advantage now found from Sausalito, though, not wanting to end with just 1 kill in the round. And both the 2 Ts completely find themselves trapped inside of the B main extremity. Another smoke goes down in front of Jaguar. Rez perfectly times a peek. Oh, and I think he has an idea that it's just an open lane to the A bomb site. Tausi can stay away for the rotates. Oh, this is brilliant from Gamer Legion. They know the presence that's at B.
Because Sausalito is normally the one on A and usually walk through, and it's a really good read from them. And I mean, that's kind of the downside of constantly walking through that A main area, is you definitely kind of give up what little potential advantage you have. And he lasts alive. 1-on-2. Yeah, I don't think he wants to go for it, and he's not really motivated for it, and I can't blame him.
No, I mean, you got to save the op. You're not going to have money to buy into the next round, or at least not going to have money to buy an effective buy around it.
Yeah. I mean, they can definitely shuffle something over, and I mean, buying around the op might not be the worst decision with the current scoreline. You have the money, at least maybe try and make it work, because if it's not going to work next round, then the op's most likely to
Doesn't matter,
drop.
they saved it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, is now they can, I think a full investment would be good. You getting what I'm saying?
Yeah, obviously.
I don't know, you give me that look, Donnie. It's concerning.
It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt for GG. But unfortunately, better minds on the side of Gamer Legion. Smoke out towards our red room. We'll block any aggression there in terms of this round. No one wants to push their way out. Decently sized nade. Rez still continues to push after it, though. Spots out a player. Tucks his tail, falls back. A lineup almost found for Snacks once more. Not quite on the mark. And the past few rounds, Gamer Legion, I mean, almost completely switching up the way they're thinking about this map. One more outside pressure. Molotov pushes Mini back. The T's continue to push. Op able to resculpt. Maybe good for 2. 1 already found. Nade. Good chunk damage. Rez pushed back by Molotov.
And maybe for the first time, this might actually be a good position from Sausalito, as now he's missed the timing.
Every single time.
Every time. And while his teammate has also evacuated the site, they've given up site control and favored more for a retake. because there's not too much else. They at least have a man advantage, so they can throw one extra body at it more than Gamer Legion can sacrifice. But if Saucinito was there, he probably could have at least gotten one, slowed it down, and his teammate would have maybe get in a good enough position to trade. And it just, again, Rez finds kill on Osamas. Maybe a little more, as Saucinito does eventually secure a kill on the way of Flamas.
Oh, that's a big kill.
Rez just can't be stopped. But Saucinito is still going to take a stab at it, and he's doing a damn good job at it, but does eventually get cut down by Towson. Mini lasts alive, but obviously not for long, and that is now 8 for Gamer Legion.
I don't mind the aggression in main, but if you're going to leave aggression all the way through main, pushed all the way to T-spawn, you at least need to have some sort of control from the mid potential push. You're having no one in mid, no one's able to spot if they're going in through Donut to the site, and your A player is just gone. And sure, you could play for the retake off of there, but respectively, you're not in the situation to play for a retake.
I feel like that has to be the conversation during this pause, right? Like, Saucinito, it's good that you're doing this, but like it has to be a little more coordinated.
I think it's more than just Saucinito, because Osamas was doing it before too. I think it's just kind of a philosophy difference that is working very negatively. Gamer Legion clearly has picked up on it.
Like there are two very different schools of thoughts here going on. GG How are playing for information, while Gamer Legion are playing for position. And obviously position has worked out at least 8 times thus far.
I'm sure plenty of homework was done into this matchup. But it's time to get into the 11th round. 2 more rounds in the half, 2 more chances for GJ How to try to make it a closer game. Flamus, that's the aggression we expect all the way into Red Room. Less than 20 seconds into the round. And already infiltrated. I mean, this is such a powerful position. I don't know how well this will be expected. The CTs are clearing back, though, so maybe known where Flamus is. All 3 push towards him. And noise is being made, shadows being seen, but still the T does not get the advantage. Bibu gets open and kill for his team. Towson immediately trades back. Synopsy has to go big here, but can't even fire a shot. Towson finds all 3, makes their way out to the bomb site once more. I mean, what can you do to stop this Gamer Legion team? What can you do? There's nothing.
They just want it more, I feel like, at this point.
They walk where they want. They shoot who they shoot. They cannot be stopped.
And again, it's not even necessarily individual performance, because Flamas and Snacks, who were doing extravagant in map 1, have now 7 and 10, 5 and 6, because again, they're not needed to necessarily be what they were on map 1. You got Hypex 11 and 6, Towson 11-4. The entries we just seen from him alone throw a 3-piece, and Rez, without having to do much this round, is still 11 and 4. And it is just GG How. I just don't think there's anything left in the tank for them. They're not giving me much hope.
I mean, at least they're going to live up to the first part of their name. GG How Gamer Legion.
Yeah, how is how you get knocked out.
GG, comma, How, question mark, Gamer Legion, period. That's the story of the game. I mean,
someone's going to put that on HLTV. They're going to take it.
Yeah, guys.
Too good not to.
I'm visionary.
A word crafter, a wordsmith of sorts.
Last round of the half. It is 9-2. It is Gamer Legion looking to find double digits within the first half of the second map. On the bright side for the CTs, at least a buy is able to be found. No op in play, but rifles all around. Good enough to do some work and good aggression in through mid, finding a very aggressive stance into Catwalk early on. Saucinito gets a dual Jaguar. I'm not sure what Osamas was looking at, but flicked up in time to at least get the kill. Player advantage is in the CT's hands. Honestly, control advantage. They're funneling Gamer Legion quite well up the B ramp. They know that this is the position they have to go to. Just a matter of how they can defend afterwards. Bibu loves this position. It's in the long angle of B and finds 2. Towson all by himself. Heroic plays previously, and maybe one more in store. Redirection allows him to find the first shot, but straight through the wall. A third round. GG How. Very similar scenes of the previous map, but at least you're able to get the last one on the board to have something to work with.
Where was
going
this change
into-
earlier, though? That's the thing. Why did we wait till the last round of the half? That aggression in mid, that pincer move up towards Cave and Jaguar. That's what I've been wanting this whole time. Something thrown at Gamer Legion that will stop them. And they chose the last round to do it. And I'm upset. I'm upset. There we go. I mean, there's some energy. There's still life in them.
You got to.
I just hope it doesn't end here as a 2-0.
Most important thing is the mindset. The game of brains more than a game of bronze. And the brains need to be showcased right now, whether that be through tactical prowess or making the other opponents spill theirs out onto the ground. CTs want to look for mid. Flamus, of course, it's going to be the one leading the way, the one with the aggression. 3 line up. Sausalito only able to find one. Hypex does trade back, but great information to be bestowed upon him. They know the A bomb site's going to be open for the working. Hypex, a good line. Prevent a further push. Snack's not able to hit through the smoke. Bomb gets planted. A chance for a retake. A chance for a 4-on-4 reset. Hypex can't hit his shots. Allows 2 players to get within the ruins of the bomb. Hypex and Flamus, the only 2 left. Make it just Flamus all by himself. No kit in his hands. He does have some armor, some HP. But it should be a piss around 1, the first for GG How of the series. And a bit of a rebuttal.
Yeah, maybe they're not dead in the water yet. I'm not gaining all the hope in the world, but... Oh! Uh-oh. Flawless.
This guy, even when he loses the round.
Yeah, it still makes it look good and clean. It's impressive. I am thoroughly pleased with Gamer Legion. From an individual perspective, from a collective whole, they're working like a fine-tuned machine, and they've been proving it. GG How maybe have a little bit of a lifeline here that they can capitalize on. They did, you know, have a pistol round the first, so now 1 out of 4. Not terrible, but not great. But there is rounds to be played, and there is still life left in the team.
Scout not able to hit a shot. Hypex has good information, though. It allows Flamus to aggress. Mini is able to rebuttal with one of his own, and so does Bibu. Now Rez is 5-7. Of course the pistol's able to get the kills. Why would it not be able to? Aggresses further with the M4. Low HP on him, though. Sausalito gets caught out. How was Rez single-handedly put Gamer Legion in the position to try to win this round? One more 5-7 kill ends it off. That's double digits found for Gamer Legion, and unfortunately, that's got to take the wins straight out of your cells.
That's what happens when we meet face-to-face with the best gun in the game, in the hands of some of the best players in the game as well. It's looking like that ship that had some flotation of success left in it. The bows are flooding. It's capsizing. But will it sink, Donnie? Will it Titanic itself?
Well, I mean, Gamer Legion's looking like one big iceberg, so...
They sure are. Croissant-shaped iceberg.
Good aggression from the CTs once more. Snack's trying to spray through the wall. Will get caught out from the back by Bibu. AK now secured for the T's. Something to work with. Something to at least put your faith in. That's more than just scattered pistols all around. Rez spots out Sausalito. Deagle able to land the shot. A 2-player advantage, although with a worse buy, making the impact be heard. It forces the CT to try to get aggressive elsewhere. Minis Tech 9, good for one more. Towson, you're really the last chance right now. You have to find something. The bomb is right in front of you. If you could spray down and find it, it'd be huge. M4 switched out. But Mini, able to slip through the smoke, able to make himself stay alive. The bomb going down there could have been terrible, but Hypex does bring it closer into an even situation once more. Mini making the right choice by going through T-spawn with the bomb. Not give yourself up to the player in mid, and such low HP on both of these remaining CTs. I think your Gamer Legion has to go for the save here. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to fall back right away. Very nicely done from GG How once more. you know, you just needed to get some pace in there. You needed to just get some early aggression, get that opening kill, and then you can work with it from there. Doesn't, you know, it doesn't hurt that all the pistols just happen to be hitting their shots as well, so.
Yeah, and the fact that realistically, if Gamer Legion flashed the bottom of that ramp, round's over. But instead, a little dry peek. So, rounds being traded. Some flotation back into the ship again. The Iceberg not yet on a complete destructive streak. They've slowed it down. They stemmed the bleeding and they've bought themselves some time. But how much time is really left on the board? A 5-round difference as Gamer Legion still with a double digits. They're at 10-5 for GG How.
Bit of a replay of the destruction of the pistols in that round. Credit to him. I mean, nice shots hit. It was very good timing to go for the peaks. Very good way to catch your opponent off guard. Maybe put a little bit of sweat on the brow of Gamer Legion, but nothing they're not used to. Plenty of weapons to work with within this round. 2 of the rifles saved over from the previous.
And Rez has a 5-7 again.
You know what? That's all he needs, man. Rez, a player, I feel like his name wasn't said much, but 15-7 in the game. Impact very important right now.
It does seem like it's potentially now Snack's time to get some reimbursement. Only 5-10, a quiet game, but again, not necessarily needed for himself. But he obviously wants to show he's still got all the fighting spirit he's got left at his age. As a simple smoke thwarts the effort of GG How. They've slowed down, a minute on the clock. No particular map control really going their favor, and the health has dwindled significantly, but Mini with almost a good timing on that boost.
I mean, the problem is you've taken so much damage through the spam to the wall, though. Bibu's on 10, Synopsy's on 17. You could try to go for the collective hit, which is what they're still setting up for towards the B bomb site, but it's a bit telegraphed at this point. And also, you're going in with 2 players that are a single bullet from the MP9 away from going down. Snacks is exactly what he has. Backed up by Towson. M4 able to spray down 2. Snacks right there with the MP9. A very good defense, and this makes it light work for Flamus. Of course, he's going to be able to find a kill for himself. Sausalito has the bomb, starts to plant it behind the pillar, tries to bait out any sort of aggression, but nothing comes. He needs to get it planted. He needs to do it now. Spray onto Hypex, but the time's run out. The time's run out. All you got to do is hide. Don't give up your life, Rez. Run away. Try to spam through the wall. Take the gun away if you can, but it doesn't matter. It's 5-11. It's time for Gamer Legion. It's penultimate series point. You see the grand lights of playoffs ahead of you. You know what's at stake. All you need to do is just close it out.
I mean, I'm going to say it's great that Sausalito has put up some really solid numbers here. 17 and 12. Actually, top in the server in kills. But it doesn't really amount to much when it comes to round wins, as nice exchange of bullets down towards mid. Rez tagged up, and again, Sausalito tagging on for his 18th, but does get cut down by Hypex in the M4. Bomb being planted, and again, the aggression is just turned out to be a better pace for them.
That was a really good read to go straight for the A bomb site. Expect the mid aggression early on from multiple players. You figure A bomb site either has 1 or none on it. That's exactly what happened. So, great read and great positioning allows GG How to, once again, get another T round on their side. I will say, definitely a far more comfortable GG How we're seeing on Ancient.
Yeah, I said they'd get 6. Just going to throw that out there.
Wow, it's really loud.
Yeah. I thought that was coming over the loudspeakers. But a little more smiles on that T side as GG How rack up a 6th one.
5-round difference.
Yeah, it is. And there's some confidence we're seeing now. A little bolstering of the pride, at the very least.
Still anyone's game, very realistic. Very low buyout for Gamer Legion once more. Towson gets aggressive. Towson's raised down one, and Osama's... Oh, that's a second team kill this series for him. Unfortunate way to bite the dust, and I mean, this puts Gamer Legion in a position to actually make good work with the lesser weapon. Sausalito, storyline of him putting everything he has into this series doesn't stop. 19 kills. One more found in this round, and Mini taps away Hypex with his AK. 5-7 versus AK. The expected result does come out of it, so now it is just snacks. Although some heroics early in the round, Gamer Legion still seem like they're gonna go down. Nade not gonna hit the mark. 5-7, at least a bullet does. The smoke goes down. Tease won't follow after it. It's scavenger rifle here. That'd be pretty good for him, but doesn't seem like that's...
Got a rifle down in Donut, right outside, obviously.
Yeah, but he's also has Mini right there, holding the line. Smoke fades, not able to get the kill. 7 rounds. Closer and closer we are to seeing the comeback be realized.
I'm gaining some faith, but that faith is solely reliant on if Sausalito can get kills. And Osama, sadly, got the trade kill, but also took down a teammate with it. So that's going to hurt a little financially.
That doesn't matter. You got the round, though.
Yeah, that's what really matters at the end of it. And we're seeing Gamer Legion now run into that financial wall of problems, and it is going to be a 5-man B stack that GG How may just actually walk into.
A really good nade early on. Over 100 points collectively through 2 players. Another nade found, 2 kills both ways. A good start, but it should be cleaned up quite quickly. A dink does go on to Snopsy, but ACTs are getting circulated, getting caught out. Sausalito taps away at one, sprays another one. A quick round, a quick ending, and 1 round closer to a tied scoreline, 8-11.
You know, there is something I've come to notice, at least on this map. I wasn't too aware of it, I think, on map 1, but Sausalito, I feel like no matter what side he's on, he's a lurk. He was lurking through A main every round on the CT side, and now T, he's left to his own devices, which has panned out well on the second half. I think this is where we're seeing him thrive in that position, and he can really capitalize on his ability to just be sneaky and move around the map and go undetected and find his way through this Gamer Legion defense.
Base taker. Maybe drop in a bit more weaponry than you would like against pistols, but nonetheless, I mean, your back's against the wall. All that matters is you're not losing the round. Any way you can win it is worth winning it. And again, an opless Gamer Legion. Be called to the stands. Mini in battle with the scoped rifle of his choice. Exactly what he tries to do early on. Hypex not going to give up his body, and Sausalito. Great timing out through mid. While that's going on, the B bomb site starts to get flooded. Hypex needs to spray. Find one more if you can. That's 2. That might be just enough. Still 2 teammates on the site. And a spray through the wall. Flamus doubles up. Sausalito all the way in mid. He's by himself. A lone wolf can try to make an attempt at this. Gonna have to try to segregate these fights. He should have definitely just been heard by Flamus, though, who now picks up the op, strikes down, and that is series point in favor of Gamer Legion.
It was a nice stretch of rounds from GG How, but eventually mighty Gamer Legion hammer has come down and struck in at least a guaranteed overtime, which GG How can have pretty decent access to. There's not too many rounds of difference. 4 rounds is all they need, but it is a big ask against a big team like this that, you know, looked a little vulnerable here in the second half. It seems like, well, GG How might just prefer this T side. They like to just kind of have the ability to roam free. They don't want to be bound down by site control.
Final timeout. No better time to take it than now. You want to look at a bright side. Still stuff to work with. You've made this map far closer than you made the first. You have the op on Mini. Thomas doesn't have a rifle with him. But a Tech 9 might be able to do enough damage. Mid-aggression instead is met with a boost this time. Sausanito won't be able to spot anyone out. Trying to see if the catwalk aggression comes. Snacks might be able to walk into this. A perfectly timed flash allows him to get his information and leave.
Well, it seems like that lax mid-control of Gamer Legion might come back to bite them as they clamp down. As Towson, he finds the quick trade on Snopsy. Back to a 4-on-4. Things still fairly quiet in mid, but not for much longer. Flamas and Rez lurking on the other end of this smoke, looking to pounce on these T's walking their way up mid, and it might just come to that. HypeX, he's scoped in, he's ready for this exact play. If he can find one, his teammate should be able to swoop in and find the other. Rez from behind finds it. It's down to Bibu, and just Bibu apparently now.
Well, it could be a storybook finish. Bibu's able to pull off this clutch. 1v4, everything to gain, nothing to lose. Spots out at least a shoulder from the player in donut. Flashes in, tries to peek. Completely smoked off from all angles, but the timing is not going to work in his favor. He's got 3 CTs staring straight at him. They know where he is. A nade hits him right in the side of the head, and that is going to be how it finishes. Gamer Legion, a 13-8 victory, allow themselves to stamp themselves into the round of 16. The first team officially qualified for playoffs. Congratulations to Gamer Legion.
Congratulations to Gamer Legion indeed, and well-deserved as well, right?
Yes.
They put their signature all over those 2 maps. Yes, Gigi Hao got to play towards the end of Ancient. They at least gave themselves a fair shake of that one, but let's be real, I don't think we were ever in doubt about who was taking the dub.
No, I mean, Gigi Hao was able to just get some good rounds early on in the second half. They were able to get a pistol round for the first time in the series, set them up for a good beginning to the second half. But once the guns came out to play, I mean, Gamer Legion still wasn't taking their foot off the pedal. They were still going to give it everything they had, and that's what happened.
It certainly was. All-in, what did you see?
I saw Sausanito have a hell of a performance, honestly, for the lack of, general overall victory. And honestly, that was their chance right there to get to map 3. Would they have won map 3? Who knows at this point, but it was not for lack of trying from him, at least.
Certainly true. Certainly true. Well done for Sausanito, perhaps, but he will have to try and make a go of it in the lower bracket. For Gamer Legion, I mean, it's kind of the storyline that we set up early on, right? The first question was, can you stop that mid take? They could kill Flamas. They did that successfully. Problem was the guy who came in behind Flamas, HypeX most of the time, really had a great time trading. And this is kind of what we were talking about is, yes, everything's easy when your entry just kills everybody, but that's not traditionally what you're expecting an entry to actually do. This was, I think, a map where we saw more of the successfully making space for your teammate to come in and then trade, open up the gap, the rest of the team floods through. That's the way it's going to work more often than not, and I think Gamer Legion showed they're very capable of doing that.
Yeah, maybe a more properly formulated Gamer Legion in terms of how the team plays. Flamus doesn't need to just control the game every single time they're on the server. They can function as the properly units pieces of the team, and I mean, honestly, you know who else had a great game? Rez. It was really good to see, especially in that first half. Like, it's really good to see the veteran power of Rez and Snack still be able to put up high numbers, still be able to be such a leader within the team. And I think Gamer Legion, they definitely deserve this. It's really nice to see them make it to playoffs.
I mean, I gotta echo that same sentiment. It was great to see Snacks come into a form, at least in the first half. We saw him not necessarily have to have the kills on like he did in map 1, but just have the knowledge of, okay, Gigi Hao, the 2-3 rounds they had on us was because we decided to go B. Let's just go back to A. A has worked every other time. And he said before, he's not afraid to do it 8-9 times in a row, and that's kind of what they did. They saw no success on that B site, so they just flipped it around and went back to what worked.
And how about the madness to start half 2, right? We had trades, force buys going back and forth, pistols, killing, and just absolute mayhem. Maybe that would have lended itself to Gigi Hao if they could have stuck the landing, but ultimately it wasn't quite enough. A little too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least good to see the foot forward. You know, if GG How was just going to kneel down and die, I feel like that would put a lot more worry about them going into the lower bracket now. But at least we know they can still put up a fight. Dust 2 is hopefully something they can just wipe off the board, kind of rinse and forget it even happened, look it back once or twice. But it's not going to be something that is necessarily repeated every time, at least hopefully from the showing on Ancient.
GG, how have a date with the winner of M80 and Aurora. Ooh. So that's going to be interesting as well. You're either going to have an Aurora team that we are very excited to see what they do down the stretch with their new international project, or you're going to have an M80 team that almost took G2 to overtime and that would have triumphed over Aurora in that situation. So what do we think about that?
Can I just be a atypical NA fan, just like M80?
Get in there.
Make me happy, please. Please, please, just do something, America. Just
Is that atypical? It sounds like a typical NA fan.
Yeah, you're right. No, yeah, I'm coping hard,
yeah,
and I hope I'm right.
What would be more NA than M80 actually beating Aurora and then going up against GG How and then losing it in the lower bracket finals?
That is NA coded.
I mean, dude, that Aurora lineup that would be coming in to face them if they beat M80 is a scary prospect. I mean, It's going to be a switch in team culture. I'm pretty sure a complete shift in language as well for the players, at least in the current iteration of the team. But on paper, I think there's no way that Aurora lineup isn't at least lateral with how they were and then have a higher ceiling now, in my eyes. And I think that they're going to be a very scary team. You look like you don't agree.
No, I think it's an interesting idea. I think there will probably be a bit of a step back in the short term as those language and communication issues get sorted out. There's a lot to shift around within that team, but I like your vision of a higher ceiling. That's definitely what they're chasing. That's definitely what they're pursuing there. But to our ceiling here being constantly raised by this man, we were spotlighting him in the first map. Why not in the second as well? Here's the thing, right? The opening death conversions, I think, is the very interesting number there. This is what we were talking about earlier. You're not always just going to walk out and kill 3, right? That's not sustainable. That's not how Counter-Strike always goes. But what Gamer Legion did a brilliant job of doing here is making his deaths count. The space that he took in towards mid, the trade ability there, really nicely played overall from Gamer Legion. That speaks more towards the broader picture to the team play element here, All In.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you brought him in for, to make that space, to make his deaths count, and they counted in spades. 17 and 17, pretty much across the board. I've gotten one every time I've died, and that's as good as you can kind of ask out of him. And then the rest of the team just has to do what they were doing and continue forth. It got a little rocky there towards that second half, but it closed out just fine at the end.
That it did. And we did see more from Hypex as well. We haven't really mentioned him yet when we were talking here. Hypex had a really nice map. Didn't have to do as much over towards the Dust 2. Not that he was doing anything wrong. Was just sort of, you know, fourth player in, and then the first 3 were killing everybody. But Hypex had himself a very nice series in general, 30 and 15 across the 2. Nice bit of round swing in as well. So good work from the Opera. He's somebody I really have my eye on in this team. Impressed the hell out of me with a couple of those late season events last season, right? I think really blossomed from being a guy who was like, yeah, he's a prospect, he's something, to being like, we got to pay attention. This could be a potential star in the making, and I think he's continuing to shine.
Yeah, and you know what? Another potential star in the making, Towson. Look at that score line. I mean, Towson, could you ask for, in this situation, a better player to follow up? Flamus going straight out. He's so good at getting those trade kills. KD 30.
Was this was Towson the entire time? I just didn't even look at the name or the face. Beautiful. All right. Yep. Nope. Towson had a great series.
No, but I mean, genuinely, like, Towson did phenomenal in his role within the team of just being there to make sure that the entry player is backed up. You don't need to worry about necessarily what the entry player is doing, because you're getting put in the great position that you could get 1 or 2 off of every time that Flamus is taking space. It was really well overall from Gamer Legion.
It was. Complete picture. I don't think we have any flaws with them. Let's talk about GG How for a little bit. GG How, Sausalito, we said, did a nice job. Where was the team that beat Spirit, though?
Not there. I mean, I think a lot of that first half really involved the fact that Sausalito, again, me and Donnie discussed this during the game, is there's 2 school of thoughts there. GG How were playing for information with Sausalito constantly pushing, while Gamer Legion were playing for map control, and obviously it just tended to pan out a whole lot better for Gamer Legion that first half.
Did indeed. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. These gentlemen are going to go hit the town for an evening, and we're going to come back with a little matchup between G2 and Big. We'll be right back after this.
At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible.
This means you're getting the real coverage.
I think that was
with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
They're just
Absolutely.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
What is this?
I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
They
All right.
the bed.
They're absolutely the bed. I don't understand how this keeps getting allowed to take control of the space and nothing is done about it.
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We do the thinking, okay?
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got the game, and
You know what? We're actually just gonna be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent. Whenever I see the Key Crusher on stage, I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
Yeah, baby, all the way! Oh, hell yeah!
That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means. Now let's crush this watermelon. That's how esports should be done. So this nerd. Yeah. For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans. Ah! Ah! Can of cola. Esports! What time is it? Time to go.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
きしようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
You go out first. I'll flash, and then we push. Got it? Roger that. Flashing. I've been flashed. Oh, crap.
Welcome back to Counter-Strike at the Esports World Cup here on the B stream. I'm still Darth Mike, but these two gentlemen next to me are no longer Buckethead and All In. They are very different faces now. We got Moses, we got Denko. How was your morning?
I don't know. I'm still Darth Mike is a wild sentence to open up with.
You know, I thought it would have changed
me.
you over the last couple of days, Mike. This Counter-Strike that we've been watching, I thought it was going to change you into a completely different version of yourself. Maybe at the end of the week.
Look, maybe if GG How can pull off some more upsets, I'll just fully transform.
Yeah.
The beast will overtake me. I don't know who I'll be by the end of it. We're all on a journey. The unexamined life is not worth living, so we'll just keep examining not my life. Counter-Strike mostly.
Cool. I like that. Yeah, lives of players. Yeah.
Mike, all right, I'll take it. I'll take it. We got G2. We got Big. That's what's happening here. You look like you had something on your mind, but apparently it was just the spinning wheel, loading wheel.
Just going.
That happens. G2 Big. I think both these teams have something to prove here. G2 making their debut here at the Esports World Cup with Wrinkle in tow. Wound up being phenomenal for them. Wrinkle had the highest rating for an AWP debut in, I think, G2 CS's history.
I think we were worried about Wrinkle coming into this team in terms of it being a lateral move with some bias, and I think the other side of it was, okay, you got Wrinkle, who's made a lot of mistakes in that IP, looked like he was always out of a lot of positions, but hit some unbelievable shots, and we wondered, would he be able to be put in the right positions, right spots, and be coached by someone like Saul, and with Hunter as the in-game leader. So it's good to see that Wrinkle did show a good performance. It's just a question of consistency now. Can he do it game in, game out?
Yeah, it's cool. It's one game. I mean, it's a really nice accomplishment for him, and we'll just see what it moves on to moving forward. Because I think this team still, like this G2 team, I feel like has really good players in all these different roles, and I think they're still looking for that one player who can like break out of the textbook and be like kind of a superstar in said role. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to be Wrinkle, but I think they certainly got the sense that it wasn't going to be Sunpius because he wasn't playing poorly.
I think he hit the ceiling.
Yeah, I think they just said we can't. There's not much more improvement we can have with Sunpius, so we want to try this. We want to see if there's a different level Wrinkle can bring us through on the back of his own individual development, and that's just going to be a test of time.
I think one of the interesting threads with this edition is that you can track so many things with the way that this roster's come together back to that ENCE team that had Saw on it. And bear with me, there's a little connective tissue here, which is that Snappy was IGLing Wrinkle over in that NIP team. So maybe there's a little bit of extra knowledge there for Saul, or maybe there's a little bit of Saul looking at this and going, well, I know the way Snappy likes to use an AWP, and I don't know that would be best for Wrinkle. I think I can fix him.
Yeah, I think so. I think a perspective like that is more like a cherry on top. I think you're still just going to kind of look at the player in isolation and just say, he has some qualities that I want to bring in and see if I can emphasize and see if I can build into. And yeah, maybe the Snappy angle is like, cool. But I know now that I've worked with this IGL who's got some things out of it.
I think if you want to take that angle, there's a more interesting route to go down. I think it's the fact that Nerds was on that ENCE team when he was a star, right? He was such a great rookie player in that roster, played so well under Saw and Snappy.
Not going well since the rookie year, though.
Yeah, has not been good in CS2, unfortunately. Had a little stint, going before he went to Liquid, and then after that, it's not been great. And even in G2, we're like, oh, maybe this is where he finally returns to some form. Unfortunately, Nerds has been very underwhelming.
But we'll always have that ancient game in Dallas.
Yes,
sure. Well, I think he's the player that this team points at and is like, we want you to be that X factor to bring us up to that next level, and obviously not that performance of his rookie year not manifesting over the past year and a half, 2 years since he joined Team Liquid. I think is one of the things that has kept this team kind of where they are. I feel like G2 should be. I think they're a really good team. I haven't seen yet that they have that quality to like break through and actually lift a trophy. I mean, like beat the teams like Vitality and your Falcons and your Spirits. with consistently. I haven't seen them turn that corner yet.
They have a great coach. They have a new in-game leader who's growing into the role.
They have the most interesting prospect, the strongest prospect in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just whether or not Wrinkle can be consistent with the performances we've seen yesterday. If that can happen, then yeah, we really start talking about this as a very exciting team.
Talking about a team that's on the rise, I mean, Big's fortunes have changed so rapidly over the last 3 months. The conversation around them, you know, from the brink of getting 13-0'd at a major to suddenly doing about the opposite of that, making a run there in Cologne, making it look very good indeed, and inspiring a lot of faith in an organization that we just haven't considered too much in the last few years of Counter-Strike.
It's because we're just on we're on the same track with Big that we've been on for the past 4 or 5 years, which is they've put together a myriad of different lineups that have some interesting pieces and interesting players, and you see them do some cool things, and they have some decent runs that, you know, shows they're getting to the top of tier 2 and knocking on the door of breaking into the top echelon of Counter-Strike, and it doesn't get accomplished, and they kind of take a step back, and it fades away. Another roster change comes in, you have that little punch above your weight, and then it kind of fades away again. So we're kind of in that punch above your weight mode right now for Big, and we have to see if this is going to be the one that they can actually continue with.
I think Big's Cologne run was actually disappointing. Like, they had a chance to beat Bait and move into the playoffs to play.
2-2 game in stage 2.
In stage 3 and play in front of the German crowd that was there, a small crowd, and they didn't make it. They didn't beat Bait. That's the team you have to take down. And so for Big, I think the good thing about this season and why things feel a little bit more positive about them is they started early, right? They went out to China during the player break. They played that tournament in Guangzhou. They lost to Paravision. They got put out of the tournament, but this run that they've been on throughout the qualifier has got them in good form coming into this event, whereas some other teams are coming in a little bit slow after the break. Big have had so many best of 3s already under their belt. They're in full swing. They never really took a break. So yeah, I think that's the positive sign going for Big right now. I think as the season goes on, they're going to fall off the face of the earth again, but I think they've got a couple of weeks here where they can do something.
Let's enjoy this moment.
The humorism emerges early. Well, I want to keep it going a little positive, so I don't want to listen to you guys. Let's listen to Tapson instead.
We got Big ready to take to the booths, and I have Tapson here for a few words ahead of it. Before we talk about the prospect of G2 today, I want to reflect upon the Aurora game yesterday. It looked like another masterclass on Cash for you guys. Tell me about that map from your perspective.
Yeah, it was a tense game. We felt very comfortable on Cash. We really like Cash, and we had also very good experience on this tournament so far on Cash, also in the last chance qualifier. So we feel really confident on Cash. We have also played them on the practice, which actually went their way on the practice game, but as I said before, like when we go into the vetoes and we let Cash open and they let Cash open, I was like, wow, okay, so it's definitely break-even ground. We are here to fight, you know, and unfortunately it went our way.
And it looked great for you guys, right? I do just want to pose the question to you. It might be a tricky one, but you obviously played Cash back in the day. We're talking 2016 to what, 2018, 2019. How does it play differently in CS2 from your perspective?
I think in the very beginning it was like very plain, not very many moves. People needed to try to find their own identity. People, of course, tried to remember how it was to be played back then. But recently, I think it was coming back to like the old style. People taking mid control with the boost smoke, insta smokes here and there. It's getting a bit funky with the insta smokes because it wasn't a thing back in the days. But right now, I think like I have a really huge memories of like how to approach the game or the map itself. You know, like if they take mid control, you push the sides to gain more control. Then you have A main control. You know, they can split from highway and door. So it feels like back in the days, to be honest, like right now, and I really like the map. I love the map. You have so many opportunities to make moves, to play your position really well, to gain information, and yeah, it feels really nice to play this map in general.
That's really interesting with your team dynamic as well, because obviously we've got yourself, a bit more of a veteran, and I guess like quote unquote newer players in the grand scheme of things. Is it a bit of a mesh of you bringing some of those old moves and then the new guys bringing some new things? Like, tell me about that kind of mix of approach.
Yeah, in the very beginning it was like Griggs haven't even played this map. He didn't even know the map existed back in the day, so for him it was like, yeah, if you have anything on the map, let me know, because I don't know anything, right? And he was like grinding demos recently, so he feels more and more comfortable on this map. But as for this right now, it's like he's more of a supporter, you know. He's like, I will do whatever it takes to make this map comfortable for us. And for us, it's like Blame also used to play this map, JDC used to play this map. For us, it's like very common feeling on the map. So we know exactly how we need to move around, how to approach certain things in certain fights. So we definitely like this map, and it's definitely some old school vibe in it. But Grix is here, like the newer gun, he says like, hey, I need to have this because like I didn't see it before, you know, I need to play this, I need to feel how it feels. So it's a good mix-up.
That's really funny. Not to make this interview just about Cash, but what's your kind of perspective on CT versus T-sided? What percentage are we saying at the moment? Because it's been a bit of a discussion.
I think in the very beginning it was huge CT-sided, but recently I would say it's like still CT-sided, but T's can definitely get a lot of rounds. Like if you maintain mid-control and you know exactly how the enemies will maybe approach after that, you can punish certain things, you can get them, like catch them off guard, and I think like it's like 60-40 CD, I would say.
Okay, a little bit more balance then. We're getting there. Final question. G2, we were just chatting about it. Played them in the Cologne Major. Unfortunately, lost out to them. What were the takeaways? What were the learnings from that experience?
I think Nerds had a live game back in the days for sure. Hopefully he doesn't have it today, but we are also more experienced than we were before. We are looking forward to just play the good teams as well, like we did yesterday against Aurora. We're just playing our game and hopefully it will be good enough, and I'm pretty sure that we can put up a fight. This time much better than in Cologne. The pressure is definitely different. We are playing here to just show ourselves that we are on the radar, that people need to be aware that we are coming back, you know, and I'm looking forward to just play against G2. They have everything to lose and we are here to win.
Love that attitude. And you guys have been grinding a hell of a lot. Let's see if it can continue here in Paris.
They have everything to lose. Everything to lose.
That was a fire line to leave on, wasn't it?
That's kind of a banger.
Yeah, he sort of nailed it.
A lot of Cash conversation, and I was looking back at it. G2 did leave Cash open until the final veto in that M80 game, so we might be getting a Cash here in the veto.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. G2 hasn't played it yet, but I think it's a map that a lot of teams are going to be wanting to add in, especially with the new map coming in. But it seems with some of the talent and skill that G2 have, yeah, I think this is a map you're going to want to add into your pool. I don't see a whole lot of teams that are going to hate Cash. Like, no. I can't see this map being too many teams permaban.
It isn't funny, like, hearing the fact that the young players in the team have never played it. They don't have moves on it, don't have ideas on it.
The last time, I looked this up just during that interview, the last time G2 as an organization played Cash was April 14th, 2019. This was the lineup. It was Shox, Amanek, Kenny S, Lucky, and Jax.
That was a fun team to watch on Cash as well.
That was a fun team.
Yeah, it's just a long time ago. That's a very long time ago. Now, Big on the other side, Tapson kind of touched on it. They've sort of started really making Cash a map they want to go to, which is very nice for them. So, yeah, with all the Cash in that interview, you imagine it's going to be a pick here. They have 3 wins on it over Aurora, over Sashi, over Paravision. So at the moment, they're feeling good. And for G2, this is live testing what you've practiced on the map.
I think it's interesting as what we got to see from that game yesterday. Legacy just made NIP look foolish on this map because they were so much more prepared. And I think that's going to be something we're going to be interested to see because you know Big are a team that like to prepare heavily for their map picks. They're going to have a lot of ideas, a lot of setups. I think they're going to have a really strong CT side, and that is going to be a big worry.
It's going to be great if we get through this whole conversation and then we don't get Cash, because now it's time for the veto. I'm praying at this point. Otherwise, we've set up a whole lot of nothing.
I'm looking at my monitor in game, and it's on Cash.
There's Cash. There we go. What a surprise. What a shocker. And Gigi How picked it somehow, which is impressive that they managed to do that, sticking around, lingering presence in the game.
In Game Illusion too.
But that's an interesting one. Big picking into it. They beat Aurora on it. We have to imagine this is going to be a strong test for G2's Cash early.
Yeah, what did Tapson said they actually beat them in practice, though?
They did, yes.
Said,
well, I think that was Aurora.
Aurora?
Yeah, Aurora beat them in practice, then they beat them the official.
Okay, well, I think with G2, it's interesting. This is a very weird scenario where you are coming into a map you haven't played yet, and all you've done is basically practice. And once you get into the live match environment, yeah, everything is a little bit different. Some things work, some things don't work. So we're just going to get a chance to see philosophically where G2 is approaching this map, how Saw wants to approach this map. And I mean, we get to assess it as it just goes on.
Yeah, I will heavily side with Big coming in just because I got to see what it looks like when a team is heavily prepared on it.
Yeah, all right.
That one.
Yeah, they've got it in official games as well so far, so I feel good about their Cash. The rest of the series, though, I think it goes to G2 quite comfortably.
Yeah, I would put G2 as the favorite in the series for sure. But I mean, this is not a team that is like immune to upsets whatsoever. And like you said too, I'm with you. I think the Cologne performance from Big was a disappointment at the end of the day. I wanted to see them at least make it to stage 3 with how they were playing, kind of coming into it. So I think this Big team has a little bit more in the tank that we haven't seen quite yet. So I'm expecting a competitive game, but I'm actually still going to take G2 to beat Cash.
It's still the conversation we were having about Big a little bit at the end of that last season, which is that they've started to get some wins, they've started to get some momentum, they've been making their way through.
For 5 years, yes, yeah.
But when do they beat this top shelf team?
Yeah.
G2's a chance to take a scalp. in a big way, and starting out of the cash might give them that comfort with the new Opper, with the new Wrinkle in. Maybe that gives an opportunity.
And just to drive home that point of this G2 team not being like immune to upsets is they just were at Blast Bounty to start their second season of the year, and they lost over to that new lineup of Liquid. So, I mean, they've just kind of faced off against something where they've come in and not really knowing what to expect on the other side. Now you're coming into a new map where, yeah, you probably practice against this team on it, but at the other side, you don't really know what they're going to bust out in this official. So, yeah, this is sneakily a little bit of a trap game, certainly a trap map for G2, but I think seeing Big and how they played in these 3 wins, you had to have expected this coming in, and that's where I think Saw can temper some of the experience on the map by saying, I can have a really good game plan because I've got 3 good wins from this team to research. I know they're going to want to come to this map. It's right there. It's the obvious choice, and now we get to prepare the team for what's coming.
And a reminder of the stakes on the line. Winner of this makes their way into the playoffs, into the round of 16. They earn their spot. It's a lot on the line. And so I will leave you gentlemen to take it away.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. See you later, Mike. I think one of the points as well from the interview with tabseN was the fact that saying that G2 have the pressure on them. If you're playing for G2, you have pressure and expectations on you at every event you go to. So I think that's not going to be such a factor for them. I mean, you're obviously going to put that pressure on yourself as a player playing under G2. You know that's expected of you.
I mean, there's no pressure in this match outside of the typical pressure of wanting to win.
Exactly.
Again, right? There's nothing additional here. So
I think
yeah,
that's just psyching yourself up.
Yeah, it's a cool line for tabseN, but it is very much like not actually applicable inside the server. Either way, we're going to find it all out right now. What kind of level Big is going to bring to the table on this home map that they've started to develop. Cash, 3 straight wins on it. Now testing themselves up against G2 here at the Esports World Cup. G2, it's their first game on this new version of Cash as it's re-entered the pool, and we're live into the pistol.
Yes, and the winner, as Mike was saying, goes into the round of 16 playoffs. Underway, Hunt through to play in middle. Flash is coming over and going to force him away from the Sugar Cube. We'll have JDC moving up towards the vents. Long range fight for Heavy God. He's under a lot of pressure here, having to backtrack towards Headshot. So many targets about to arrive on his screen, but Heavy God handles the first, goes back in for a second on deploy map, who's inside of the checkers. Grix coming up next, and Heavy God forced into the open because of the utility. Hunter's still here. He's made the rotation into the smoke. No, it's not too far away from him to try and play alongside of him from within the site.
I don't think he's going to want to wait for the fade either. He was waiting to get some contact from his teammate Nertz and play off that contact, but when it doesn't come, Big starts backing away. So happy with the amount of pressure they applied to the B bomb site without actually committing, and now spreading around the map and making this G2 defense work for the information.
Yeah, pressure's going to come on to Wrinkle here on this A site. He's the solo player. It's a tough angle as well. He's got the dual Berettas out, goes for the early fight, separates him into 1v1s and does well to get the one. Couldn't quite get the second, but he's got the early warning. Mattis tries to come over, can't do anything about it, and Grix is just rattling off shots with his Glock. tabseN's come into play with him, and it's just Nertz at 1v3. Now, tabseN said the last time they played, Nertz had a life game, and he's hoping that it doesn't happen again today. We'll see if Nertz can start things with a bang. A 1v3 would be special, but no kit on his back. They know exactly where he's coming from.
Yeah, he's going to have to find this really, really quick as well. Moving in now. Favin behind the forklifts. In front of the bomb site, spotted from main, and that's going to trigger all the peaks. tabseN takes the final kill. Lovely round from Big, encountering that resistance at the B bomb site, not trying to break through the brick wall and finding a new avenue of attack. As they're adjusting around the map, the player for G2 who can get the most intel is Mattis, but he'd been gushed earlier on in the round, so he never wants to peek middle. If he ever takes like a jiggle and gets that information, they can maybe set something up, but because of the HP, he's held back, and Big gets started on the right foot. Good pistol rounds.
We were talking about the Saw factor and preparing for this game against Big, and one of the things that is a weakness or maybe can work as a disadvantage when you're one of the only teams playing Cash is that people are going to look at your VOD. You have material to look at, review, or is G2 have nothing for Big to look at. So I would be interested to see how deep Big's playbook on this map goes. Like if G2 counter something, if they counter their game plan, like how can they find the solutions? Is there any depth to this Big squad?
Oh, yeah, you'd imagine there would be with some of the runs they've had, and if you're picking it and you're starting to make it a home map for you, you've got a ton of confidence in what you prepared. So yeah, it's that, and it's how long is that going to last? As you mentioned, with Cash being new in the pool and everyone wanting to pick it up, going to be a lot of people looking around, and what you have that's working now can fade away and disappear and be kind of useless just a week or two away, just an event or two off. Tech pause here after the pistol, so we're gonna let the stage get that fixed up. The admin's at work, and then we'll get back into the action.
Yeah, good to get them out early. So the later stages of the game. This is the second game on the B stream today. The first one was rather one-sided with Gamer Legion taking the win.
Yeah, it's a classic, right? The GG How upset over Spirit yesterday to show up and get kind of blown out by Gamer Legion today, and you're kind of like, oh man, what was it all for?
Yeah, it was. It's confusing. I mean, we're not seeing Spirit play that well either in their other series, so
no, they
they're
look
coming in
shaky.
very slow.
I had that same thought watching them struggle against Luminosity earlier. I was like, we casted Luminosity yesterday.
They did not look good.
They didn't impress at all. This is weird.
Yeah, very weird indeed. The other game here on the B stream after this one will be Legacy versus FaZe. I actually think that's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, it might be the game of the day, to be quite frank with you. That one's absolutely fire. Going to be action-packed. Over on the A stream, Aurora M80, and then Falcons Astralis to end things over on the A stream here at the Esports World Cup. So plenty of Counter-Strike left today, plenty of Counter-Strike left throughout the event. Tech issues are resolved, and we are back live into the action. Round 2. That's a full investment for G2 after the pistol round loss. 5-7s, Deagle, and MP9s.
Yeah, not too bad at all. It can definitely be a deadly round here for G2. Going to start with 3 players in middle. We'll have Mattis, whose role is just look out the highway back into the A site to spot any contact, any utility being thrown in. I think yesterday I got to see Cash sort of play in a very similar way to how it was played back in the day, Jason. I feel like we're seeing a lot of the same moves, maybe a little bit more wall bangs coming through.
Well, you kind of brought up the Legacy kind of beating up on NIP yesterday on Cash. I mean, I think stylistically this is a map that's going to be very good for... Oh my god.
Well, that's nice. It's a good start.
That's a really nice start. And Big has been a very slow opening, so they don't really have a whole lot of ground elsewhere. Good find on the aggressive reverse boost.
Yeah, Hunter pulling the timing on that boost pretty early.
I'll get back to that point about Legacy really quick, just because of how aggressive they are. And it'll be fun to watch these two teams and how aggressively they take bomb sites, because Legacy was pushing players through smokes, through their own execute to attack the rotation at these bomb sites. I don't think we're going to see that same style out of Big. They're going to be more head-on confrontational with the defense.
Okay, Wrinkle is showing up with the Deagle. Second shot is good against JDC. 2v3, 34 seconds left on the clock. That bomb is going to be planted right now. Mattis coming through A main. They're trying to keep attention, keep eyes drawn towards him. It's worked out very well. Now Mattis can make his move. Pressure on Grix here towards the forklift. His teammate's been spotted. Grix in a tough angle, having to fight on 2 fronts. He can't do it, so Tabson's left alone. 1v3, he's toppled over as well. A massive round here from G2. Starts with a Deagle shots out of Wrinkle, finished off by a 3K from Nerds, and that is a devastating blow early for Big.
Yeah, those are some nasty shots from Wrinkle to set them up for that kind of a win, but the real pain is Favin. I think in the 3-on-3, that's still very recoverable for Big. Favin getting caught out in the open. Once you lose that player, it's just one less resource you have to watch a choke point. So it puts the player in forklift at an impossible scenario, and then it all collapses from there. Really nice retake off the back of Wrinkle's Deagle.
AK-47 coming out for Blame F. Deagle's on the rest. So Big's turn to try and win with some weaker weapons here. That is a creepy doll, Jason, I gotta say. That was that was spooky.
Oh, okay, Wrinkle, you can nail the Deagles. The op one is a little bit wide. Heavy God gonna play close up to keep some space, but he's isolated. If a smoke comes in, he's got no support.
Heavy God in checkers. Wrinkle out to a CT spawn to try and help him. Big show some early presence towards B with that smoke. That lurk smoke just trickling on out, but starting to filter away from it back over towards A main. Nice and slow for Big. A lot of low buy rounds in the old versions of Cash would involve some squeaky play on the A site, feeling like you can. That's the closest area you can get towards the A site and pounce out.
The quickest turn in to get the bomb planted, right? Maybe takes the least resources as well. So Big just being quiet on the map, trying to pull some attention away. It's not really going to work. Those smokes over towards the B bomb site don't make anyone move. So Mattis shuts down the plant immediately with his first kill.
Okay, Favin at least getting one back here for Big, but plenty of targets still to try and find.
He needs to just plant.
Yeah, he does. That grenade's coming in as well. Favin's got enough health to tank most of it. JDC's Deagle's got a headshot. Bigger back in this round. A 3v3. Nice shot from Wrinkle. Sends one back. Favin trying to get to safety. His teammate in the open, so it's all on Favin. And the chances of winning this round are now very low indeed. Utility's going to land upon him. Wrinkle will finish him off with the AWP, and that'll be the defuse coming through with a 2-1 lead for G2.
Yeah, going to be pleased with the bomb plant, though, if you're big at the very least. Couple of kills as well, so chipping away at the economy, keeping it honest. But G2 are going to start building up some momentum. So this is the round where it feels they can really propel themselves into a position to take hold of this map. Up against just Glocks on the big side of things. A couple upgraded pistols being grabbed right at the end of freeze time.
Yeah, another thing we got to see yesterday from Legacy CT side on Cash was the dominance that Try's AWP was able to put out on the server. So the fact that you've got the AWP in Wrinkle's hands so early and he had a good day yesterday, good to see if he can continue that momentum into day 2 of EWC.
His opening gun round with it was an aggressive peek from the B bomb site, so clearly wants to be influential. He's doing it again in this round as he's dropped in to take the deep angle. Oh, what a nade combo. A nice push through as well. Tabson cleans him up easy with the Glock. Nice and quick, and Big disappear.
Yeah, Big have got a couple of moves like that, and it's worked out well, but it's not going to spawn any chances to actually do anything in the round. Hunter's pushed up and taken A main control, and Big realize they've lost a significant part of the map.
Yeah, it's a cool way to open things up, though. The double nade into the Glock kill. Nerds never saw it coming. Really good response as well from Hunter to just cut off part of the map and shrink it down so you can't gain anything off that frag. No, Big's gonna pause.
Just over a minute. And they'll make their way through mid. Heavy God just holds off the vent push. And really finding any way to get onto the site is near impossible here for Big. So G2 gonna have a 3-1 lead on the CT side. Aurora started 3-0 up against Big yesterday. And once the gun rounds really got into full swing, it was Big who dominated.
Yeah, I'll say it too. I mean, ooh, hold the phone. Favin's going to be pushing up. Galil over the top. He's found by Mattis. Good hold. It's him against 3, and he's got 2 of them. Grix is the last remaining, creeping around the bomb site. He'll get found as well. Mattis with a quad kill in the round to bring G2 up to 3 and secure another victory. But the AKs come out now for Big, their first buy round. We'll see how they can work this map. At the moment, Capson mentioning in the interview coming into this, it feels like a lot of cash has kind of fallen back into that kind of typical mid-control where previously it wasn't so much. Teams have started to learn the different sequences and timings to take mid.
Yeah, saying that he feels like that's how the T side have actually been crawling their way back into games as well and finding some impact on the offense.
It can be so hard to hold back those fast mid plays. Nothing of the sort coming out for Big in this round, though. Everyone huddled back. Default spread.
Nerds just trying to prevent anybody from coming over the top of that boost. He's got some help from Hunter, but that grenade is going to be lined up nicely. Only takes a little bit of damage away from Hunter. Let's see that rotation of the forces here for Big. They're going to start stacking them up just outside of B.
Well, look at the position of Nerds, because that's going to be the critical one. He's in a playmaking position. Either rotate towards vents quickly or go for a fast flank once utility starts coming in. Heavy God has got to be spot on because he's very alone.
Now here comes the execution. Beautifully set up here from Big. Look at the timing on it as well. They just go in as the utility's flying into the site, and that just catches Heavy God off completely. So that almost feels like it's the round with how decisive that take was of the site and how out of position these G2 players are.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is the round if you don't get anything pretty much immediately, and you can already see them backing off before the bomb's even planted. They want nothing to do with this retake. Very simple. Big doesn't even have to really test anything across the map. No mid control, no probing towards the A bomb site, nothing. Just spread up in a default, make sure there's no pushes, and then a B execute.
A lot of cool B executions you can do on Cash as well. Like, you see Grix is the utility bearer in the sunroom. You know, he's tossing the smokes out through the window, but it's just how quick everything came in. It was just an absolute bombardment of utility towards Heavy God.
It's also a really good display of why mid-control has talked about so much of how important it is on this map. If the CTs don't have mid-control and they don't have access to vents, sometimes it's really hard to have a supportive element on those B hits, on those attacks, to be able to slow it down, to be able to buy Heavy God your anchor some kind of time. Take a loss here, but only lose 1 player, so not really any kind of significant dent in the economy of G2 CT side. They'll buy right back up into things.
It's just there is sort of a positive to the round being won that decisively is the fact that you can just keep your money solid on the CT side. A double op setup Let's see that come out straight away here. Heavy Guard, we know is capable on it.
Well, it makes me think that I'm curious where Wrinkle's going to go with his AWP, because he started at the B bomb site a couple times, but if Heavy Guard's going to have the op as the B anchor, you imagine that's going to be his position. So that's going to free Wrinkle up if he has a spawn. He does have a pretty decent spawn, it seems.
Where's Heavy Guard spawn at?
Towards the back.
Yeah, it's not, because you can, if you're the B player, you can do a quick, if you have a good spawn, you can just drop and try and peek into B main, but having the further back spawn, definitely not looking like that's going to be likely.
But I think it's also maybe a read of how slow Big is playing these rounds too, where it's like, if you're not going to be fast paced, if you're not going to be streaming over the boost in middle, if you're not going to be rushing B or A, let's get an op set up for your slow defaults as you move around the map. And if we can get them a deep aggressive angle, you might just walk right into it. So some easy kills perhaps on the card for G2. Let's see how Big discovers this change up in the defensive tactic. Wrinkle going to be in middle and pushing behind the Molotov.
There's the push forward from Nerds. This worked out very well. Tapson going to go down, and he'll peel away from behind that smoke all the way back to safety. And an advantage here for G2 to work with.
Yeah, and it sets up now. He kind of departs and sets up Heavy God with that secondary AWP. So as they walk back to the B bomb site, he'll have a good angle as this smoke fades. 4 remaining players of Big have leaned towards the A bomb site. 2, 3 in main, 1 towards Squeak Door. Wrinkle's op is here in position.
And just burning out towards the back. Checking over towards main. Mattis on the forklift gets his head shredded here by Favin. We've got Hunter climbing over the top, trying to see that down the side of the smoke, but BlameF has taken Hunter out of the question. Nice shot from Wrinkle. Good reactions, and then gets out of dodge as well.
Yeah, but now you got a 2 ops on the retake. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun, and you're all held back. Good shot from Wrinkle. BlameF goes down. Man advantage to the retaking side.
Yeah, Flash is trying to go forward. JDC just planted safely behind that box, waiting for them, inviting them into the site. Grix just peeking out from quad to take the initial fight. The damage is done to him. And then Heavy God comes in with a follow-up. So, yeah, you had your chances if you're Big, but Nerds and Heavy God sharp shooting, and they get right back into that retake.
Yeah, he's got a quick tag on the jiggle, and then another quick jiggle just to find the final kill. A good shooting from Heavy God. 4-2. Initial defense isn't perfect, but the double op setup does pay off. 3 kills between the 2 AWPs in that round, and Wrinkle, a very influential piece of that puzzle at the A-bomb site. 7-2 for Wrinkle, the new op of G2. Off his electric debut yesterday. Mike alluded to it, the best debut of an opera in a G2 jersey. I think beating Kenny S by 0.01 rating.
It's quite the party to be involved in. Considering, you know, the likes of Kenny S, Monacy play for G2.
Yeah, they've had some good operas over there, haven't
they? They definitely have. Hunter, with that breakage of the smoke, has a little peer into middle.
And maybe the first round it is the first round we've seen G2 play in the CT side against an aggressive mid-take.
Flashes up, Heavy God just tucks himself against the wall and scaling. Okay, yep, taps and gets away with the spam. Heavy God going to be frustrated about that, but more pressure now on Nerds to try and make something happen here for the defense. First headshot's good, spam is better, and Neil even gets a 3rd kill out of it, but he's done so much to delay them, keep them pinned, that the rotation of Hunter's come in and been very effective as well. So that kill from Hunter actually puts G2 into the player advantage.
Yeah, Nerds found himself kind of stuck in a terrible position and makes the best out of it. Does a phenomenal job to get a double kill. That's a position Big never expected, so it slows down this attack and allows Hunter to add a 3rd on top of it to once again keep a man advantage in the hands of G2. And now the danger for Big comes on the flank. They have no ability to fall back, no reverse boost into the vents. They're stuck here.
Oh, BlameF, oh, good headshot coming in, but he's not ready for that second player. So BlameF goes down, and it leaves Grix 1v2. This would be a massive clutch for Grix if he's able to pull this off. Bomb just lying in the open. He'll pick it up, scoop it into the site. Hunter peeking out. Oh, doing damage. Can't get to the kill, though. 13 seconds. Grix realizes he has to plant soon, but he's going for these fights. He's trying to take his opportunities. He's got himself a small chance, but Grix ends up getting taken down by Hunter. Good patience to get G2 another round win.
Actually, not bad at all in the 2-on-3 from BlameF, trying to recover the bomb, grabbing that kill, but there's no way you'll ever expect a second player, an Alper, to just be trained in the follow-up. Really tough one to read for Big as they get stalled out. You asked the question, how deep can this playbook go after 3 wins? How many ideas does Big have fleshed out? They're going to need to start digging deep. This G2 defense has shown they can put a stop to it, and even in this one, recovering a disadvantage, losing the opening engagement, but Nertz bringing them back in a 4v5, and with the help of Hunter, able to close out the round. A 3-round lead for G2. And everything playing out fine. I mean, some of the questions we would have had about this team, and some of the questions certainly through the offseason, Nertz not meeting up to those kind of rookie numbers and the level of play we expect out of him early on in his career. Wrinkle, the head-scratching pickup of the offer for Sun Pies. Both those guys are doing good for you right now. Wrinkle 8-2, Nertz 9-3. The G2's got to be very pleased with how this is playing out, how the players are performing inside the server at the moment.
Now Mattis trying to move up in towards A main. You've got JDC and Tabson just around the right side here. Head shows up for JDC, and he'll take some damage off the top, but JDC wins the fight, switches out to the rifle, realizes he's got the low HP, so passes that back to Tabson. Wrinkle, oh, there's a gap here. Tantalizing indeed, and it's worked out. JDC just shows a little bit too much. Smoke break as well to give Wrinkle a second chance at the A main player.
Oh, but he stayed at the angle, got spammed down.
And Hunter now, they're coming through. They line up. Beautiful. That's a double headshot. Nertz won the fight in middle, so that's around no problem. So Tabson's going to back away. And, you know, this is crazy to see how dominant this is from G2. We know Big are going to have a decent CT side, but the problem is, are they going to have enough rounds to even play a CT side? I like
seeing Mattis get, I like seeing him get a little bit of aggressive there in that kind of a round. I feel like one of the rounds we saw G2 look a little bit flat on the CT side is when they played it too passive with no information. And I think against a low buy here, they're like, okay, well, you didn't rush. There's nothing fast. Let's get some information. Let's start to understand where they are. So Mattis gets killed in that aggressive push, but then everyone knows exactly what's coming, and Hunter can slide over and be in that perfect position. Round 8's going to go against Big as well. It'll be 6-2, a 4-round lead for G2, and all is said and done as Tabson walks out the door to his eventual death.
Hunter collects it, and they'll try and get back into this now. Big, they've got AKs coming out, but really not seeing anything that's making you feel too confident in them at the moment. Just getting outmatched by the individual ability of these G2 players.
The protocols too. I mean, Wrinkle's having a good game with the AWP. It feels like whenever you're sliding into the angle that he's holding, he's going to grab one. So that's very difficult to deal with at the moment. When you're getting those early warnings, G2's responding perfectly. And yet to find anything ultra successful. Very fast boost. Up over the top. JDC out in middle, but it looks like they want to pinch this A-bomb site. Wrinkle's not watching this. He's got to be really careful. They're about to turn the corner, and Nertz can't stop it.
Flash forward in towards main. Hunter running forward. Good headshot on towards Griggs. There's now Wrinkle who waits. Checking down towards Highway. You've got JDC has already pushed up a little bit closer than he might anticipate, but Wrinkle, he knows he has the right idea. He goes and he clears it. JDC dead. He's ready for the next fight, but Nertz has got that as he steps through the smoke. And now Favin's left trying to piece this one together. Good double headshot. Favin actually gives himself a shot at winning this. He's got a minute left on the clock. And he's running right back to Heavy God. Gets the gun out in time and nearly has a chance there. Nice double from Favin. Just unfortunately couldn't pull off the hero play.
Lovely attempt from Favin in the 1v4 with those kills. That round, Big is just kind of dedicated to the tactic to split that A-bomb site, right? You get that aggressive piece in towards A-main, 1-for-1. A-main is smoked off from the T perspective. The player still comes through it because he just has to make that tactic work. He has to join up with his teammates coming up Highway, steps through it to his death against Hunter, and G2 is just checkmating Big each and every round now. They have just caught fire. Switching away from the double op setup now as well, so switching things on Big one more time. In a round like this, with a low buy, looking like a straight up set piece towards this A-bomb site. 3 players at door, 1 in main, and here's the utility.
Door open. And shot for Favin. That's Mattis, who is dead, and Hunter doing what he can, but it's just the one because JDC already scaled up behind Quad. It's just the speed of which Big burst out of that door that finally they catch G2 a little off.
Yeah, Hunter Mattis not going to be happy with how they played that one. Not enough impact from the defenders, and now the retake. It feels very, very difficult, if not impossible. I think you still go for it with this money, and you've got utility. See if you can get a couple of these kills. If the nades can flush players out into the open and make things easier when you commit.
Moving up, Heavy God's rifle ready to go. Nerds, who got a chance here? His own great reactions. Gets a lot of damage onto the second player as well. Now Heavy God spamming away. No way he controls it. It's now down to JDC. A 1v2 all of a sudden. Pressure's on. He hasn't got any cover, but he's handling it well. Heavy God dead, and JDC plays that one perfectly to secure a must-win round for Big.
Yeah, Big needed a miracle there. What a big-time clutch up at the end of the day from JDC. Good job holding strong as they swing into you right at the tail end of the bomb timer. And that's a steal with these Tech-9s. 2 for 1 on the opening. An all-important entry from Favin, who's been actually shooting very, very well for Big over the course of this half. He got them the space they needed, and then the Tech-9s finished the job. And Big call a timeout out of the victory to look to string rounds together, and their philosophy has got to be close out this half on a winning streak. Get it as close as possible at 7-5 before we switch sides.
We got Grix finally returning to the sniper. Let's see if he can get something going here with it. 4 rounds left for grabs. Smoke going out towards middle for the T's early. And send Grix over towards B main just to hold any potential aggression in his direction. But the aggression is coming towards A main instead from G2. Wrinkle looking for the A main angle. Not wanting to go a little bit too far. Mantis will support with utility. Now he can post up.
Scary angle, though, with Favin in that corner. As soon as he swings to the right, he's going to be pre-aiming that angle, so Wrinkle's got to be a little bit careful about how he holds it.
Look at the nade damage as well right now towards Notes and Heavy God.
This is a really good angle for Wrinkle, though, because he never really has to move, and if they never force him off this, he's got tons of information. Good shot. Favin even pre-fires it. Wrinkle a little bit quicker.
Good shot for Wrinkle. Needed to pick that one up. You need to be so fast if you're going to stand in that position. Not fall asleep at the wheel. Under a minute left on the clock. Tapson and Grix edging that bomb close to this B site. And they've done a lot of damage to the defenders. And I think Heavy God has struggled a couple of times holding this site. There's been so much perfect utility designed to counter him. And that spray is ugly from Heavy God. Mattis is just lost. And that's the site completely under wraps here for the T side.
Yeah, I don't think Mattis realized that there was going to be a gap in that smoke. BlameF very well aware of what angles he can peek through over the top of it. 3-on-3 in the post plant. G2 a little bit low on funds, though, so if they risk everything and lose it, next round might be a scrappy buy.
I think Bigger doing a great job of coming back into this map now. The fact that they figured it out towards the end.
These have been the easiest rounds, though, for Big, is when Heavy God has been alone and isolated at that bomb site. He feels really uncomfortable. It feels alone there, especially because the 2 times we've seen it done where Big has won the round, it's been with this Nerds push in towards middle, but he's playing underneath the boost. He's not playing in the vents. He's in no position to be there quickly to support. So that's an interesting kind of setup that I think has gone away against G2 a couple of times now, and maybe something they want to retool, but it feels like Heavy God maybe not entirely comfortable as a solo anchor on that bomb site in different situations. Makes sense. It's a tough one to hold on to. 3 rounds, the lead has been cut to 7-4.
Yeah, it's weird to say that it's Heavy God that's struggling. He's usually so reliable. Now, here's one of the players that was very frustrated that Overpass got removed, because I think it was the map we loved watching him on. I was
going to say, we had that combo too, right? Like, even Tapson mentioning some of the younger players just not having the reps, not having the map knowledge of Cash quite yet. I think you're going to put Heavy God into that category as well.
Wrinkle moving up with a B-main angle. Look at the utility damage again as well here to... Mattis is down to 62. Favin is just going to hide to the side of the smoke here. Mattis is going to have to try and get out of there. Wrinkle's taking damage, and that's an awkward situation. Favin never got the chance. Heavy God's able to move forward, and Tabson claimed. And you see in the mid-fight, wins it. Big pullback into the 4v4, but Favin has been waiting. He's been in this engagement.
He won the round.
Over and over again against Mattis, but he's finally paid off, and Favin comes out in towards the A site and explodes upon 2 kills.
Man, he's only got 8 kills, but I feel like he's had some very, very sharp shots. Couple situations he's been in unwinnable rounds, but this one here, he has delivered round number 5 over to Big. A very bold walk into the bomb site, although I say that, but Heavy God himself has found some craziness.
Oh, that timing as well. Faven just looks away. Smoke onto the bomb.
Not.
There's no way. That's the AWP actually on that position. Molotov ain't going to do anything either to defend against that defusal, but bullets will, and Bluemouth will send them forward. So now just Wrinkle running in, giving it a go, but Crick's already got the better position. And 5 rounds secured for Big. I mean, considering how this game started, securing the last 3 rounds in a row is fantastic from Big.
Oh, I think it's an excellent recovery. And I think it also answers your question where you wanted to see how deep they could go on this map. But I mean, for you to go that long getting just kind of destroyed, 7-2 at one point in the favor of G2 and still be able to find the adaptations to bring out 3 towards the tail end, I think they got to be very pleased with how that closed out. Happy with the score, happy with the finish, not happy with the half overall, but it's given them enough to work with as they switch over to the CT side.
Yeah, now we're switching to the more favored side as well. You're expecting Big to be the stronger of the two, so giving themselves a great chance to win this opening map of the series. I did like what I seen in that first half from Wrinkle and Nerds. It was good to see. Those are the 2 players we talked about quite a bit going into the game.
Top fragging right now, Nerds at 13, Wrinkle at 12. Over on the Big side of things, it's Faven and Tapson leading at 8 kills apiece. Their defensive campaign begins right now in the pistol. Hunter going to try and call his team to this map 1 victory. The first cash G2 has played since it re-entered the pool, and it is a heavy play towards the A-bomb site. With a push from the Big defense immediately. So they're going to close this. They're going to wrap around. The flank is going to come at a fast timing.
As the util dropping in, Flash going to catch Griggs. Look how good that flashbang is. Keeps him blind the entire time. Hunter and Mattis alongside Wrinkle coming with essential kills to keep G2 ahead at 3v2 and into a retake here for Big.
Yeah, Tapson was spotted on the flank with the kill, and now he's repositioned. Nerds is watching for that flank, so he's out of the fight for the moment.
Yeah, JDC steps up in behind Forklift. Wrinkle is not going to give him even a look at this. They have to come to them. G2 realize they've got the strong positions for this post plant. JDC steps in to try and fight towards main. Nerds gets that headshot, and there's just no cracking this open. Great work from the side of G2 in that pistol, making their way in, getting the important early kills, and a fantastic flashbang as well to just completely remove Griggs.
Yeah, that, I mean, just bust up that crossfire as well. Dually crossfire inside the site at the default plant spot and in the NBK corner, and you take at least one of those away, and you're able to kind of stream in. I think Tapson getting a kill is obviously great, but it being spotted on the flank takes away a lot of the danger of them being able to recover that round, because now Nerds is already alerted to the fact of the flank. Investment in the second round for Big, down by 3. Wanting to fight back and stacking up over towards the A-bomb site. MP9s, they've got a scout on Grix. The lone player on the other side of the map is going to be Faven at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, Hunter, look at this. Taps is just like, oh, he's already up highway, so that's a frustrating death to take for Tapson. Now they know what's up, and they've got to try and deal with the highway push alongside the main collapse as well, so it's going to be impossible for Big to be competitive in this round, and that will be G2 getting good starts at both halves.
Yeah, good positions from G2 to just have the immediate rebuttal and immediate trade to all these players from Big who are popping up out of their corners. 9-5 now. G2 starting to march towards that victory, and Big's going to have to sit the next round back with just USPs. So, I mean, G2's looking at double digits right now and looking at stealing away Big's map pick, and that doesn't bode well for the series.
No, it does not bode well for Big going into Ancients, but they recover the first half towards the end, so not counting them out just yet. Give you a lot of confidence in your cash if you're able to pull back this kind of scoreline. But, you know, it was funny to hear Tabson saying ahead of this game, we hope Nerds doesn't have a life game again. Currently 16-5, having a very comfortable showing at the moment.
But, you know, it's not really been like a life game in the sense that he's just running around killing everything, right? It's just been like 16-5 in that, you know, he's delivering in his roles in these different setups. You haven't really seen him like unleashed and just, you know, pug stomping them. It's just playing a good game within the G2 framework. So 9-5 now, and Deagles and a P250 being picked up for Big. It's all they've got to battle with, saving as much as they can for the guns. But once the gun round comes in round 16, Big need to fight immediately. It's got to be there right out of the gate to start clawing this map back.
Yeah, Grix on the little sandbag in middle. Well, Blimf takes some attention away. Trying to pull them a little bit closer to Grix. Maybe they'll go unchecked, but Hunter looked like he's about to use a Molotov towards the position. Hasn't decided to use it just yet. Good shot from Nerds. He is looking very sharp today.
Yeah, I think they're just being patient. Like, they know the situation. They know they're going up against Deagles. They're not quite ready yet to use the utility and actually try and, like, need to take the space with muscle. Happy to kind of just take this initial first step in, and a few jiggles here and there. Nice shot from Nerds to open things up, and now you see if there's going to be a reaction.
Yeah, it's all about patience right now for Big. They're trying to pull G2 deep into mid.
Nerds is going to go down here eventually.
It's just if we could take 2 with him, he'll be happy with that. There's the second kill of the round. Might get a third as well here.
I'm amazed they haven't just like aggressively tried to find him. Yeah, well, you know, there we go. P250's found him. Bomb's going down inside the A bomb site. No chance of winning this round, so G2 does get up to 10. The question becomes, do you want to save that Galil? Do you want to just go for some frags? So, I mean, looking forward into the next round, we're going to have Grix at least with the AWP. Saved enough money to have the AWP out in the field. You're going to want that to be, you know, pop it off pretty much immediately to put the fear of the AWP in G2 right out of the start. And I think it'll be interesting to see how G2 stylistically wants to open this. Is it going to be defaults? Is it going to be something, a set piece right out of spawn? How does Hunter want to play with this 5-round lead that he's going to have to work with to close out the map?
We'll get to see what that CT side looks like, but as you mentioned, you've got to pretty much just start winning immediately, and pressure is on Grix as the AWP here. As him finally taking Nerds out in the last round in middle. Hard work had already been done. Wrinkle's got the AWP out, taking it for a spin over towards B main. We'll actually get a heads-up fight against Grix here.
There's the drop down. It's going to be fast. And Wrinkle's taking a more shallow angle. There's the flashbang missed shot from Grix.
Now you know where it is, though. If you're GT, you know where the CT AWP is.
Look how heavily prepared they are for an attack towards the B bomb site. JDC's up in vents. Mentioned that a lot with Nerds in the first half. Grix is AWP, excuse me, back towards the CT choke point. And you got Favin inside the bomb site of this B bomb site. So well defended on this side of the map.
Yeah, good nade over the top of the boost there as well. Just lands towards Hunter second, gonna follow, and look how much damage has just been dished out to G2. 17 HP on both Hunter and Nerds.
Yeah, I don't know what they think they're going to be able to accomplish. At least the vent will be taken away from JDC by the Molotov. Leg shot as well, but Grix has the response. There's Mattis, though, a double in return.
Yeah, monstrous from Mattis, and he's going to accelerate now in towards this site. Utility going to drop in towards CT spawn. Look at him calling his teammates back over. G2 sprinting to get into position. Favin is the last hope here for Big. He's got to go absolutely massive, and he's done well. Mattis is dead first, but then Heavy God connects with him straight through the smoke. And it does look unlikely, but still doable because those 2 players of the 3 are incredibly low HP. 4 health on Hunter, 17 on Nerds. Yeah, Heavy God's the player with health.
Remember, it's unconfirmed damage, though. It's from nades, and it doesn't matter the HP when you've got an AWP trained in on the vent.
And that's it. Tapson can't do anything about this. Doesn't have utility. Doesn't have a chance. So they don't start winning immediately. And in fact, they have to limp away, lick their wounds, and watch G2 go up to 11-5.
Respect to Mattis. The back and forth of that engagement, right? And that's not even engagement that's meant to decide the round. That's an engagement that's meant to like take some map control, force the defense a little bit back. The level of that battle was actually probably surprising with that many bodies there, but Mattis coming out on top with that double. Absolutely perfect. So many pieces of utility, little mini setups, the flashbang to activate Wrinkle, to take the angle, to swing out a little bit wider. Really well done from G2 in a round where you were playing with 2 AK-47s on like 15 HP. Mattis does it all.
Oh, that is the way you get Favin, okay. Because with Favin had a chance to actually do something there for Big. He was the last-ditch effort, but put himself in a strong position. And final timeout for Big.
Yeah, it's a decision they're going to have to make now is do you buy up here? Do you do a half buy and just try and kind of keep a little bit of danger? Do you save up and let them get to 12? And you're relinquishing a huge lead if you do that. So we're seeing G2 Big invest a little bit. Not a whole lot on utility. Scout on Grix, MP9s, FAMAS M4. And just a little bit to try and create a miracle here in round 17. But otherwise, they're just getting mopped up out of the server. And this is their map selection.
Yeah, a couple rounds left here. Feels like G2 have just been the better of the two teams. In a lot of departments. This is Big's map pick. Ancient up next. Well, Big can play it, but G2 play it a lot better. How do we feel about G2's chances at the World Cup, though, Jason, overall? You see a little shaky team spirit kicking things off. We'll see how Falcons perform again today against some better opponents as things move on, but how do you feel about G2 in the grand hierarchy?
Well, I mean, I think I have them in a similar place where they kind of ended the major and where I had them going into the major, which is a team that I expect to see in the quarterfinals. Now, I think depending on the matchup there, I mentioned the pre-show, I still not super convinced this team is going to consistently be able to take down your Falcons, your Vitalities, your Team Spirits, if they're playing like Team Spirit. But I think quarterfinals at least for this G2 team. I think we'll see them get better as Season 2 goes on. And then it'll be a question coming up in the major is like, okay, how much progress have you made?
JDC's caught a good timing. Here's that utility. Goes in for the second kill. Gets a lot of damage off towards Heavy Guard. Couldn't get that second kill, though. 45 seconds left. You can see the bomb drift over towards B.
They've done a really good job selling the other side of the map because Big is doing a full evacuation and rotation to the A bomb site, which means G2, they'll turn this corner expecting a fight, but they're just going to waltz in all leisurely like.
Has come through. We've got smokes. They'll start to fade away soon in middle. They'll start to realize, okay, there's no one coming through that mid-split. So Big gonna have to try and get their forces over towards CT spawn as quickly as possible and over the top of Heaven, and just about missing that chance to bring down Hunter. And then they don't take the shot even after he shows once again. So Correct's really just hoping that he can get himself a third opportunity to take down Hunter, but Hunter's not providing that at all. So that will be the site. Likely a 12th round win now for G2. Finally, Grix gets something done here. It's Mattis is taken down, but the fuse is going to start going real short here on that bomb. Hunter fending them off. Wrinkle connects his shot, goes in for the second. He's got it as well. And it's just Blaymav toppled off the top of Heaven. And that is a 12-5 scoreline. Smiles and laughs on the faces here of G2 as they know they've comfortably picked up the first map of play.
Yeah, 7 chances to close this one out. 7 chances that you've got to just win a single round. And Big on the back foot. Yet to put one on the board here on the CT side. Just getting run ragged. Even with an opening kill, it's traded right back. But the free march into the B bomb site is brutal, and you had to go for this retake because you're going to be upgrading no matter what. 12-5, perhaps the last round here on Cash for Big and G2. Nerds is going to come out mid with some pace.
Yeah, it's real fast here from Nerds. Looking to just get in the mix, go for the knockout blow. Got Hunter, nades over towards the white box. Molotov to follow. Nerd sends one as well. So much utility damage. JDC burns to a crisp. At least one kill back from Blaymav, but they know exactly where he is, and that means they can drop more nades upon his head. And it's missed, so he's got away with one there. Doesn't matter though, his teammates down, and all that pressure here on Favage, shredded by Mattis. They just cannot handle the sharpness of the Samurai in this game. G2 are the far better players, and Big have absolutely no chance, even on their map pick.
Again, mid-control, the name of the game. Look how fast that B attack comes in. Your defender at the B bomb site feels like the mid pressure is there the whole time. It's his mid players under attack, and they drop into vents and attack you so fast before you're ready for it. Lovely map of Counter-Strike for G2, a dominant victory, 13-5.
Yeah, I gotta feel good if you're G2 to come in with that level of strength. You know, for a strong first day as well. Wrinkle playing well. You come in, you're playing against Big, and you get Cash. Big have shown some capabilities on it. We thought maybe this is an opportunity for Big to take here. At least I did. Turns out, Jason, you're right about G2 again.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I think just the better team, the team that's been together longer, more experience together. I think individually as players stronger, but I think you're right. This was a good opportunity for Big to show what kind of quality they have, especially on a map that we know they're going to be comfortable on.
Yeah.
Just I think they're going to be very disappointed with the kind of Counter-Strike they played.
I think they certainly are. The question is always, did they show that they know how to play the map on Big, or did they show their hand to Saw? Either way, this is a very nice debut. J2 looking to work this one into their pool, certainly. And continuing that nice honeymoon for Wrinkle as well, right? Yep. All eyes on the new addition. We're looking to see where that ceiling raise potentially comes in, and this is another very nice demonstration of how sharp he can be in this squad.
Yeah, I think everybody had their moments there for G2 as well, which is great to see, but one of them that is very exciting and promising is Nerds actually playing really well on the map. So I was glad to see that. I hope that can continue throughout the World Cup because Nerds just makes this team a whole different level.
I feel like with his playstyle, Cash should be a map that he just has consistently a good time on. I feel like it's a map that lends itself to the kind of like aggressive lurks he likes to take, kind of like the pause in the action, waiting for his moment. I feel like there's a lot of spots on Cash. I think mid's going to be a very fun playground for him on both sides of the map.
I think we were seeing that a lot, right? The space taking. There was one round where Hunter walked pretty much all the way up highway and found 3 players looking the wrong way. That's always going to be a nuisance on Cash, and for a team like this where you do just have a lot of that individual ability to find the nooks and crannies, they can be a nightmare to play against. Hunter as well, heap some praise on him. Nearly 110 ADR there was for a moment. Now it's all Heavy God, the deity indeed.
Usually that's what we talk about with G2, it's just full Heavy God, but he didn't actually play that well here. I think he was the one weakness that I seen from G2 in that first half.
Sure.
He kind of struggled a little bit.
Had some moments in the retakes though. Had some flash.
For sure.
I wouldn't put the weakness on Heavy God per se. I would say the way that the way they approach defending the B site probably had some weakness, and I think we're going to see that on a lot of teams with this map being so new in too. We'll see a lot of those philosophies change. I would imagine the next time we see G2 play Cash, I think they'll be having a second player a little bit quicker to be involved with Heavy God on that side of the map as well.
It is always a circumstance of you have to see the proof, you know, you have to see your theory meet reality and see the way that it's tested and come in with the adjustments. That's just the nature of a new map in the pool, even a new map that's quite old.
Well, I mean, it's actually, as we kind of have this conversation, I'm just kind of spitballing off the top of my head here.
Spitball.
You want to talk about one of the, you know, someone like Nerds being your supportive element to Heavy God at that B bomb set as that mid player. I'm just gonna Nerds likes looking for kills, and I'm not sitting here saying he's baiting or anything like that, but his philosophy and his like #1 priority that he wants to do is like he's a fragger. So like he's gonna also have to learn in that position over in middle. You do have some kind of a responsibility to be in position to help Heavy God from time. You know, he's gonna need that from time to time.
I think he is also a guy who likes to toe the line towards the more baity side of things. It often leads to beautiful highlights and success,
he has
right?
an element of a lurker in his gameplay. Every lurker is on some level a baiter.
True.
They're just a very good baiter.
It's a fine dance. It's a fine dance. You just have to stick the landing, and then you can do whatever you want in the midair.
Yeah, I think for overall, I mean, it's just so much to talk about positives for G2. Unfortunately, I don't really have any positives for Big left in the series. It does feel like this is going to be a relatively smooth sailing 2-0 victory for G2 going into Ancient.
What would be the first time we got maybe oversold by the results of one map, but I do think that's fair. Big, this seemed like the opportunity, right? This seemed like the potential weakness for G2, the unproven moment where Big could crack through. One positive we can say for Big is they did seem to live and die together. There was no serious outlier any which way.
You know, with the big side of things, I don't think it's like a matter of like, you know, it's the matter of the loss. It's not so much like not winning the map. It's just, like, as Tapson said in the interview, we're here to like kind of show that we're coming back, that we're on the right track, that we're a team that you're going to have to keep your eyes on when you see us in your group, when you see us in your tournament. So it's not even being able to make that map competitive, which is the disappointment, which is why I think you talk to Big, they're going to be their peak frustration is feeling like they played like absolute crap on the map.
Yeah.
But I think they're better than what we saw.
Absolutely.
But this is the conversation we're always having, right? It's the conversation we were having in the pre-show, which is that they need to take one of these big wins. They need to punch one of the big dogs to make us start to respect them.
I think my positive takeaway from Big in that first half was I just like the play of Favin throughout the first half of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he made a lot of plays.
You know, and even in that positivity, there is like a little bit of a negative because I'm like, is he the guy I want making those plays? Like he was doing great, but you know, I don't know. I like watching Favin. He had some sharp shots. I'd like to see him, if that's the kind of performance you're going to get out of him, I'd like to see him go for those plays more often because he seemed to have some decent success with them.
I think we saw that in Cologne as well, where he was like weirdly one of the X Factor difference makers, and it's not the way the roster's constructed. He's a guy who's very willing to be sacrificial, to be supportive, but I think you're raising a good point, which is we are seeing this more and more and more, and at some point you have to say, well, let's just give him more swings at it.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get more and more of this as well from Wrinkle.
This is very nice.
Great performance again in a G2 jersey. Great start. He's got to be feeling good about this. Confidence building. We'll see if that goes into Ancient as well. But you can't really say he put a foot wrong in that last map. He was hitting every shot he should have. Every time an easy kill appeared in his crosshair, he landed it.
Someone needs to tell him ninja are not samurai. That's a different hand sign. He's mixing, he's matching. That's some Naruto stuff going on there. I think.
But you got to tell the photographer. That was the photographer, you know? Don't put that on my boy Wrinkle.
That's true, I suppose, but he just really wants to earn his spot in the Crunchyroll story of the day with this action. And look, he's doing a nice job of it, right? The guy who was discredited, was maybe cast aside by a lot of the community. We're very quick to judge young offers sometimes.
What was the Crunchyroll story of the day?
Today it was about GG Hao carrying on their LCQ performance. It did not go well. Let's just say not every story has a happy ending.
Yeah, no, of course not.
Well, we always need some sort of problem to arise for the hero, don't we? So maybe this is the turning point for GG Hao.
This is it. Redemption is just around the corner. There has to be conflict. It's like the hero's journey, you know? There has to be the rejecting the call and then the forced moment.
Yeah.
And Wrinkle might be your hero if you're watching at home because he's doing a good job of earning it. And I think he's going to be the hero of a lot of G2 fans who have been hoping for something to push them back into that trophy contention echelon, right? They've been in that second, third tier for a while now. They're looking to be right back there competing for every one of these trophies. And what a way it would be to do it here at the Esports World Cup and for a guy like Nerds to do it too.
Yeah, Nerds was really solid. I mean, to sing his praises quite a bit. Again, it's the same thing. It's just, can we see it game in, game out with Nerds? So that's what we want. You don't have to be this good every time, but it's like, make sure you don't fall off the face of the earth.
I think there's also an element, right, for a guy like Nerds where we've been talking about going for the riskier plays, going for maybe towing the line of what is baiting versus support. When you have that backstop of the higher floor for everybody else, right, it allows him to go for those plays. And yeah, they're not going to work all the time. But you have a player like Wrinkle behind you. You have Heavy God as an insurance policy. The higher that floor gets, the more you can take the gambles with a guy like Nerds.
Well, that's the biggest thing is having this setup around those plays. And that's what we always hear players and coaches talk about is like having a conversation about what a player likes to do that so you can game plan for it and you can game plan around it. So yeah, Nerds likes to make an aggressive play. Let's set up a second layer behind it so that we can, if he dies, we have information, we know how to respond to it. If he gets a kill, we have information. We know how to, you actually set up something around it so that individual play actually gives something to the team on a bigger scale. And I think that's what we're going to see Saw, that's what we're going to see Hunter. That's why I had confidence in those guys when Nerds came in, when Heavy God came in, even when Sun Pius came in. I was like, these guys are going to know how to like build these plans to make these guys feel more comfortable in what they're doing.
Final thoughts on Cash before we start to turn the page towards Ancient. Did you like enough of what you saw from G2 to think that they can now play this against anybody that we've seen so far?
No, I think so.
Cash, specifically.
I think so. There's no one who's really like set themselves aside as the most dominant Cash team. I think G2 are a strong enough team individually and have shown that got to a decent level here on this map. So I don't see why not.
Yeah, they'll be fine on it. Yeah, they'll be good on it. I don't know if they're going to become the best team in the world on it. I don't think I saw anything like super crazy. They didn't have to do anything super crazy. They had such a nice lead at one point in that second half. It was kind of like just march into the win. But yeah, they're solid. They look good. No red flags.
Look, if you believe Zershin in the interview yesterday, apparently that's going to be Mao's whenever we do actually get to see them on Cash. He was talking a big game. That's all I'm saying. Was it bravado? Was it daring somebody to gamble?
I'm here for it.
Was it a little bit gamesmanship? We don't know. But keep an eye out for Mao's Cash. Maybe we'll get to see Mao's G2 somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
But G2 one map away now from earning their spot in the playoffs. That one's got to be very exciting as well for the organization. Would be a huge prospect for them to get that easy road, have some days off, maybe to continue working, to continue integrating, maybe just to do a tour of Paris.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, it's lots to see, lots to do. But round of 16, if you're G2, you have to make it. And it's good to get it the first day possible. Get it in the quickest fashion possible and prepare for the important matchups that come into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that should be looking to go to the grand final. I mean, that should be in their mind right now. Is like this is a team that should be hunting for a grand final spot. So I see no reason. I mean, we haven't seen anyone with the way that teams played yesterday. No one's like showing that they're going to be blowing anyone out of the water. The Vitality team not coming back in and like reigniting the dominance that they had. So yeah, everything's open for the taking right now.
Everything is open indeed, and we'll be opening into another map after this.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The stage is set between Big and G2, and G2 struck first on Cash. Now we head to Ancient, a map where, yes, G2 have been trying to work on this for a long time. It didn't serve them so well in the major, but I'm expecting to see a little bit of a refresh G2 as we head into this Ancient game.
Well, I'll tell you, it's going to look a lot better if you have Wrinkle playing the way that he has been playing these past 2 days. You know, if you get that level of Wrinkle and that level of an off performance, like any map you play is just going to look, you know, exponentially better. So they at least have that going for them. I also think this is a map that not bad on. I think they're going to start looking really good on this map when Nertz finally gets comfortable within this team. I think Nertz is going to be a massive X factor with the way he likes to play middle, likes to get aggressive and apply pressure to Red Room in the mid rounds on the T side a lot. Once saw him figure out how to get that happening consistently, I think G2 is going to be very scary on this map.
I mean, that's a big reason as to why he was like picked out for Team Liquid, is just his ability in middle,
take space, take attention.
Like in particular, he's just one of the best players in the world at that for a while. So yeah, absolutely. I think G2 have all the pieces that make sense as to why they're going to be a good Ancient team. I think Big are capable of playing the map. We've seen that before, but it's not necessarily something that I feel super confident about in Big, especially because we were just highlighting how much they should have the advantage on Cash. That should be a map they're pretty comfortable on. They got 5 rounds, so I just feel like it's going to be all on getting good starts for Big. Like, they need to come out and win both pistols, it feels like, to get into this game. They really struggled at the start of the maps and just got in this hole.
We need to see some of the individual qualities from Big, like Blame F. I need to be saying his name quite a bit in this map if they're going to win it. I need to be saying his name quite a bit if they're going to be winning this map. Like, they need. That was the thing. Like, when you look at these teams, like Big as a team, like within their system, which can be very effective, they all play within it and play within it very well. But as you mentioned, everyone's kind of right there in the pack with each other. Like, you do need that Blame F that can blow up on the scoreboard and go get you a triple kill in a round. You need a Grix who's going to be able to go on a sequence of a multi-kill and shut down a hit.
I think in general that's right, but on this map in particular, I think JDC is like the standout
JDC's the
player.
guy?
Yeah, I feel like if JDC is on Ancient, it can just blow up and take over the server sometimes. It doesn't happen all the time, but you just get a feeling of it when he's playing the CT side and mid, that he's just going to be running on that boost, climbing up heaven, just going for every fight. And sometimes JDC can just be so dominant.
I know he's spoken about it before and said that he feels like he's one of the best players in the world on this map in particular, a little bit of a specialist, and certainly that's going to be an early test for G2, but like, The Samurai is sharp. You're going to be up against a big test in mid when you want to go for that fight, when you want to brawl early on.
That's the thing. I think Big can like deliver in all those areas that I just touched on and that you guys we're all talking about, just against different opposition. But now you get G2. What we're watching them on Cash, trading is so good. Their timing, their spacing, the way that they're like kind of pacing their peaks is really good. Jiggling your aggression, like making it really uncomfortable and awkward for you. So it's more difficult to have that level of impact on an individual against the better teams. And that's where I think Big falls flat. I think against the better teams, you get to that point where these guys just start being average and like, you know, they're just doing their role well, but no one's able to eclipse that.
I'll throw a different name out here. It's like the only name we haven't said on Big just yet, which is when they need a talismanic performance, when they need something to sort of light the fire in everybody else. Sometimes it could be the old guys. Sometimes it could be Tabson rolling back the years, pulling off one multi-kill, one big flash play, and we all start to think, man, this guy, the legend of German Counter-Strike, he's going to buoy Big to another upset victory.
You think Tabson's going to be the hero of this map?
You haven't been paying attention. Look, it's romantic.
It's romantic.
It's really nice.
And we're in the city of romance.
We're in Paris. How can you not be romantic?
You know what? That's a storyline I like to hit for about 3 or 4 years back in like 2021, 22, 23.
Paris is the city of romance?
No, the old like the old dog is gonna roll back the years a little bit. You just don't see it anymore to like be able. I would love it. It'd be great. Tabson's he's got some incredible skills, and if they pop off and he has one of those games, it's fun. It just doesn't happen anymore. Unfortunately.
Not often, but once in a blue moon does mean we'll see a moon. Yesterday, the sun was eclipsed,
that was
so
cool.
Why not get weird?
Can anybody see right now? Like, it was really bright to look at, Jason.
Yeah. What'd you do?
You're just out there on the golf course staring straight up?
No, but it was pretty cool. Where were you, Jason? Where did you get to watch it? Did you watch it?
I had my blinds closed in the hotel room.
Oh.
Yep.
It was pretty dark.
It's a different kind of eclipse.
It was pretty chill. I'm not going to lie to you.
You know, through the power of technology, every day can be an eclipse if you will it to be.
Exactly.
But can every day be a big win? That might take something even more special. G2 looking to secure their spot in the playoffs, and I'm looking to secure my exit from this stage.
Bye, Mike.
See you, Mike.
Well, coming into Ancient, I think we're all down bad on Big. I just don't think this is looking that great for them. But that's the picture we've painted. It's not a pretty picture. We're not painting them like one of our French girls, Jason, but maybe, just maybe, they can surprise us.
Okay, I wanted to see if you're going to still work the French girl angle into that one. I was wondering where you're going to go with it.
It's a Titanic sinking ship. Yeah, maybe we could go with that instead.
Well, yeah, it's good. They gotta win this one to force us onto a third to keep this series alive. G2 about to qualify through to the playoffs.
Yes, indeed.
Warm-up ends, freeze time begins, pistol round set to go live. G2 on their map pick of Ancient will be starting on the offense, and Big starting on that CT side. We got dualies on Blame F. No kits, smoke flash for the CT side, and a ton of utility over on G2. And let's get things underway here in Map 2 in this series at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, plenty of util here for Wrinkle. And a Molotov for Heavy God. So an idea going to be springing into plan here on this A site. We're going to have Blame F playing towards Donut. And just a matter of time before we see that explosion of utility landing in towards this A site.
Seems to be a consistent philosophy of the Big CT pistols is kind of just push players on the other side of the map. Play one bomb site weak with one player for retake. Have the other bomb site get aggressive and start pushing out to have the fast flank. Doing it again here, but that flank is still a long way off.
Yeah, Blame F getting in behind the site, dropping back in behind the smoke. And Big good to respect it because the execution is just so effective from G2 into the bomb site. It's going to have to be a retake here for Big.
They're going to fight for Donut, though. This could actually, the round decides here.
Well, this is going to be a bloodbath. We got Mattis and Wrinkle first up. Wrinkle's got that headshot. JDC getting both, and there we go. Okay, we're getting that JDC performance straight out the gate. He's got 3 inside of Donut. Now they're trying to move through. Nurtzel hide behind the big box, and JDC's on the hunt. His 4th kill, nearly an ace, but Hunter's going to have to hold on and try and win this on his own, and he just can't do it. So straight to the defuse is Blame F. Everybody is so low on health, but Big just about squeezed through with a massive JDC performance.
Damn, you called him out right before the match goes live as well. What a showing from JDC. The triple kill and Donut. That was an all-important piece of map control for the post plant. So in that battle, when you see it forming behind that smoke as it fades, everything gets dictated there. Huge sequence for JDC to control the situation. And a lovely retake from Big.
It's just great shooting out of JDC. That throw was so clean, so comfortable. And hopefully that's the kind of start that fires JDC up and makes him feel, okay, this is the day that we're going to pop off your own Ancient.
Hey, if you're going to tell the world you're one of the best Ancient players, you better back it up. That's not something you can just shy away from.
Well, Nerds, we were talking about his mid prowess. Well, he's out middle already, pushing through elbow into the mid fights. Grenade gonna land right on top of Hunter's head. And they're ready to fight towards the donut, putting that pressure on JDC straight away.
Ooh, doesn't like that engagement. Missed the timing, wasn't clean. Backs away to drop utility. And he goes down anyways, and so does Grix. Oh, it's a disaster.
Uh-oh, indeed. Blamap has to save him. Oh, heavy cards. Deagle just burst right through him and then one through the smoke. It's ridiculous from Heavy Card. And that is just an unbelievable round for G2.
What?
That Heavy Card one is just BS, man. Gotta see that again.
That's unbelievable. What a sequence of Deagle shots. And what a turnaround from Big. This happened on Cash 2. The first half pistol round 1, and then they lost the second round immediately, and it's just repeated.
That one stings even more, just for the fashion of it. Let's get this. Oh, we're not getting it, unfortunately, but... Oh, that was a banger.
That was a nasty shot.
You just had to beat it,
over the top of the box is one thing. Through the smoke, casual fadeaway is another.
I looked up for a second. I thought there's a guy walking around the venue who looks like Darth Mike. Turned out to be Darth Mike.
Turned out to be a Pikachu.
Heavy God already out middle. Tapson edging through the smoke. It's Mattis and Wrinkle with the first couple. Is that it? Is that it from Big? We'll always have that pistol round, Jason.
Not even from Big, just from JDC.
Yeah, JDC, that's what we got. That was it.
Well, they'll have to sit back on just pistols yet again. Maybe some upgrades into P250s and Deagles, but no cash for the Big side of things, as G2, off the back of that round 2 conversion, are just going to continue their winning ways. 2 in a row. 3 M4s that they picked up off the corpses of Big still in their hands, so economy is blowing up and growing, as well as G2's got some free rifles along the way. No investment whatsoever from Big, not even a flash, just 5 USPs, and they're just going to rush A main. Nerds, you got a chance to feast, my man.
Yeah, run up, here we go. Nerds' AK-47 ready to go. The rifle primed and ready against the squishy opponents. He'll just spray away, and so close to the ace coming in. 6 HP the difference. Favin just about dropping him, but that's 3-1 for G2. Coming into this, I was saying that G2 Big need a good start. They need to win the pistol. They need to go on a bit of a run early. They win the pistol in a beautiful fashion. You get JDC getting a hot hand, and then you immediately crumble. Unfortunate to see them miss out on that opportunity.
Yeah, and especially because it's on the CT side too, so you got to start out with kind of a weaker gun round. You're not super happy about it. Bricks will still have the AWP. Plenty of money for the G2 side of things. We'll get into the first gun round as Big is finally able to reinvest. The aforementioned AWP in the hands of Grix, M4s on everyone else. Tapson drops down to the FAMAS for some extra utility. No kits in play for the CT side. And Hunter to start his gun round campaigns here in round 5.
Well, look at this from JDC. This is the kind of move we were talking about. He's going to try and split with his teammates up the top of the ramp as well. It's worked out well for a kill on Mattis. But look where the bomb is. It's completely isolated here. Hunter having to fight his way out. Good flash assist from Wrinkle. Second chance there for Hunter, but he goes down and you rely upon Heavy God, who is going to get both kills. Blamap and Grix trying to rotate back, but double Molotov to that deep position, and that's going to force Grix away, and you just can't get back into it.
I feel like they bounced off the wall and it almost baited him to trying to beat the Molotov, so he just burns. Very lucky to get away with his life, and good protection from Blamef to keep his AWP alive. Prevents Nerds from hunting him down. So stalemate, everyone will get away with the weapons. 2 players survive on each side, but it's a 4-1 lead for G2. And I mean, I think that's a very important round for G2 to win. Like a statement round with this kind of aggression that Big comes in with. They are showing in this first gun round on the CT side. They want to be able to impose that aggressive control of the lane from the defensive side really early on and show you have to worry about those pieces of aggression they can bring out. For G2 to lose a player and then break it up in rebuttal immediately afterwards, I actually think is pretty critically important for them to be able to, or for them to be able to tell Big, you can't just take this. You can't just run this aggressive tactic whenever you want it. You're going to have to break it out in moments, in isolated moments.
think Hunter actually does exceptionally well to fight his way out of that position. And a chance for a second kill. But he's realizing there's a timing on that smoke up the top of B lane where he's about to be crunched completely, so fights his way out of the position.
I think what's important is because he pushes for the second fight, Heavy God has the space to swing to trade that kill as well.
Yeah, JDC is pushed up into his A main here with a 5-7. Heavy God, and you're just mentioning, walking past him around the back. They haven't cleared it, so that's got to be communicated to Nerds, and he's ready somewhat, but doesn't go to clear it. So is that going to cost him? JDC, there's the bomb. There's a second chance for a kill. Yes, indeed. He gets both headshots on the 5-7. Nerds able to finally trade out, but the bomb is already back in A main. They have to go back and get it. And you can see Heavy God, he's the man with the task to go.
I don't even know if you want to plant at the A bomb site in this situation. I think you're happy with what you've done, with what you've caused on the map, and I think now you need to let everyone kind of play themselves. Nerds in a position here, behind the smoke as it fades away. They're going to stick around and be patient and look for some follow-up peeks from Big. Try and thin out this defense before they commit to the bomb plant. And they're hoping eventually that because they've gone quiet, Big will adjust elsewhere.
Yeah, Note's going back to fight out Donut. It taps it and BlameF comes right through and close up. So, be a second round for Big. No problem for Big is the fact that G2 still have strong enough money to get a full buyout. So, 4 AK-47s, AWP coming out again for Wrinkle. But you win this round and you have reset their money down to some weaker guns if you're Big. Yeah, this is a fantastic moment from JDC.
It's going to be a terrible moment for Nerds in the VOD review when they look back and they see he didn't kind of clear it at all deep in any significant sense. JDC, the only impact player for Big at the moment. The pistol round quad kill, and now this 5-7 round has set them up for a victory.
There's a kill opportunity that Griggs won't fall to. He'll stay up on his feet. See if he can get some further impact. More util dropping towards the low HP players. Mattis murders two quickly with that AK-47. JDC and Griggs both dead within seconds. You've got a last-ditch opportunity. It's a Favin coming around the back. Nerds has got the read this time. He's got that headshot, so no shot at all, really, for Big to win this one. And BlameF backs away to save the AK.
Nasty change of pace. You know, I mean, Grix misses just every timing. Some of it a little bit of a lack of luck, you know, being unlucky going in his direction. But every time he turns a corner to peek towards B ramp, they've actually just gotten past his angle. And they're able to get way closer than he ever expects. But you can tell G2 starting to get into a flow state and starting to really feel how much more dominant they are on this map than Big, how much more of a grip they have on it than Big. Confidently swinging into fights on B ramp and just marching your way in because you see the defense is clear. You see you got the space to work with. Not a good look when you get your opponents laughing like that. Mattis just able to kind of run up and get everything he wants in that round. 3 steps ahead of the B defense and punishes them all for it. Timeout from Big, and it makes sense. A round like that where you just get completely schooled out of the gate, you got to have a conversation. Starting to collapse all across the map. Playoff qualifications on the line as well. And G2 looking good to make it into that round of 16 and have some days off here in Paris.
And you gotta love what we're seeing out of Nerds. Just a fragging output. It's a real positive sign. And it's getting into the dirty work as well. There goes Nerds out elbow. JDC trying to meet him there. Getting sent in again with utility. JDC this time coming out on top. Great flashes. And even better shooting out of JDC. Nearly gets back to the throw, but BlameF is there to back him up. Matt is trying to make a play that tries to flip the table back in G2's favor, but they just can't do it. So that's a quick round victory. And again, it's just decided in middle.
Well, I mean, you also had the right read coming into this map. It's worked out exactly as you mentioned. JDC, if he's not delivering for you, if he's not having impact, you're not winning rounds right now if you're Big. All 3 rounds, you can point to the impact JDC has had. The only reason Big is on the scoreboard, 5-3, Money's starting to dwindle for G2, and we touched on this on Cash, where Big, that felt like an opportunity for them, a map that they're very comfortable on. Here in Ancient, you have this moment of an opportunity right now to break this economy. This half has not gone well for you. It's not looked great. JDC's been a hero, a one-man army, but if you can break this money now, then all of a sudden you have the chance, if you're Big, you'll be sitting at 4-5. You can even take the lead off of it, but you have a chance for everyone else to kind of wake up after that and exhale that breath you're holding in at the moment as you're just getting trounced. But they need this round win.
And G2 calling the timeout, just making sure that they can figure out what they've got available to them, what options have been working. Because they know this is their last chance to try and continue this before they have to take a hit economically. The wheel for Hunter, everybody else on an AK or an AWP. The early util goes out. Smoke for Red Room and Elbow. Trying to contain JDC. Mattis is actually going to take the first contact to try and crunch with the Elbow players. This time JDC dies at the hand of Nerds, and that's the really fun head-to-head we're getting to see between these guys. Nerds and JDC, two very proficient players in the middle of the map, and blow for blow, back-to-back rounds here. Grix at least stepping up and getting one kill back here for Big.
I like that. I like seeing that repeat. A little bit of attitude out of Grix. Frustrated he gets the leg shot, wants to clean up the kill. Takes the risk, but gets the reward. Nerds has this space, and this is where I talked about his little lurk. He's got an advanced position. He'll pause and wait, and he's going to wait for his timing to take the next step as an aggressive lurker. And that'll be contact from Mattis. That'll be the moment he feels the Red Room defender is pulled away.
That's a good headshot from Tapson. That's Mattis. Take it away. We've got 50 seconds left on this clock. The bomb trying to make its way into that B site. You're also getting, Nerds getting spotted. Look at BlameF rapidly communicating that to his teammates. Aware of Nerds' position at the Red Room. Nerds has no idea. He's just been spotted, so that's a free kill for BlameF. And this is so uncomfortable now for G2. This would take a special amount of play from Wrinkle to pull this round back in their favor. And he goes forward. AWP connects. It's all on Wrinkle now. They know exactly where he is. He can't have gone far, and Grix just holds to the peak. So Grix does fantastically in this round with 3 kills coming through and pulling this round back for Big.
Yeah, really good job. All starting with that little bit of attitude peeking over in middle. Really great round from Grix, moving over, playing it patiently, grabbing the angle, waiting for them to walk into your shot. 5-4. There's the opportunity. Big have done it. For as good as G2 looked in the opening and as dominant as it felt, G2 have brought this right back and gained the economic advantage back to the CT side. So still in the fight here in map 2 of this series.
Yeah, it's not pretty by any means from either squad, but finally Big getting through that opportunity. They've got to take this now. Nerds is the only option that G2 have to do something in this round. He's got the AK, and they're sending him out straight away through Elbow. Just going to try and scale up to the donut, challenge JDC.
Needs a clean win with all the pistols behind him. JDC spots one. Gonna drop the defensive smoke. They're pushing the issue. Oh, they bypass him. Nerds goes right through it. Can they get past? Yes. Eventually, Hunter trades him off, but Nerds needs to do so much more.
Yeah, he's got an AWP now. He's gone for this challenge, so does well on the AK. Goes to the AWP. Hunter's going to try and come out with the bomb on his back. He's also picked up an M4 on the way. Although Hunter dies, but the bomb still gets planted, so Nerds is just holding the CT flank. Making no secret about the presence of one player towards Donut with that utility being used up by BlameF.
He's got to be concerned about about Donut as well. Yeah, as you mentioned. There's the flank coming in from BlameF, so now he can't hold the angle to CT spawn the same way.
And Heavy God didn't get his hands on a better weapon. He's still playing on the Deagle, so it's all on Nerds to do something here. Nerds looking into the Donut. Hearing the steps of the players crossing into the site. Missed shot, not his weapon of choice, so it's Heavy God's Deagle instead. We know he's special with this weapon sometimes, but unable to make the magic happen. Time was ticking, but they get in with just enough to defuse, and Big will actually tie this game up now 5 apiece.
Really, really good patience for Big in the 3-on-2. They realized very early on that Nerds had the capability to recover the AWP at the back of the bomb site behind Big Box. So staying tucked in, making Nerds have to consider multiple different options, letting time sit there, letting all the different choke points weigh in their minds, and picking a perfect moment to move in. Great utility work, which has always been a mainstay of the teams under the big flag. And we're tied at 5.
Blemef pushing down and towards elbow. You'll start to back away. JDC coming over the top of Heaven. Nuts has just ripped his head off with the AK. He's going to start charging around the back of the smoke here. Blemef playing in the cubby, in the cutout, burned into the open, swings that AK into the fight. Favin also coming forward. Hunter and Heavy God fight for fight, and it's actually going to be G2 who lead the way 3-2 with 1 minute and 20 seconds still left.
Really good counter-strike from G2. 2 players activated out mid, but everyone else kind of set up for the repeats, the rebuttals. So Big have the trap. The flash over activates Blemef in middle, activates a player out of cave, but G2 players are ready for the trades back to keep the advantage. So all eyes turn to Tapson. Grix is going to be out of the fight just now, pushing A main aggressively. They take too long turning in towards cave, actually. He could pick one off. He could shave this bomb away. Heavy God just slides in, but now he knows.
Tapson takes a look. Finds Mattis. It'll land right on him. Oh, Grix didn't take his chance. Still finds success. And it's Big now in the lead.
This is completely turned. It feels like G2's playing this one a little bit scared. Very slow and tentative to move around the map.
Yeah, crumbling.
That time you see over in cave, Tapson's able to get the 1 kill. No second swing for Heavy God whatsoever. Falling apart now, 4 in a row for Big's defense. 5 of the last 6 as well in their favor.
Well, we're also talking about one of the strengths on Cash. I felt like everyone from G2 was delivering a moment here or there. It's been a much quieter performance across the board. Nerds is still playing pretty decently, but everybody else is much quieter.
Well, much like the first half of Cash, Big find the solutions. And this time, instead of just scraping together barely what you need, they're actually taking complete advantage of it. They're looking to take a 2-round lead into the halftime break. 3 Galils, an MP7, a Deagle for G2. That's what this final attack is. Right at the A bomb site, right at Grix in his AWP.
A shot from Grix. He's going to go again. Out from the big box. The second. No problem here for Grix. They're just going to keep coming at him. A turret positioned perfectly to deal with any reaction that comes onto his screen, and misses a couple, and Nerds actually manages to get both kills, so he's reopened the conversation.
Deja vu. This time he's getting more aggressive.
Oh.
Can't find the flank as Hunter, so Nerds left alive. 76 HP, 1 versus 2, but he does not have control of the bomb.
It's like 1v5 every round, though. To be honest, Nurse is the only player doing anything, and he's got to literally get everybody here to win the round. He just can't do it. Too much to ask of him. And yes, fantastic recovery down the stretch there for Big.
Yeah, 5 in a row to close out the map. It was 3 in a row, or to close out the first half. 3 in a row on Cash to close out the first half. But now they actually have a lead. Now they actually have some momentum to play with and be happy about. We're going to switch sides, and you're right. Vibe across G2 is everyone's gone a little quiet. Nerds at 16 kills. Next closest is Heavy God and Mattis tied for 7. They went cold here on the T side of Ancient. And now playoffs, it felt like they were marching towards it. Playoffs in question as Big looking to contest map 2.
Yeah, JDC winning the pistol for Big in the first half. See if they can do it again as they come over towards A main. We've got Wrinkle who's detecting all those heads, so do Big stay focused on heading towards the A side? Looks like they are. But because he's seen so many targets, he can actually just rotate extra players over here, so G2 get a stronger defense, a stronger go at this. JDC again, pistol success, coming out with a second headshot from JDC. Looking very good indeed as Big swarm the site. Nerds trying to do something about it, but he's locked behind that smoking donut. And G2 do nothing.
Yeah, they have no stopping power there. How much can JDC do? It's just like a one-man army, it feels. Unkillable at the moment, playing really well. Heavy God goes down, and that'll be the pistol for Big. Their second pistol round. Now they've struggled to convert after winning the pistols. Feels like this might be a different vibe going on right now. Playing really, really well. 6 rounds straight going back to the first half.
Feels like coming into this game, we talk about it's going to be a head-to-head between JDC and Nerds, but it literally is that. Like, both players just leading the charge.
Well, it was that for a while.
And then Tapson's right there now.
Yeah, I think Big, after if they end up winning this map, after this, later on today, they're going to look at this and be like, JDC really carried us through the first half of Ancient. When you think about it, the fact they're able to... It felt so dominant for G2. It looked so dominant for G2, but JDC was single-handedly able to just seal 3 rounds away on his own. So you kind of kept it close enough for everyone else to ignite and now take this sort of a lead. So, I mean, you really got to be thanking JDC for getting you started early if you're Big. But now everyone else showing up and making it real difficult for G2 to find their mojo again.
It feels like that level of flat right now for G2 that it's going to require like an individual moment, like a clutch, just to kind of reignite the energy in the squad.
Maybe a heavy got Deagle rounds.
Yeah, that would be pretty helpful. It's a 5-7 here for Wrinkle. Trying to stop them as they come up the ramp. Mattis will make his move next. Big about to funnel themselves into 3 players. So this is the best chance for G2 to actually do something in this round. As the bomb carrier, Grix protects it with a headshot towards Mattis.
Look how cautious Big is being. They have all this utility down, but they know at some moment there's going to be 5-7s behind this smoke, so they are so tentative. They are so afraid to push up behind it, and for good reason. They've played this very well. The reaggress, though, is not going to have as many nades, so this Deagle from Heavy God is going to have clear lines of sight. These crossfires of the 5-7 is going to be a little bit more dangerous. But now you got to consider the other side of the map.
Yeah, Nerds just waiting inside of the cave. 5-7 at his disposal. You've got Tapson coming up first. BlameF next in, and it's a quick trade from BlameF. 4v3. 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Big just trying to stall this one out. They don't have a huge amount of time to figure it out, though. And just taking little bits of health off every couple of seconds here from G2.
They're equally kind of softened up. This is not easy. This is a little bit scary, and G2 gives it up.
Okay, there you go. I mean, that's a strange decision, but...
I guess they thought that this was all going to be some kind of a fake. I don't know why
delay into the A hit
at this point, when you've been battling the whole round for it, I don't know why you'd relinquish it unless you thought it was going to be towards the other side, that the bomb was going elsewhere.
Especially because you had such a big chance, it felt like, to win that. It's very strange indeed to see that from G2. Like so much tension building with no release.
Yeah, it was very anticlimactic. I wanted to see the conclusion.
All right, well, 9 rounds to fly. Does feel like we're just going to be going to Inferno at this point.
Good job on Big, though. I mean, it's a scrappy round. It's a weird one. I just liked watching them play so disciplined as a team. Like, no individual thought it was time to push forward and moved in too early and got taken down. Everyone kind of on the same page of, we have the rifles, utilities up, let's keep the range. They're going to have to keep peeking into us at some point. These Galils, these AK-47s going to find the kill that alleviates the pressure. They've got their 9th. So 9-5, and G2 still with a few bells and whistles to fight back with in this round. 3 players survived the previous.
They're in mid again. Over on Big, no challenge coming their way. And it's even more surprising to see G2 call that off or pull away, knowing that they don't have a full buy available in the next round either. Like, so, it's, you don't have much to lose there. But perhaps hoping that 3 players of Kevlar can make this round a little more solid. Playing in the standard setup with weaker weapons doesn't feel too likely to net any success here for G2. Big is just going to keep it slow and controlled, dictating the pace here.
Played slow rounds on the T side of Cash as well, but a one like this against low economy, yeah, trying to bleed the utility a little bit. G2 hold on to as much as he can. Big's just got to be careful, like they don't stall it out too long to where you have this smoke on Hunter, and now a kill. Fortunately for Big, the smoke's on the other side of the map at the A bomb site. But a 4-on-5, you start feeling nervous as the time runs down to 20 seconds because the clock is an ally to G2. This is actually kind of a 4-on-6.
And Nerds just waits down in the silo. P250 at the ready.
Oh, they've done this way too low.
Heavy card goes out in the open. JDC and Favin taking kills between them. And Grix also right there against Nerds. So Hunter and Wrinkle left alone and going to give it a go. So AK collected. Hunter spreads forward into the cave. Wrinkle all the way down to the bottom of the ramp. Taps and having a lot of peek. And that's going to be tapped into. Find successes. Hunter's left creeping away from the cave. There's no other option but to try and save the AK-47. And we're going to watch a 10th round take up in favor of Big.
Oh, Hunter is going to get away with the AK-47, though. That's... Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. Mac 10 at range. Favin finds him. 10-5. Looking very clean out of Big. That round, they left it real low, making their move into the site with about 10, 12 seconds left. Could have gone horribly wrong. But taking that win and marching into round 16. AWP out for Wrinkle. M4's back for G2. But it's been flat. Now they're the ones getting blanked in this second half. They have yet to put a defensive round on the board here on Ancient.
It could be 2 13-5s. First couple of maps of this series. Favin trying to find a safe spot there. He does lose quite a bit of health, down to 45. JDC now on the attacking side of the map is already out at middle. Gonna do some great work in that first half on the CT side, and this time caught by Nerds towards Donuts. BlameF can try and trade it out. Nerds not giving him the chance, so BlameF just moves up into the red room. Grix is a little bit behind, just lagging behind him. The CT smoke themselves all, but it works out really well for Nerds as he just catches a good time in anticipating that Grix might feel safe to cross once that smoke's up, and Nerds makes it work very well for a second kill in the round.
Yeah, and now you just control too much for this to really have any danger in it. Big 3 versus 5, gonna be forced away from middle. And this is really the only option they have left is back to the B bomb site, but with the deep angle of the AWP, that's the bomb hitting the deck, and that's a 6th round for G2, and they get on the board clean. Nobody's gone down until just now. It's Mattis to fall. But as a first win to get this comeback started and to get yourself going in the second half, very nicely done from G2.
BlameF could think about damage, but doesn't have a huge amount of money himself, so he's going to slip away. Carry the AK-47 into the next one with all that utility he's got on his back.
Yeah, they'll be buying in the next round, so he wants the AK, he wants the nades. So G2 get one on the board. And they creep it a little bit closer, 10-6.
Counter-terrorists win.
Now we have round 17. I think if you're G2, probably the philosophy you're operating with on the CT side, it's been a very slow day of attacks from Big. Cash was very much default spread, kind of chill for 30, 40 seconds. Nothing too crazy in terms of fast, pacey, aggressive rushes. Similar to Ancient so far from what we've seen. So I think if you're G2, outside of the initial salvo of utility to just keep the fast plays honest, you're probably going to be holding on to smokes and Molotovs towards the late round, waiting for Big to start getting motivated to actually press into the bomb sites. Timeout is called for Big to talk things over. "21 kills on Nerds now, the only G2 member in double digits. Oh, he's locked in. He's not even paying attention to the coach.
It's like no fist bump for you.
That's admirable. Gotta respect it.
Unless the team morale just falls apart right now, Jason. They lose 13-10.
All because BlameF wasn't paying attention. He was paying attention to the tactics, though. The important stuff.
And playing pretty well. So
yeah.
we're getting to see a little bit more of the Big we wanted to watch coming into the Esports World Cup. Bit of early damage onto the head of Nerds as well, who has clearly been the only one worth talking about here for G2.
Well, the CT side we might see, we're going to have to see if G2 brings it back, someone else stepping up alongside him. Wrinkle will have his chance to throw his name in that ring. As Big heads directly towards this A bomb site. Wrinkle's up in Donut. Nerds playing at the bomb site itself.
Well, there's the utility flying over towards Wrinkle. He'll do a good job in stopping Tabson in his tracks. Notice his turret just spamming down through the smoke. Grix takes that headshot. He'll go forward and start to plant up. And Hunter, good kill coming through that smoke. JDC dead. 4v3. As G2 actually, for the first time in a while, have a strong position to try and get another round win again. So BlameF, good headshot. Heavy Guard smacked away. Mattis moving forward towards the donut. And Wrinkle connects his shot onto BlameF. So now it's just Favin 1v3. This would be a devastating blow if he's able to pull this off. G2 losing Wrinkle. There's the first utility dropping. Tap of the defuse pulls him into the open, but Favin's got a shot at this. They're not in the defuse. Mattis gets to it now. He's going to try and hold it, but he comes off. Favin doesn't even go. And Mattis has got the kill, but has he got the time?
Oh, he's got it.
It's going to be close, but Favin, it's going to be Mattis to pull it through. Favin gives it a good go, but G2 needed that one, and Favin makes it damn close.
Man, he was having a whole host of those on Cash too, where he's left in tough situations and giving you 2 blinding shots to make it possible. All of a sudden, one more almost provides the miracle. Well done from Mattis, getting off the bomb, knowing he's going to come through that smoke eventually. But G2 fortunate to get away with this round win. 10-7, lead is cut to 3, and Big is back on pistols. Low buy. A chance to close the gap even further as G2 warm up into this half. This time Wrinkle is alone. Enough success in the previous round makes Big feel like they can come back to this bomb site.
Nice shot from Wrinkle. That's Tabson. Oh, quick headshot as well from Wrinkle. Nort's able to make the most of his kill on Favin, and then Hunter just sweeps up the final couple. So a comfortable round win there from G2. 2 rounds separating the 2 squads, and we're going to see a good buy coming out here for Big.
Yeah, damn fun shooting from Wrinkle to step back into that aggressive angle instead of falling back into the protection of Nertz's M4. Grabbing that second kill, mopping him up. Really good job. Not letting that Tech 9 hit, that contact play, ruin your day. 2-round lead. All back in the hands of Grix. AK-47s across the board for Big. Utility out towards Red Room. An aggressive push down the stairs from the CT side.
That's a good nade right on top of Grix. He's down to 41, and we'll see Norris make it all the way down middle onto the heaven boxes. Going to be a real nuisance here, Nertz. Need to go around the corner, and Nertz not detecting any presence from Big. They're not wanting to challenge out elbow this round.
Interesting they're not re-smoking it at all either. Nertz has one. Wrinkle's got the angle with the op now, so they want someone to get baited into that peek at elbow.
Well, Mattis, careful, pulling nades out as Grix op arrives. He gets a warning shot at least. Does take a lot of damage for it, but still able to stand on his 2 feet.
It's very passive at this B bomb site, though. It's Heavy God with this passive off angle. Oh, he grabbed at least one.
Smoke. Favin went in before that smoke, but BlameF got both. No, it's a Mattis, both dead. Now the pressure once again is back on G2.
I think he just kind of guessed. There was a smoke in place. I think with the spot earlier from Grix's AWP, I think he felt like he knew exactly what their play was going to be, and the blind spam puts him in the advantage.
Now we got Grix just waiting here on the site.
They're coming for it, 3-on-4, but they've got money, so G2's willing to risk it.
Grix at the ready, missed shot, whizzes past. Keeps his head planted down inside of the side, taps in, trying to get the timing right, but he looks the wrong way. As Hunter moves forward, Heavy Guard, sharp shooting. Here's JDC going down as well. G2 coming back in for this. It's got to be BlameF. And so far, so good. It could be all 5. He's close to it. Wrinkle's up next, and BlameF has got it. Steps up with an unbelievable round from BlameF. And Big sell forward to 11.
What a sequence. Starts you out with the 2 kills, preventing the flank, the wraparound defense, and then closes it out with all 3. Base of the ramp. And shuts down an incredible retake from G2. Building into something real special there as all of Big falls as they turn the corners.
Things get rough. They're bringing out Big's battle cruiser and BlameF. And he just marches right into those kills. He's just so confident to take them as well, not hiding away. Willing to take the fights. And that has just taken all the energy out of G2. They thought they had that round.
Yeah, it felt like it was going to be theirs. Felt like that retake was all coming to fruition. So the comeback has a little bit of an obstacle thrown in its path. 3 in a row for G2 before Big puts a stop to it. They're 2 rounds away from taking us to a 3rd and deciding map. But G2 still got fight. 3 M4s and an AWP on Wrinkle. MP7 picked up on Nertz. Money's gone after this. A must-win round for G2 to continue this campaign on Ancient.
Got Nerds on an MP7 going into the all-important round. Players 22 and 14 playing with an SMG. Heavy God. Look at it activate down the ramp. Spotted early by Favin. No longer can he continue to make that play. That's a good way to find the opening. Matters with a spam down through the boards.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh.
Well, I like this from JDC, making a creative play, trying to create something on the map to alleviate pressure on his teammates. Missed the opportunity, but now he's a ton of attention.
Heavy God. Going down, we've got Hunter just waiting in the cubby. Good headshot, goes in for the second, and Hunter cleans up Favin and Griggs.
Yeah, the old bait and switch. Ready and waiting. Nerds lined up along the wall, never cleared Hunter deep. You think that's the player you got to worry about off to the left.
We're not done yet. There's no money here for Big. This is a situation we're likely looking at G2 go up to 10 rounds. 11-10 the scoreline. It's tough for grabs.
Yeah, the layers of these G2 defenses and protocols that we saw in Cash are coming back now in this comeback. They were missing, and I think that's what made them feel so flat, was we never kind of saw those multi-layered plays that G2 been making consistently. Now it's starting to come back into style. It's putting Big on the back foot. So close, but still so far away.
Mav walking his way up with the Deagle, looking to just fight. If anybody wants to challenge him. And the answer is yes. Hunter will have a quick peek out, win the fight with the AK. And really there's nothing left in the round here for Big.
No, it's plays like that. It's the Deagle challenging in a crazy fashion. It's all you've really got. No flashbangs, no smokes to speak of. The G2 is going to be at 10. Them now on a little bit of a streak. 5-1 run after all is said and done here in round 21. Within striking distance, within just a single round of tying up this game right at the tail end of the map. Hunter climbing up that scoreboard to join up with Nerds. Hunter now at 17. Mattis doing the same, now up to 12. And Nerds continuing to propel himself even further forward. 24 kills for him to lead the way.
All right, do or die in this one. Big's chances to stay in the series. Rest here. It's their best chance to do it. They're coming down into middle, completely blinded. Blamef and JDC stood no chance. And this is heartbreaking for Big to watch it all fall away at the end, but their money's going to be in the bin. G2 are up to 11 rounds here.
They've held that in the back pocket this entire half. Everything looks and feels the same like their typical mid-control, except for the additional 5 flashbangs that are thrown. Favin and JDC trying to meet him at the point of the attack just have no chance of dodging all that utility. Complete annihilation of the mid-attack from Big, and the round is just nothing to do from here.
.45 seconds left on the clock. And it doesn't really matter at all because Tapson's 1v5 taken out in the next couple of seconds. And that is 11-11. G2 have tied up the game. They've broken the money of Big down the stretch.
I think importantly, too, in this stretch of rounds, this 6-1 run that they've been on, Big has only been able to plant the bomb once. And that was like way back in the second round that G2 won. So you're not even getting the bonus money. You're not even getting extra cash to help you replenish these buys, to help you get a few more AK-47s out.
And even the round win that breaks up this streak was the Blamef ace round, right? Where he wins an unlikely round, an unrepeatable round. I think that's the big problem.
And now instead of being able to have the full losing bonus, have a plan, every single round is Galils and AKs, now it's kind of like a full buy into a Tech 9 round, and you're not nearly as dangerous down the stretch as you'd like to be. And G2 feeling more and more comfortable in this defense. as time goes on. Really, they've shut it down as soon as the guns came out in this second half. There's been no chance for Big. Three round wins straight for G2. They've only lost a single player. Kills aren't even coming for Big.
No, not at all. 3 Tech 9s, P250, just give it a whirl at this B site. Just rush in, see if you can get into the bomb site. Heavy God, spamming down. It's going to get pushed on the left side. Wasn't anticipating it. Here goes Mattis, denying the bomb plant, denying the life of a couple. Actually, the bomb did slip down. Need some extra cash going into the next round here for Big.
Tell you what, thank God Mattis did that.
Yeah.
Because that's a real sinking feeling when you lose control of Cube in that kind of a situation. If Mattis plays that passively and stays inside cave, bomb gets planted, player alive in the bomb site, player alive at Cube. That's so hard to get out of that scenario. So Mattis makes a very important play in my mind, and that's put G2 up by 1. Right at the end, Big had such a suffocating lead in this game. 10-5 at one point.
Oh, it's an absolute disastrous end of the map here from Big, but let's see, can they get it into overtime? Can they somehow find a way to wriggle their way into the bonus rounds of this game? We've got an aggressive maneuver here from Hunter, advanced up into A main. He's lost the fight against Tapson, but they've spotted the bomb early on. And what is that going to do to Big? Is it going to force him to reconsider, slow things down a little bit?
I think you get a kill like that this early in the round, you're so happy to play the 5-on-4, especially when it's for overtime. You don't want to take the risk and just try and capitalize on that and push forward. So Nerds makes a footstep. JDC hears that, knows his position. And Nerds gets pulled into an easy death. And now that opens up the avenue for JDC's lurk in Red Room, which they have no idea about.
We got JDC waiting in the Red Room and loses his life against Heavy God. So an important kill if G2 are going to do this. Wrinkle even furthers that with a kill up on Grix. He's going to hold down from the donut. 45 seconds remaining. Big again. This could be a big throw.
But G2 think it's going to A. They're all starting to shift right now.
Mattis coming back at just the right time. Trying to get in position. Mattis after ready utilities forward. Favin with a blinder of a headshot on that crossover. Wrinkle's coming back with Heavy God. If G2 want to close it now, it's got to be a Wrinkle and Heavy God 2v3 retake of this B site.
And Wrinkle can't wait for Heavy God. Heavy God's just coming from CT spawn now. He's got a lot of ground to cover and a lot of issues with that open space. So Wrinkle has got to make his move before Heavy God makes contact.
And Wrinkle's the player with all that utility as well, but he can't use any of it because he's trying to be silent coming up the ramp. This AWP trying to clear tight, close corners, not getting the fights he's looking for. There's the barrel, there's the kill. 5-7 out next. Looking for a second challenge. Wrinkle can't get it, so it's got to be Heavy God, and you rely upon him in situations like this. But he can't get to it because the grenade over the top from Favin, it was not planted for him, but he had the right tool for the job. And Big get this one into overtime.
Oh, a miraculous round win when they'd been struggling so much, but boy, did they get given some gifts. The Hunter push, fine. It's the tactic you called, but the Nerds getting pulled into the Red Room play, walking into the AWP of Wrinkle. Or excuse me, of Grix. Big has just sat here on the map waiting for the response, and the fact they almost fought back. They almost. But it's Favin, who else? The man who's been having incredible impact for Big in both maps in the series thus far.
Big survive the total collapse. They stay in the game. Nerds again, taking heavy damage, 38 HP right off the get-go. Hunter and Nerds trying to get back in towards this A site. Gonna have to play a little bit more passive. They were bitten a little bit too hard in that last round.
And they've had a lot of more aggressive defenses, right? Opening up of the round, Wrinkle's been close up with the AWP a number of times. So a different look, especially with no AWP at the bomb site whatsoever. Hunter going to be playing default, Nerds and Donut will drop delay utility and turn to help out Hunter when this hit comes in. But with low HP, there's not a whole lot he can provide.
You feel caged right now if you're Big behind that fire. Your smokes have gone in and you really wanted to move forward at an earlier timing, but here they go. Trying to get past Nerds and play math and taps and cut right through the defense. Nothing done from G2.
Well, Heavy God's going to slide through, try and create the opportunity, the chance, but oh, it's such a low percentage. Good find, can't get a second. Favin puts him down. And Madison Wrinkle far away. This retake is not going to happen.
Oh, Big finding a way back into the game fully now then. Money's no longer a problem here in overtime. They get the full buys back. And we now look over towards Hunter and wonder, what can he find to solve this?
Mattis ready for some exit kills. Overtime doesn't really matter a whole lot. Big is locked in, looking for any kind of a follow-up peek. And Mattis gonna bring it in late. Grab one kill and just chill. 13-12 for Big, 2 in a row.
Smoke going up and towards the red room, one down towards the elbow, and the real challenge is the HE grenades that have just landed on top of JDC and BlameF. They're both dead within seconds. Nerds on the double. Favin double speed, trying to get in towards this B site, but he can't find the answer. No solution there. And that is a very quick round indeed.
Yeah, not even against the play from Favin. You have to do something surprising. Round is just over within the first 20 seconds as soon as those nades are thrown. Taps in the last of lefts in a 1v5. Heavy God's gonna end his misery, or is he?
Just gonna toy with him for a little bit. Tapson's gonna actually win that engagement. Hunter will be the one to close things out. So not the clean shootout for G2, but very happy with the round win.
Oh yeah, obviously. You get those kills off utility, nice and easy. Don't really have to work for it whatsoever, and it's an easy mop up from there. Who takes the advantage as we switch sides into overtime? Final round of this first half of OT.
Smoke's deploying outside into middle again. This time, I'm sure a little bit more shy about getting involved with the HE grenades. That is a blinder of a shot from JDC.
Yeah, that's gross. Wrinkle might have thought he had an extra second to line up a shot, and just no chance. JDC takes it away. And behind this smoke, with that kill towards the B bomb site, Big is lining up. When this fades, are they going to hit it on the fade is the question. Do they say, with that kill, you're going to shift somebody over, and we have a moment in time, a window of opportunity to step forward?
There's a good peek out. It's going to be Favin. First headshot. Mattis doing what he can inside of the site here. Goes back into the cave. Taps and wins that engagement. And just 2 players left here for G2. And the only one we're talking about right now is Nerds. The only player that can do anything on this initial attack. And he just can't even get an opportunity to rattle off his shot. Grix just takes him down to the side of the bricks.
Yeah, lovely shooting with the AWP. Least Heavy got all alone. 1 versus 4. So 14-13 for Big. They had the huge lead in the first half that they let slip away, but they will take another lead into the second half of overtime.
Heavy Goal moves up into the site. Good kill here on BlameF. On time. Time is the problem. BlameF. Oh my god, is the first victim tapped in the second. Now Heavy God's got another, gets onto that defuse tap at the time. Time is the problem. Heavy God gives it an incredible go, but JDC comes back up that ramp with a headshot and denies any heroic antics from Heavy God.
Okay, Heavy God, piecing it together with that AWP. There really isn't anything you can't do. Super impressive. Yeah, attempt at it. Really nice. This is how it opened up. You never even felt like it was going to get close. That was a 1 versus 4 for Heavy God, not even known to be an AWPer. But he gets all his 1v1s, players out in the open, not working in tandem, and almost pieces it together.
It was a real nice try, but in the end it is still 14-13 for Big. They've got the lead of the game again. Heavy God sign, that attempted clutch is just a reminder that no round is already won until it's over. Utility flying in. It's going to be an execution from G2 towards this B site. Grix has got the first. Mattis dead. And it's a rough scenario here for G2. There's a attempted play here from Nerds on the lurk, but BlameF's completely ready for it. Favin destroying them inside of the site. And even though G2 started to come back into this game, it looked like it was their map. It looked like it was their series, but Big have dug deep and have stayed in this, and they're going to be the team to reach map point again.
That's a really nice defense as well. I think G2 starting to run out of ideas. This is starting to feel real difficult for him. Wrinkle, he's got his first. Should never be possible. Smoke up behind him now. He's forced forward, and a missed shot will spell his death, and Big now a single round away from a map 2 win.
It's been quite slow for G2 this whole game, and finally looked like they'd figured it out. But once again, you have to return to the drawing board and try and figure out any sort of solution to just get into another overtime yourself.
Yeah, I mean, remember too, in the first half, G2, they started out the T side really good, and the guns came out, and then Big just took it over. You know, we saw G2 kind of like fade away into obscurity in that first half of regulation. So not having a great day here on Ancient, the map that they selected to bring it to, on the verge of dropping the map and having to go play another. Live in around 29. G2 must win 2 in a row to bring us to a second overtime. Looks like they just want to find a timing at this B-bomb site. Triple nade in middle, make you feel like there's going to be more presence on that side of the map. Everyone shifts back. Grix caught out in the open, but manages to tuck tail and get away.
There's the spam down to the boards. Now Grix makes his way up into the cave. Matters at the ready. Grix will connect the shot. Matters dead, and Hunter's gonna try and backtrack his way towards the B lane. Under a minute left on the clock. We got Favin who's moving up.
They're getting beat right now, all across the map.
And Hunter's just trying to get out towards the side. Tapson's taking so much damage here, 50 HP. We got Favin who's ready, getting ever closer to the flank to activate. They can just surround G2. Can suffocate them here. They've got to fight their way out of this cage that they find themselves in. Time is starting to really tick as well. 30 seconds, bomb starts running up. It's Nerds, the release valve here for G2. Finally some space, something to play with. Bomb is going to get planted. JDC behind the smoke as it fades away. Moves up closer and closer to the site, but there's the flank activated. Favin taking down Heavy Guard, frees up JDC, but Nerds is lights out, finally dead to the spam. Favin's got another one, and it's all on Wrinkle. The new guy here in G2 looking to show up with a clutch at the World Cup. Stands at the bottom of the ramp. No tap in the defuse yet. Favin goes for it, into the open, and Playmath takes that headshot. Wrinkle taken down, and it will be Big to secure it. They stay in it mentally, and they find their way to get this job done and head into the third map.
Yeah, that's a damn good game from Big. They got tested in a couple different ways, and having to outlast that comeback from G2, really impressive to see them stick in it. And boy, they clamped down at the end. Once overtime hit, that was all Big.
All Big indeed. What a way to gut it out. You know, that one turned into a bit of a heater. What did we say at the beginning? All the things that we wanted. Blame F, performance. JDC lighting the way in the first half.
Yeah.
A little bit of vintage Tabson. You feeling romantic yet?
Was there vintage Tabson?
We got a little bit of Tabson.
We got a little bit of Tabson.
It was like medium Tabson.
Okay.
You know.
All right, medium Tabson. Cool. What a day.
What a day indeed. What a day for Big. The Ancient, I mean, now we get a full map series. We get the full run here. And we get a big clan that's shown some resolve, shown some backbone.
Yeah, which was important. I mentioned they were going to be sad about the way they played Cash. I think they're going to feel like they just kind of played crap Counter-Strike. This one actually being able to kind of clamp down when everything's going wrong, regain momentum, get it back under your control, and just kind of run away with this map at a certain point. Yeah, there was a comeback in there, but again, you're going to be proud of the resilience showed to clamp down and win in overtime.
Yeah, I think if there's one thing that we in NRG have learned over the year, it's that they never know when to say quit. So this Big, you just can't count them out. I want to spare a moment to talk about G2 as well. One of the big win conditions we were talking about was Nerds. Nerds was a revelation through much of the game. The only reason G2 had a chance in that one down still wasn't nearly enough, wasn't the full picture.
Yeah, that was the problem, right? The fact that Nerds showed up, no one else did for a large part of that game. Towards, the comeback, obviously, to come back, you need the rest of your teammates to show up, and they did start delivering. I think Matis had a couple of cool moments there, but for the most part, just too little done early stages for G2 and then towards the end just couldn't find the solutions once Big started coming back into it. I was disappointed with G2's Ancient overall. Yeah. I thought it was pretty weak.
Yeah, I think they struggled to find success on the T side around Nerds. Like as you mentioned, Nerds popped off, but he's kind of in positions where you need your teammates to do something to give him the openings for him to then play next. So when he's having the great game but no one else is, it's like, good, you're doing things here, but this isn't necessarily like the primary win condition of the round. This is a supplementary play to what we're trying to do.
I think we at some point need to start a little bit of a conversation about why G2 has been so insistent on this Ancient, because this was a thing through their major run as well. They had some disappointing losses. We'll leave that for a moment. We'll sing some more praises of Big because this is the highlights from the game, and there were quite a few. I'm excited to get towards that Blame F ace. That was ridiculous. The backstop to save the team, but a lot of highlight reels from a lot of the team as well, and by the end of it, once we got to the overtime, in classic Big fashion, it was a team effort lifting the ship.
I think a round like that was like a good example to me. Like, yeah, Blame F, that's an awesome ace, incredible ace, and a great read of the situation. For me, I look at it from the perspective, I thought that was like a little bit arrogant from G2 of trying to make that flank happen after it had already been spotted out. So for Blame F, it's like, yeah, great read of the situation. You knew they were trying to execute this flank, this smoke pops, take the shots, and then that's your first 2 kills of the ace overall. But yeah, I think more than anything, it's just Big down the stretch. I think we're just so able to clamp down on some of the initial plays from the G2 side of things that they were playing in advantage positions in a lot of the closes of this and the overtime and such.
I think those are the kind of scenarios you can't misplay when a game is this close as well, because that one round breaks up the streak, the comeback from G2, and the one round makes the difference that allows them to get into overtime. So it's like that's a round that you just want to get back every single time if you're G2, and I think a difference was there's finally a quiet map as well from Wrinkle. He didn't necessarily perform in that first half at all. A couple of moments towards the end there, but just overall much flatter individually from G2. It was kind of shocking to see how good Nerds was and no one else really there to back him up. And I think we started to see glimpses towards the end though, like Heavy God potentially winning that 1v4, like making that somewhat doable. Just not enough done early stages for G2. I still feel confident in them winning the series. I feel like they're still going to pull out Inferno, but a lot less confident in terms of how convincing it's going to be.
I just thought there were some rough decisions being made on this one. So if that continues in the third map, that's the scariest thing for me for G2. I feel like on this map, some of the focus got lost after they started getting beat up, and maybe some poor decision making in moments. If that happens in Inferno, if that creeps back in, that's where I think they would have the issues on this third and deciding map. But I think they should be okay. It's just that's the one obstacle I see at the moment.
It is. And again, I do just want to remind everybody watching at home, that was G2's pick. They wanted to play that. The cash was brought in by Big. If you had flipped the veto, you would think, oh, this is pretty normal, like a tough, close loss. You dominate on your map pick. But it is just this continued insistence on the Ancient where we're looking at it and we're saying if we didn't have this god performance from Nerds early on, this wouldn't even been a conversation. This would have been a blowout.
It's hard to do sometimes as a team because if they feel those struggles on Ancient, they probably put some significant time into Ancient and got it to a point where they feel really good about it again, and then you want to bring it out, and then some of those issues may be still there. Yeah, either way, I think more than anything, I think this is one... if you're looking at this as the G2 team, I think there is an element of this where you can put on individually such a quiet game that, of course, our Ancient was going to be a struggle here. We only had one player really performing inside of his position, no one else. So yeah, that's always going to create a difficult map for you.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Can't keep that going into the Inferno, but maybe some more praise to sing for Big, right? We can show some stats. We got some stuff to show because it was just a nice one there for the German organization coming through, and for a team that we know that we've been discussing is looking to punch up, is looking to prove their worth here at the Esports World Cup. What did they say? We have everything to gain. They have everything to lose. Well, instead we're going to start with Nerds.
Yeah, might as well look at Nerds. I mean, yeah, losing effort, but fantastic performance. Coming out from him still. I think it's the opening kill department which is most interesting to me because he is going up against a very solid player who had a great game there as well in JDC, and they're playing in mid together, like against each other, so both on T and CT side. So you see the situation, 7-1 in openings, that's exactly what you need. And it comes back to your point, Jason, of the fact that how the hell are you not doing more with this? He's got you 7 opening kills. Like, you got to turn those into round wins on the T side especially.
Yeah, and I mean, that is an indictment. We've seen G2 just have some tough T sides in the past as well. We can tell it's not like as much as we praise it and it looks good at times. There is that inconsistency still, and that's just the main issue that they're working with is that up and down nature sometimes of the game that they bring in.
Where do we put that when it's been such a sustained issue? Is it a Hunter conversation to have? He's still relatively fresh into the IGLing role, but he's certainly been part of teams for so very long at this point.
I'm not putting it on Hunter, although you can always point to the IGL in terms of calling on your T sides. But remember too, he just had a new op come in.
Sure.
I'm not going to say he's new to the team. You've had a major cycle with him, but it took him longer, I think, to get comfortable in this team than we would have liked. And now you add in the new opper to that, just as he's getting some comfort. So there's still some moving pieces in there. I think overall the signs, I think still for G2, I'm still positive on this team despite some of those struggles. So I'm not in any kind of concern for what this team has in store for us.
No, me neither. I think it's going to be fine going into the next one. It's just good to see BlameF actually play well. I mean, you were asking for that as well, Jason, and we got to see it. So BlameF definitely a solid player to look at. I think that Ace obviously increases the stats a little more.
Yeah.
But, I'm looking forward to Inferno. I think BlameF actually is a really important player here for Big on Inferno. He can be in a good and a bad way. I mean, I've seen some Inferno games where I'm just like losing my mind watching Big, because like, where is BlameF? Like, where is he? He's not in the action at all. And I think there was a number of games during the Cologne Major where I felt that way. But then there's games where he's actually finding a little bit more impact, finding a little bit more presence on the server, and it just looks, it's night and day, the difference between Big. So I'm going to keep an eye on what BlameF's doing here on Inferno.
Isn't that just the BlameF experience?
It truly is. But
Is he
Inferno
either
highlights it quite a lot for me.
Either taking over or acing, or he's just somewhere back in the back line and you have no idea how he got 15 kills.
It's on the CT side, especially when it's like a winnable retake, and it's like, okay, well, Big, how will they get? No, BlameF's just in banana, or like they're not anywhere near it. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on. Is BlameF actually being in positions for the retakes?
Well, we're all just subjects of the BlameF experience in G2. We're going to be hoping they come out on the right side of it in the Inferno when we come back.
short smoke, it's got a gap. So
he's flubbed that.
Very turtled in this one. 2 backside on B. Massive stance on A. The only info they're getting is the UTIP that's being thrown. 50 seconds. Handful of smokes for the finish. Lacking mollies, and got to be a damn good flash from Sin, depending on where they want this one to end. And I feel it is going to be A. You're getting Lake selling this B fake. It just sounds like one guy, though, doesn't it?
It really does sound like a guy lining up multiple smokes. No one's moving a muscle. Still, though, just 2 CTs here. You got to get past Woxic. Oh, and he's tracked you. Trade there. Centaurus and Jimmy active. JBA just alone. 1v3 running into Jimmy, and it's so easy for him. So casual from the Finn in pit. 6-2 on M80's pick, and it does feel like it's starting to run away from them now.
See if they're able to salvage the half in the same way they did on Dust 2. That was helped out by both teams making some misplays, but that's Counter-Strike, isn't it? Very well timed there. Surprised to see an aggressive move coming in at that motion, but I guess they wanted to make sure they were already ahead if it was going to be that B play.
I'm just kind of in awe of the way Wakardi's been so stubborn for this banana control. He's really making M80 sweat if they want to take some steps. What was that B site? That doesn't get easier. I think sit under the illusion that he was trying to be a hard-to-hit target. It doesn't get more casual for the AWP.
But you're really seeing an air of confidence from all of the turns.
Yeah, you are.
Right? They're all happy to take a pick or go for a push, or right? You know this is a lighter buy, but I really like what I'm seeing. Obviously, it's riskier like this.
Could lead to something. Then again, you've got Centaurus and Jimmy as your backup now. Only Centaurus. Jimmy loses his head. Deagle through the smoke, doesn't track for another. One body shot connected. So 3-on-3. Bomb will be planted by Swisher.
Quick reroute short.
Oh yeah, the flash actually connected.
This
He is so aggressive. He's just feeling the game. He's in the flow. JBA recovers an AWP, fires off a shot from the mini pit. Centaurus waits for the regroup, partners up. Got Kixon side by side with him, starting to advance now as well. How do they breach? All too easy. Lake overcome. JBA with one into the clutch. Wakardia closes it down. Played to perfection.
The Terminator's got another level, mate. Like, this guy, he's an old boy, and I'm loving the pace at which he's playing. Gets the kill, rotates straight towards short side. He's just
Flash
rapid.
out.
Yeah, not taking a moment, right? This is really nice to see.
Oh, you use the word pizzazz as far as, you know, this kind of, when you are individually stronger in your own and others' opinions, that's when you do have that little bit of extra kind of, it's not disrespect, but it can feel like that if you're from the T side.
It's more like respecting your ability, right? You're like, hey.
I like what you've done there. Yes, exactly.
At different moments in Counter-Strike, think about Woxic in Mouse. I know it was a long time ago now, but this guy was electric on the AWP. And I know that the older boys, they're a bit more of the backbone of the team in that way, but they're not playing like it right now. 9-3 Centaurus.
But I'd be playing aggressive if I'm Woxic as well, knowing you've got that backup brigade waiting for you on A.
And they could have tried to put a leash on Woxic's picks by getting Slacks the AWP, but looks like going into this next rifle round, they're still operating with 5 AKs.
And your 2 rounds were on the B side.
Yes.
Your 2 rounds were on that other side of the map.
So where do you think they'll go and knock again? Half or smoke out the gates. Is there a boost over this? No, just some nades to deal with the pathing, and well, they'll allow those to fall by the wayside. Double mollies, 1 mouth, 1 sandbag. So
good
getting
nade.
the control. Softens up 2 with that one over the other side.
Welcome back to Counter-Strike here at the Esports World Cup, where the action is heating up in this big G2 game. We've gone the distance. We're headed into the Inferno, and Big, after gutting it out through that ancient, challenging G2 to the limit, now have the chance to pull off another upset. Reminder, folks, if you're just tuning in, this is a Big clan that fought all the way through the last chance qualifier. This is a qualified, earned team. They were not invited.
Yeah, and this game gets you into the playoffs. It gets you to the round of 16, right? So So it will be a massive run if they're able to pull this off. They're on quite the streak. They're in good form, starting the season a little bit earlier than other teams, in particular teams like G2. So I think it's a great opportunity for Big to actually go in and get a result that's really impressive. This would definitely be one that would give them a lot of confidence.
I think it changes. I think it's cool in the sense that I think it would change their goals for this event. Where we heard Tapson kind of say we're here to like kind of prove that we're on the map, that we're in the direction, that we are a team that needs to be feared and respected. I think if you win this one and get into the playoffs, then it becomes how deep can we go? Then it becomes we kind of accomplished that. We've upset G2, caused some damage, qualified through this. We're going to be on the radars. Now it's about for us gaining as many VRS as possible, getting as much of the cut of the share of the prize pool as we possibly can, go to the quarterfinals, see if we can upset another team, see how far we can push this. So I think it's cool for Big in that they get a look a little bit further ahead if they can win this one.
True, it's true, and some extra days as well to watch the rest of the competition to see how things shake out. Meanwhile, for G2, all those warm fuzzies from Cash have been dispelled. Now it's a little bit of despair. You're wondering, you're looking back at that one going, man, we weren't even in the first half.
I think yeah, that's the thought process is like the first half wasn't good, but I think you look at the positive side is that they came back into the second, right? They started playing more like the Counter-Strike they wanted to show going into that second half. So I think you focus more on the positives coming out of that and say, okay, guys, you started to figure it out towards the end. Let's just come in with that level and that way we were playing at the end of that map and bring it into the start of Inferno.
Yeah, obviously didn't lead to a win on Cash, but we've seen him in both maps now when G2's gone on like some runs in like late in the day, late in a half. Big's been able to find the change, the adaptation, so there's that as well to be happy about. Is you got plenty of ideas, you got ways to find solutions. I think Favin's been having a consistently good game. This could get interesting and actually be a little bit more brawly than we might initially expect coming into this.
Could go right down the distance. G2 looking to find their resolve, looking to find that sharpness they had earlier on, looking to see if Wrinkle can get right back into the honeymoon experience as well.
Sounds like you're heading off, Mike. This sounds like you're
heading
off. Your closing statement.
A nice long drawl, and now it's all yours, Jason.
Sounds good. Thank you, brother. Well, third and deciding map. Playoffs on the line. Winner moves into the round of 16, and we'll see them in the playoffs of the Esports World Cup. So now we get to see what both these teams can bring to the table on Inferno, a map I think both teams are going to be happy to play. I think both teams are going to be more than pleased to play this map.
Yeah, I think so as well. Making it through into Inferno, I think it's going to be a real brawl. I mean, we went to overtime on map 2. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another overtime here on Inferno. Yeah, it's going to be big starting on the CT side. And already they've chosen violence, Jason. That chicken did nothing wrong.
Yeah, no, it didn't last long, did it? Little honey mustard, and then we're going to town.
It's a good flavor. JDC. I mean, what a flavorful pistol he had. And back-to-back pistols over on Ancient. Incredible 4K in the first, and impact on the T-side pistols.
The pistols have been lovely for Big in this series so far. It's those second rounds that have kind of had the issues to them. So we'll see if they can continue winning the pistols and maybe change winning the second rounds now too. Here's the hit, moving into the A bomb site.
Yeah, JDC in pit, but it's Grix that just dives down off the balcony. Gets himself a second kill, couldn't quite capitalize on the third opportunity, and Favin, that is special that he's able to get away with that. So out towards Hunter, now Heavy God and Wrinkle 2v3.
Hunter wants that back. He regrets sliding into the open like that for that fight immediately as soon as he goes down. Just couldn't hold it back. Wrinkle inside the bomb site, the point man.
Yeah, he's going to give it a go. Needs at least one. Gives Heavy God a chance at this, carving him up from the side of the smoke. Wrinkle doesn't get a kill, so the pressure is all on Heavy God. Okay, here we go. Sees BlameF as well. BlameF's going to run him down. He switched the burst fire. Heavy God with that click, going for the burst to the head. He just can't get it, can't find it. BlameF's out of bullets. The knife is out, and Heavy God able to take that headshot. A chaotic pistol, but it goes the way of G2.
Yeah, he heard the mag on the dualies kind of running low. He heard the sign that the bullets were almost gone from those, so decides to toy with BlameF and just be an elusive target. Pistol round victory for G2, an important factor of the game that Big has been able to rely on. Shut down here by some great supportive play from Heavy God around the smoke.
Well, we got MP9s coming out here for a couple of plays, 5-7s and a scout. So Big, pistol hasn't gone their way. We were talking about how the second rounds haven't been great for them. They need a great second round themselves here with the weaker weapons. They've got 3 plays starting towards B. G2 looked to actually throw a little bit of contact that way.
All right, JDC, first up, flashbang is out, good find, blinded, and now the 5-7 goes to work, double from Tapson. Round crumbling, falling apart as G2 tries to recover. They've got another. It's Heavy God and Wrinkle in a 2-on-3.
Things will slow down for a little bit, but Favin is just not wasting any time. Finding more space. He's already through the underpass. So separated here. G2, Wrinkle all the way towards top banana.
What's the idea, though, right now? Is it Heavy God looking for a push? Is he going to come back and try and join up?
They spot him, yeah. There we go. The booty cheeks.
Surely you
of
call him
Favin.
back. You know this guy's cut the map. You know that Big is going to be lined up at the B bomb site with this kind of a push.
And he's just
so
waiting.
Pull him back, wait for the timing, and then it's a dead sprint.
Yeah, just buys a few extra seconds and some more space for his teammate to get down middle. They're going to try and race into the A side, but the rotation's coming back.
Heavy God can get the angle and hauls much quicker. Smoke off towards small pit. Bomb's going to follow up as well. So G2 find themselves with some safety entrenched in this site, and advantage swings in their favor.
Yeah, the plant's going to come forward from Wrinkle, puts it down here on default. You've got Grix and Playmath walking their way up. And Heavy God just waits down in the pit. He'll go out into the open. Good headshot. Grix is gone. Playmath left at a 1v2. Rifle is on the crown. We know he can clutch, but this one just doesn't seem all that possible. So he's going to back away, slip away with that better weapon, and that is going to be a G2 2-0 start.
Yeah, and a rifle to use in the next round for Big. What a good recovery. Good job from Heavy God. You had a map. You had maybe even 2 maps where Heavy God got to be a little bit quiet. Cash at that B bomb site, not quite there yet for Heavy God. Ancient, a little bit quiet, didn't struggle to find impact and didn't kind of have the performance we normally do, but now on Inferno, starting out 6-0 with some very important kills here in this round. A critical pistol round clutch as well. 2-0.
As they good work from Heavy God, being diligent, so not losing any composure there, taking the shot early. Well, 2-0 lead, and looks like it's going to be up to 3. G2 getting into the rhythm on the T side is going to be really important for them. It started slow on Ancient. In fact, they're going to be able to start strong on Inferno is exactly what we said they need to come out and do. Just try and shake off the negativity that might have come out of Ancient. Look at this. Little German tower going on. Well, it's more Belarusian than German on top, I suppose.
Yeah? You think you were going to get a correction from me on that one?
No, myself. JDC waiting. And that's going to be Nerds to send some shots down through the coffins.
That's an interesting smoke. Somebody missed their toss, their lineup. It bounces right back in their face, so let's see how much this boost can do. Just the 1 kill, and they found their way in. All right, so 3-0 for G2. Now we get to go into the gun rounds. I'll tell you what, I've been pretty impressed with Grix's AWPing. I think on Ancient as well, it picked up. I mentioned there was a round he kind of had a little bit of attitude over towards middle. He kept that attitude for the rest of the map, where he was being real assertive, real influential and aggressive with the AWP and his peaks. Obviously, a map like Inferno, if you get that kind of an AWPer with some confidence moving around the map, very, very dangerous. So I think if you're Big, priority number 1, get Grix involved in this defense with the AWP in the next round right out of the gate.
Just hanging out for some exit kills here. Playmath, who picked up that Galil in the last round. If he can get anything with it. And it is the 1 before being traded by Mattis. And Big to think about the next round here. Finally going to have a buy round to purchase up. Currently the B stream of the Esports World Cup that you're watching. Over on the A stream, we've got Aurora versus M80. Currently Aurora leading the way over there. So I continue to watch that action.
Deep in a map too. Oh, there's the slide in after the initial kill. Round 4 begins. Off in the hands of Grix. No AWP in play for G2 quite yet. Might not even see it on the T side of Inferno. The Grix waiting for some sound cues. Doesn't take any kind of a peek down middle. Pretty standard passive opening from Big. 2 defenders at the B bomb site. No stockpile created. And G2 stays far back on the map to avoid the initial utility. Now Nert slides into Banana, supporting him is Hunter.
A minute and 5 seconds left still in the round here for G2. Utility starts to come in towards this A side, already up through top mid, going in towards Griggs. Hunters landed a great shot, although they're not checking Favin. And finally, they look at him. Mattis is a little bit too late to do so. Blamaf gonna peek out with that distraction. Yep, it is, but where's the bomb gonna go? They're all gonna peel back from Banana because it hasn't gone the way of G2, and they're all confused. They're completely lost in terms of what they want to do here.
I think they might have almost felt like that fake got figured out and they could go back to the A-bomb site and that would almost work itself as a fake as the rotation came in, but second guessing it gave the time for Tapson to work himself around. You got no smoke for this choke point. You're just going to have to risk it. Nobody home. But they must find Tapson, and they have to do it clean.
Tapson moves up. Nert's going to be spotted making his way into the pool, and Tapson will take that kill away. So you put the pressure on Wrinkle. Now we know he's an AWPer, but can he pull off a clutch with the rifle with 14 seconds left?
I'd say yes, except for the time. If he had more time to try and chase down Tapson and find that kill before planting, yes, he's got it this one.
He just has a plant right now. He's just got enough time to put that down. It'll be close even on the plant, but just gets it in the final tick. So he has got the kill on Towers. He's putting the bomb down. Can he win this clutch now?
It's all worked out as if he had the time to hunt him down. So here we go. 1v2. Blamef coming in on the flank, and he's got nowhere else to operate. Wrinkle sits here for the rest of the clutch.
Nowhere to run, but somewhere to hide. Wrinkle steps out into the open for his next fight, and it would have been beautiful. But JDC nails the headshot upon the first challenge, and that'll end up being the first round win for Big on Inferno.
Yeah, but good damage done to the economy of Big, and there's not even an AWP that they can recover. That was taken out of the hands of Grix, so no AWP in play. That's a win of sorts for G2. They'll be pleased about it. So even in a loss, not unhappy with how that all played out. I mean, you have to consider, too, this is a perfect defensive call for Big. 3 players on the RAP side as G2 calls a RAP tactic, attacking right into your crossfire. And still the round was very, very close down the stretch.
Now all the boosters coming up, JDC to be put on top of the half wall, have a little look down into Banana and not see anybody.
More aggressive this round, though, in that defense in Banana. The confidence of winning the first gun round, the extra cash built up behind you. A little bit more stopping power in that round for Big in the early stages. Utility being spent to show bracket control and mid control for the G2 attack. Big's defense put on notice a 4th player is here, so they're not too worried at the moment. But if JDC gets forced back away from this B bomb site, then they'll have to consider options.
There goes Grix towards top mid. You've got heavy guard. Oh, took a while.
Oh my god. How has it worked out like that? Of all the eventualities in this world.
Should have been a free kill. There was a hidden cost. They didn't read the terms and conditions there, Jason.
That's so wild.
Damn.
All right, well, B-bomb site we go. 4 on 2.
30 seconds. Tapson trying to block the smoke. AK ready. JDC looking to be the difference again. It's Tapson out with the first kill on the FAMAS. JDC's turn. 2 players line up. None of them go his way. Tapson, though, will get another frag here for Big. And it's a good thing he is, because if he isn't, then we would have a very strong position for G2. Now it is still even odds in terms of the players, but with this kill opportunity for Heavy Guy, 7 HP, he's gotta be precise, and he just can't get it. So Favin opens up the angle of retake via Banana, and we'll see if they can piece this one together now. Big, they're still waiting on that final piece to arrive, and that is Blamaf towards C2 is a long way off. And I think it's just slowed the retake down, but he's got a headshot at range. So it's Hunter in the clutch, and he's much more comfortable in these situations. Blamaf moving forward. Better late than never, I suppose. And he's arrived inside of the site, but can he get the kill? Hunter wraps around low HP. No time for this defusal. Blamaf gets the kill, but he didn't arrive in time on that rotation. And it'll end up being a round victory for Hunter and G2.
Yeah, survives with 1 HP, though, so gets to bring the M4 forward. Good clutch from Hunter and good win from G2. Not letting Big build momentum in this game, not letting them string rounds together, and now putting their economy in a very precarious position. Big's going to have to make a very tough call here if they want to buy up and continue fighting, so they take a timeout. You got to say, between the Grix peak down middle, that play towards the B bomb site as well on the initial entry, it feels like there should have been a couple of kills in there for Big that they didn't get. And that'll be frustrating for them. With this M4 save forward by BlameF, I feel like they're in a position where they have to buy here. 3,300 on most players. You're going to be missing utility. Maybe you have to drop down to a FAMAS or an MP9. It's not going to be the best buy in the world. For G2, that's awesome, because that means you can really inflict some punishment on their money in this round, and then your T side just gets to open up. If you can win this one, G2 is just going to blow open the scoreboard.
There's Favin, look at this, straight down into second middle, looking for anybody really, but Heavy God has tucked himself in behind the stairs, behind the wall rather. He'll start to make his way out into the open now, but Grix is just up there in the bedroom. Heavy God is about to get spotted. I can't believe he hasn't been seen. Grix arrives, he does get the trade kill at least.
One got past him though. Look at Favin, he's made it so deep. He's going to be wrapping around T-ramp shortly. That is hunting this kill down. Now, if they can make it into the A bomb site, Favin's position is neutralized. It's now worthless.
Yeah, he actually just far away from the retake opportunity.
He actually just walked away from the executor. Now he's got to come back into it.
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all made that move before. It's a very frustrating feeling when that happens. And under a minute left on the clock. You move into the site now for G2, but yeah, they're taking their time. And this is allowing Favin to get back. Oh, shooting shadows.
Hate to see it. Information is now there. Timing of this push is known.
Yeah, Favin gets a couple of blunders in this round. It is going to cost him. Matters turns around, and that'll end up being a round win for G2. You can't really just throw everything else at this. JDC and Tapson going to start backing off. A 5-1 lead for G2. A very strong start coming into the final map here.
It's a really good look for this T side that we were just having a conversation about the struggles it showed over on Ancient. Not able to produce a whole lot, right? Now you're getting a better look, and this is a very nice win for the G2 side of things that puts Big's backs against the wall. 2 M4s going to be brought forward into the next rounds. They can scrape together a dangerous buy around these rifles, so not completely out of the fight just yet, but G2 just continuing to march forward. I like this. Creative play, cool play. Multiple players doing it, a lot of teamwork. Just the responses from G2 were so perfect. The reaction from G2 so effective. 5-1.
Heavy God with just a MAC-10 to work with. Abson gonna get his teammate JDC boosted up on top of the half wall, and it'll go beyond JDC.
Different timing, changing the pace here. We're gonna get a very fast timing hulls pop.
Yeah, G2 ready to go. Bricks is dropping back at the right time. Does spot him coming out. First kill is good, but he couldn't get a second. That falls instead to BlameF and Favin to see if they can combine to try and stop this. But their hands are busy with utility. I don't think they were ready for how close G2 actually ended up being inside of the site there. So that plant is going to be coming through here from Hunter. And Tapson and JDC. Again, it's another situation where they're having to consider the save call, but you're going to be 6-1 down, so you want to give it a go. You want to see if there's any sort of opening, and JDC is actually encouraged to go forward because the flames are at his back, so forced into the fight now. Nertz is inside a pit. It's so hard to see how they're going to flush them out.
They heard the tick of the Molotov as well, so they know he's here. Now he's just kind of activated the trap. There's the kill from Wrinkle. Tapson can't make it forward. They're going to lose everything.
This is really, really tough to watch for Big.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're Hunter, you're having a great time. You know, as an IGL, you don't get a whole lot of games where you just get to have fun, but I think Hunter feels like he's got Big on a string right now, changing the pace, throwing a little trickery into the mix, different ideas.
He's just in that flow state.
Yeah, and I mean, you can sense it as an IGL too when you're calling, and you can when you feel the reactions inside the server, you just know they're reacting in every which way you want them to. So Hunter having a lovely time and making G2 look good on this T side of Inferno.
And again, Big, we talked about their steel spine, you know, the fact that they've been able to be up against any scoreline and somehow come back into it and show that they could recover even on Ancient there when it looked like G2 had figured things out. So They got to do it to a massive level at this point. 6-1 down. CT side's pretty dire. It doesn't look like they're going to have enough to get a good buyout in the next round at all. So it'll end up being one rifle, pistols around it, maybe an SMG in there. And that's what they've got here, Big. So not looking great, and we'll say that. And it'll end up being a 7-1 scoreline against the Germans.
Potentially.
Potentially. You have to add that caveat in there, Jason. Because maybe
I've seen it too many times.
JDC does something ridiculous with this MP9. Done well. Get down bottom banana.
I imagine they've heard that. The footsteps, the burning of the Molotov, JDC tucked into the corner for the moment. Regardless, this deep smoke and that presence of the 5-7 behind it are going to tell you, show all the signs of aggression. So if you're G2 and you come back to banana, you're clearing everything regardless. It's exactly what they'll do. They want to make sure any defense is pushed back. Another tick of the Molotov gives away the position. 1-for-1 for JDC. And banana control for G2.
Just hanging out as well here behind the sandbags as Tapsin doesn't have a teammate to actually bait and switch for him because BlameF actually just played from the site. So he's just kind of leaving Tapsin in on his own, which does put the pressure on BlameF's shoulders to be the one to deliver. Let's see if it works out. They haven't checked in, so he's actually managed to get 2 out of it. Fantastic work out of BlameF. Nearly gets a 3rd kill from that position with the 1 rifle. And a 2v2 because of it. Can Big turn this into a round win? Unfortunately, again, it's Hunter who stepped forward in an all-important kill, but Grix, this is doable.
Yeah, it very much is. They have no idea where he is. It's a fast timing, but that smoke protects Heavy God. So Grix going to step up behind it, 2 to find.
Just think about all the positions that are running through Grix's mind that he has to check, he has to clear. And now he's been spotted, so they can reposition, strategize in terms of knocking him out of this round, and grenade to slow him down, Hunter to move off to play with Heavy God. It's just not going to happen here for Grix. He's lost that window of opportunity. He'll tap, but there's no kit on his back here. The time ticking a little bit too far, and he has no idea where the other player is. Hunter's moved off, and in fact, that'll be a 4K from Hunter. Fantastic work. You say he's having fun as an in-game leader. He's also fragging as well.
That's unfortunate for Grix coming in on that flank with the nice timing. That smoke is down, so you kind of, I mean, working your way through that choke point to go in through the church is kind of like you're giving up your flank, you know? That smoke just prevented him from having any kind of look into the bomb site, so the timing just gets ruined. Close round, and I'll say this, that was one of those, like, that was a very smart bait from BlameF, right?
Yes,
Let those 2 players kind of sell the fact that the defenders have been eliminated, the site's clear, and BlameF able to get a double kill, a chance for a 3rd as well. Not too shabby, but doesn't end in a victory. 7-1.
Oh, Grix. Oh, that flash is unbelievable. That was confirmed death to a G2 player. Like, it doesn't matter, but that flash comes in and that has just saved the day.
Just look at the differences in the way they've taken it. That's why I'm saying, like, Hunter's having such a good time as an IGL, reading everything. You know, you have that round where there's aggression, where they push down, they use all the utility, you sit back and you wait, you march in with 4 and play the trade game. This time it's something similar. There's some aggressive utility, they have an op set up, and you flash, which they didn't expect because you didn't do it last time. So different ideas. And plenty of different plays that G2 are making, and Big can't get a handle on it whatsoever.
And move up, and as you get clear from Taps, and it's going to be knocked off his perch. Wrinkle sending a shot back. It's a wallbang headshot on JDC. This is an important fight. Can Heavy God clear out this tough... Oh, yes, he can. He made that look very easy, actually. Wow, that's going to be so frustrating for Favant.
Yeah, you finally get a stop at the B-bomb site on the other side of the map, and then your teammate goes down due to a tough shot from Heavy God. And now you got to work yourself into this situation where you want to go for the clutch, where you're starting to feel like you have to go for these clutches no matter how far out of reach they are, but Tapson's only got 4 health. So he's going to save the op. BlameF isn't going to move forward, and an 8th round now for G2.
It's just ticking towards the inevitable at the moment. There'll be some monumental change up from Big to get themselves back into the series. Otherwise, G2 are just running their way into the playoffs. This is the timing, just as Greg steps out to take the shot. The flash comes in and blinds him. And then that shot as well.
We didn't even see that one before he went down. Okay. That's really sad if you're JDC.
Yeah, you just feel like you cannot catch a break in it. And then you watch over on Favin, it's like he should have this kill. At least he should get the first bullet off. Every time against Heavy God, he just nails the headshot.
Another different look, another different timing and pacing. And once again, JDC's expecting it to be slower as it has been throughout this half and deleted. Grick's trying to be surprising in and of himself, but Heavy God's already got the angle, and round 10 is over.
That's it. Wrap it up.
They are getting destroyed at the moment. And all you can really do is try and be a hero, is overextend. 9-1. 8-round lead for G2 here on the third and deciding map.
Heavy God. Well, BlameF does control ult. Unfortunately, Big are being deleted. So he's going to have to save this rifle all the way down towards spawn side on the other side of things. So we're looking at 9-1. How's your time in Paris been so far, Jason?
2 days?
Yeah.
It's been a good 2 days.
You eaten any good food yet?
Nope.
No?
No, I have not.
You haven't went to a bakery yet?
I haven't done a bakery yet. I'm not a big bakery person, you know?
Oh, okay.
I like the coffee. I don't like the baked goods all that much.
Well, you're in the wrong city then.
Yeah, so I hear.
I had a croissant. That was pretty good, Jason.
Yeah, where they were made? They're a French thing, right?
Yeah, French thing. Yeah, absolutely. Pain au chocolat, all that, all the goodness that makes you feel good in the moment and terrible after.
Terrible an hour later.
That's exactly what Big feel like.
I was gonna say it's actually a great allegory for Big's big series, really.
The big croissant.
Yeah, this one, I think that's the hard part is, it's the same conversation as Cash, is the nature of how you're losing. Like right now, you're just getting beat tactically by the deep playbook that G2 has, by the confidence that they've built up. Now you can see them being so comfortable going fast, being so comfortable swinging into fights with 20 seconds left, or 20 seconds into the round. They can slow it down, they can play it on weird timings. They're throwing so many different looks at Big that there's no way for them to know what's coming next.
They're going to feel really deflated on the CT side, realizing that not enough has been done here. Even if they wouldn't all of the available rounds left here, it's still not going to be enough to feel too good about your chances. Getting more out of other players here in G2 that rather than just Nerds, right? He's actually the quietest on the team at the moment. Hunter obviously calling a great T side, but also performing very well. But it's Heavy God. It's just been a nightmare to deal with.
Well, they slow it right back down now. See if they can get some extra nades used early by the nerves of Big. 3 players towards top of Banana. Bomb's going to join up with them. Heavy God going to play on his own towards the A-bomb site. Starting to walk up middle at the moment. Probably to be a nuisance on any kind of rotation. Showing mid-presence. And that starts to pull BlameF away. Mission accomplished for Heavy God, but good read from BlameF. Sticks around a little bit longer.
Burning for JDC, and nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and now Tapson having to dive down into first orange. His pressure's on him, does well to get one, but Nerds has got a second of the round. And so it is BlameF side of the smoke, sidelines one before being instantly traded by Heavy God, and it is just relentless, merciless T-side showing here from G2. Grix will give it a go, Nerds will be connected on. And a 2v2. We'll give Big a chance at this. Favin's a little bit off, but he's rotating over.
You have to go for it. So yeah, even when he gets here, though it's going to be a little bit late in the day, they're still going to move in, or at least give Favin the first step in, and if he goes down, maybe then Grix saves. But at this point, you obviously just need rounds if you're big. 2 players to find. Heavy God waiting. Wrinkle covering with the AWP. Bomb is very deep. Good shot as Grix jumps up on Coffins, and Favin doesn't even have the freedom to tap the bomb. It'll go off, and it's double digits for G2.
Terrorists win.
7 rounds straight for this G2 offense. The Big can do nothing to slow them down, nothing to stop them. Even that round, you have 3 players stacked up at the point of attack, and you still can't shut it down. They're coming through a smoke, and you still can't shut it down. G2 just elevated their game coming into this 3rd map, and it's far beyond what Big have to offer.
Strange to see them get absolutely smashed here. After such a close game over on Ancient. But G2 are showing their level. Finally getting back to it here. Remington's going to need a little bit of work, but a strong cash and an incredible Inferno. Have him fighting towards top middle. Heavy God again, just being an absolute nuisance. Got himself another kill, and rotation is arriving. JDC's at the library.
Oh, no way!
How has Heavy God got away with that one as well? Unstoppable until finally running out of bullets. Favin gets rid of him and will drop all the way back to spawn, but the issue is he's making the wrong read.
And Nertz was already up top mid, so he heard the footsteps running towards CT spawn, so he's got the easy 11th round victory. Bomb being planted. Favin's going to have to hustle back with 17 HP and give it a good go. But this is just the cherry on top of an extremely dominant half of Counter-Strike out of G2.
It's great to see G2 playing this way, going into the playoffs. They'll be in the round of 16 coming up soon, but this is the kind of statement performance. You drop one map in overtime, sure, but the other two have been so dominant. A 13-5 and now 11-1 currently going into the second half here. You know, you can be quite quietly confident in G2, especially going into the round of 16.
Yeah, you can be. And I mean, I think even kind of the loss on Ancient, I don't think anything's going to shuffle the confidence away from these guys. Going into that round 16, I think, you know, unless there's any craziness in how the playoffs are drawn and how the rest of these group stages play out, I think G2 is going to be happy and comfortable with whoever they get in that round of 16.
Yeah, it feels like I'm not going to have too many issues, at least at that stage of the competition. Unless any crazy upsets happen and somehow we barely get a team squeaking through that should be quite comfortable. But right now, it feels very, very good for G2. They're going to likely close this out if they win this pistol round within a couple of minutes. And we'll just move on. We'll say, well done, G2.
We always try and find a new way to phrase that, don't we?
Yeah.
You never really can.
It was the shortest half of Counter-Strike.
Well, pissed around at the B-bomb site. They're at least headed in the right direction to stay alive as long as possible. Big, it's only Nertz here. He does have a smoke to drop in dualies. Heavy Gods just cleared out halls towards the A-bomb site. So Madison Hunter on the slow rotation over. There's the defensive smoke deployed.
Yeah, coming out there, it's Nertz. Jorbarettes to the head of JDC. He'll try and go for another one here, but it's going to be Mattis' job, and he'll have no problem in connecting 3 headshots. Sheer domination from G2 here on Inferno. Not even a spark from Big. Tapson at least sent a couple of kills through the smoke, but it is going to be map and series point for
Nertz
G2.
is in so much chaos and blinded and inside smoke. I feel like he just took his hands off the mouse and keyboard, and he's like, all right, well, I either die or I live, but I don't know what's going on anymore. Disorganized pistol round, but it's G2 coming out on top. Triple kill from Mattis. And that should seal the fate of Big. Footstep from Tapson.
He's giving it a go. Oh, now spotted. Having a fight, he's stuck in
Fair
personal
play,
injuries. He's giving it a real good go, but finally G2 get rid of Tapson. And it is series point.
Giving it a good go, and I think G2 also doing a good job of not giving him any of those chances to steal it away, right? Not giving him any of the 1v1s he was looking for whatsoever. So pissed around win, Nerds is just a nuisance, stops them cold in their tracks. Look at all the attention turns into his direction, makes it nice and easy for Mattis to slide through the smoke. Everyone focused on just one defender.
Tech-9s coming out. That's everything that Big have available. Tech-9s and some utility. And not a hope in help. There's more like it from G2. Disappointing on the second map. Picking up the pace again. Heavy God waiting inside of the pit, spraying away. Combined with nade damage does a good bit, but receives a nade of his own, and Hunter only managing the one, have actually overwhelmed the site here Big, and of course, finding the way to fight in the last round here. A grenade, though, denies Griggs his life, and now Favin must 1v2 to keep this game going. Otherwise, it is a 13-1 win for G2, and qualification into the playoff of the Esports World Cup, which is exactly where they're going, straight into the round of 16. G2 with a dominant close of the series, 13-1 over Big.
Yeah, that's a very emphatic statement victory. Congratulations to G2. Playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. What an incredible fashion in which they've done it. Just after that disappointing finish on Ancient, whatever talk they had between maps works beautifully because they come back in at a whole new level, smiles on their faces. They didn't even break a sweat here in this third one. What's up, Mike? You're back.
I'm back. That one was quick. That one was swift. We were talking about it beforehand, the Blame F experience. How'd you enjoy that one, Denko?
I mean, there's just nothing to enjoy really from Big there. It's unfortunately just not at the level of G2 on this map today. There was no real positives to take from it at all. I think Hunter was just reading it perfectly, making the right calls at the right time. Every time Big made a change or an adaptation, Hunter had already changed the plan and changed the pace on you. So I think it was just so difficult for Big to get into that game, and I think you just felt the level of G2 today.
And he also pulled off a nice highlight reel play of his own, so everything working out for Hunter there. It felt like a lot of moments as well where, you know, G2 are really successful and quick into the site take, and Big are reeling so much in the rotations that even if the numbers are even if they're in a relatively retakeable situation, by the time they actually get stuck in, and by the time they actually get the utility deployed, there's no time on the clock. They're letting it expire. They're wind up being saving in church, which, by the way, still wigs me out that you can save right there.
It is a little weird.
Taking some getting used to.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird, especially with the new bomb.
The new bomb.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even gonna lay anything on Big's feet on this game. I think G2 just played it. They just made Big look silly, and I'm not gonna sit here and say Big played bad. I think G2 just made them look bad. Like, I really, at the end of the day, that was just an incredible show. And I mentioned it. We talked about it in the second map. You could feel the difference when Nerds is popping off with his like 28, 30 kills. Look at the difference of what it feels like where Heavy God is popping off in the early going as well. You can feel that domination because they're doing it from different roles and different impact that the kills are giving the map. So, I mean, you could kind of see it a little bit in that stage, for sure.
I think G2 become a different beast when Heavy God is available. He was a little bit quieter in the first two maps than we're used to seeing. You know, even on the win on Cash, you know, we highlighted a couple of rounds where he did look comfortable. Ancient, I think towards the end, definitely warmed up, but that's great. It was fantastic. He warmed up at the end of Ancient. He just came out running here on Inferno, and it becomes a completely different beast. And I love watching him. I think he's just one of the best players in the world. So versatile, could do so many different things. And on Inferno inside of the pit, incredible on CT side. And when he gets down in the post-plant positions on the A side, it just feels like he's a rock that you're never going to lose the sight once the bomb is planted and he's still alive.
So very tough to get past him, and I mean, he showed it again and again. You're seeing here, he's all over the highlight reel early on, and he's all over the map at that. So it's the versatility. He's getting in there on the takes. He's sticking around in the retakes, in the post plants, just making it such a nightmare to actually get back towards that bomb. Really nicely done from Heavy God. Nice to sing his praises. I guess one thing that we can talk about overall is we now have another series of the Wrinkle experience in G2. What do we think? Sum total on Wrinkle, we had one really strong map to start. We had one quiet map in the middle. How do we feel about the Inferno now?
No grand conclusion. I think, I don't know, I think I mean, I don't know what your perspective on the move was, but I know, like, overall, if, you know, the idea of it felt like it was going to be a lateral move without too much upside unless they could kind of train him and kind of help him develop a little bit. There's no grand statement I can make after watching this. I think he's doing good. Like, I think if you felt like he was going to come into this team and he wasn't good enough to be here, I think certainly he had to have changed the mind of those doubters, right?
Yes.
I myself wasn't in that camp. It's a question of how much better can he make them. And from what I saw today, I think there's some room for growth. So I think they're onto something here with this change.
Absolutely. I think the problem when he was in NIP, I think when you were watching some of the games, you had things to criticize when you're looking at Wrinkle. You would highlight moments where, okay, he kind of made a really poor decision here positionally. But I didn't feel like that at all during this game.
He's also playing within a better team.
Yeah.
Like, let's also be real about that. He's playing with a team that has more structure, that has stronger individual players, more experienced individual players. So that naturally is going to make you look better as well. So he's in a better system to show it off as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think overall we can be pretty encouraged from this. I think your point about, like, basically the fear was this would lower the floor short term in pursuit of a higher ceiling. It doesn't feel like the floor is lower. You know, some of the same issues are still there for G2 if we're thinking about that Ancient, but those aren't new, right? Those aren't a Wrinkle problem.
That's also, I think, what made this roster change such a topic of conversation, because there was some senses out there that the Sunpius was, like, lacking, but it didn't feel like their struggles were, like, you know, having a terrible offer. You know what I mean? It didn't seem like priority number one. But whatever, they've made the decision, and I think you can see kind of their thought process on it by how he's playing so far for G2 at this event. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you it was a bad call. I think there's something to it. So let's see how it progresses.
No, absolutely. I think that's very fair, and I think G2 in general now well positioned to head into those playoffs, because as you guys were saying, that's the bare minimum, right? They have achieved the bare minimum for the expectations of the organization, making it into the round of 16, making the playoffs. Now we get to see, is this a championship caliber team? Have they sharpened those katanas? Are they ready to keep moving up and over and into the top 8, the top 4? Contend for that trophy, make a grand final. That would be a huge build for this organization.
Obviously depends on the opponent they get in the playoffs, but round of 16 should be no problem for G2. We'll just see where it goes from there. Like, who do they get? You know, how does the seeding work going into the playoffs? Who ends up where? But
I was going to say, we've had some upsets, and there's going to be some really weird blind draws into this one in the round of 16. So we do have the potential for that round of 16 to have some dangerous opponents.
So yeah, it definitely depends on their opponents, but if things go smoothly and they get a reasonable round of 16 team, there's no issues for me.
Yeah, like Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. Though I think G2 could give them a good go with the way Spirit are playing at the moment.
On some sense, who cares where they get it? Because the next thing for G2 to do, like, there's really not much they can do to change my opinion outside of start beating some of the best teams in the world.
Sure. Yeah.
That's the next step for them. So, like, wherever you get them, you just got to beat them.
I mean, in Cologne playoffs was a great example of that. I think they exceeded expectations for the way they played against Spirit in the playoffs. So I think, you know, no matter who they go up against, I think in my mind there's 3 S-tier teams in the world of Counter-Strike at the moment: Falcons, Vitality, and Spirit. And if you who else?
Well, no,
I just
mean Spirit ain't playing like
He's docking Spirit. He's docking Spirit. He's bumping them down a letter.
Over the last couple days.
But coming into the event, you would say that at least, right? So it just feels like G2 are kind of in the caliber below that, you know, and I feel like you can kind of go up and down. If you have great form in an event, you can challenge those S-tier teams in those top 3. But if you don't have a great event, then they're not going to touch it.
That'll be the question. We can talk a little bit about Big. I don't know that our narrative has changed necessarily. Again, they do just enough to sort of give us the warm fuzzies, to start us getting excited on that second map, on the momentum coming into this series, into this event in general. And then again, we have one of these really gutting losses where it's not just that they lost, it's that they weren't in the server, that they weren't in contention, that they weren't in the same weight class against the top shelf competition.
Yeah, you got deleted on your own map pick of Cash, which you've looked good on it, and then 3 consecutive wins, and then you get deleted on the 3rd and deciding map with playoffs on the line. So yeah, I think a lot of reasons to be disappointed if you're Big in those 2 maps in particular, and disappointed because you can't even really talk about the game of Counter-Strike. Like, you didn't put enough onto the field to really have a conversation about how to fix things. I think that's the thing that sucks for them. Could be happy about Ancient, good showing there, good mentality and everything, but yeah, like, nothing's changed. This is a team that should beat them, and I think Big probably came into this knowing they were heavy underdogs, and yeah, it is just a test of, you know, seeing exactly what level we're at this moment and where we can get to.
And they're not done yet. That's also the thing to remember. This is a promotion match, not an elimination match. So Big do have a chance to rally into that lower bracket. G2 are going to be loving the fact they don't even need to think about that it's playoffs before they need to worry about the elimination, that we're into the top 16. But Big will get another chance. We will get another face from Berlin International Gaming. But for now, we're going to take off our game faces so that we can rinse them off, put them back on, and get ready for FaZe versus Legacy after this break.
I'm supposed to meet with the big producer, but I don't see her anywhere.
Kitty, you made it!
Oh wow, I made it to what?
To the best experience of your life. Come on inside. Come on.
I don't want to.
Come on, let's do it.
Not after last time.
Okay, but what if I told you we're making perfume today?
Okay, I'm curious.
Come on, it's gonna smell so good. It's gonna be so pretty.
Yeah, okay.
I still smell a little bit like ketchup, but that's okay.
You deserved it.
Come on. Kitty, what makes me so sad is that the EWC is eventually going to end.
It's very sad indeed, but I am not sad about you going home.
But I do want something to bring home with me to kind of remember our time together and all the fun things that we got to do.
Oh yeah, we had so much fun.
I want to create a scent that truly captures esports. What do you think of when you smell esports?
Nothing really good, to be honest, like people sweating, being focused, keyboards that are not really clean. So yeah, that's what I think about.
And that's exactly the scent that I want to capture.
Why?
Esports.
Okay.
Esports.
I'm gonna start with the lavender one. Let's start with the base, okay?
Lavender, what is that?
Are you kidding?
Is that an NPC?
It's not an NPC. It's like a flower.
But I think that for my base, I've actually been able to take a gaming headset used by players and distill down a lot of the dandruff and head lice into this concoction. This shall be my base. Woo! Take a whiff. I think some of the lice are still moving around in there.
I'm gonna put some vanilla in mine.
Some what?
Vanilla.
Isn't that for eating?
It's used for several things, you know?
Do you know where you get vanilla?
Yeah.
You actually get from a beaver's butt. When beavers fart, they have vanilla.
How do you come up with those things?
I just really love beavers. I've managed to capture KC fans' blood, sweat, and tears. This is the blue wall in blue tier form.
Oh my god. You're gonna get beat up after this.
Not after they smell my perfume.
You already made a disaster with that, so I'm gonna continue my beautiful perfume with, I think, some cassis.
Chassis? Like a robot?
No. Again, it's a fruit.
It's a fruit?
Yeah, you don't have that in America. It's fine.
I got Cheetos.
Yeah, I know.
But for my next part, I actually got the finger gloves of players, and we're just gonna go ahead and add a little bit of sweat.
Ew. That's atrocious.
Yeah, but it was from Team Spirit. It smells like victory.
It's not gonna bring victory into your life, trust me.
I found one of the jerseys from the team that's gone to 23 back-to-back tournaments. So what this smells like is pure failure, desperation, and yet some resolve.
Oh god, overly why?
Is it in? You can really smell the failure.
I have it right in front of me.
I managed to take one of the keyboards off the stage, and what I did was I removed all of the dead skin cells and food junk and crust, and I put it into this liquid form. But here's the thing, it is very potent, so we can only do... Oh, I missed.
Oh god. Don't do it!
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're disgusting.
I managed to take all of the Cheeto dust out of the controllers that were on the stage and create this. This couch cushion from one of the practice rooms. I heard that the players did not leave this baby for 24 hours straight. And so we got this beautiful essence. This is gonna be a fantastic perfume. I feel like we just gotta mix it up a little bit.
Oh God.
Smells amazing. You have no idea how amazing this smells. It smells like resolve. It smells like perseverance. It smells like desperation. It smells like esports.
Don't put it near me.
Just a little bit.
No,
Just, I promise. Can you just try? Just try.
Oh! Ooh. It's disgusting.
That'll come off. I promise. That'll.
Oh God! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! You're me off. Every day I come with her. Every day she's something up.
L'Esport.
Avli, I need you to cover the STC arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here. I wish Avli cared about esports more than anything in the world.
That's a candy bar.
It's worth a shot. Avli, what are you doing?
I'm here for EWC. I love esports.
More than anything in the world? So you can cover STC Arena?
I'm gonna cover it all.
That's great. Well, let's get you over
I
now.
want a key.
No, you can't have a key. Keys are only for clubs. Yeah, okay. We'll figure out your key.
Great, let's go.
Okay. Avli, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Everyone's really excited about your work.
I just love esports so much.
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask about getting you a raise because you deserve it.
I don't need a raise. I have my key.
How did you... Can I see that?
Mm-hmm.
Avli, did you take this from somebody?
No. No. No, no,
Okay.
no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 don't do that! We were having such a nice tournament! Why does it matter? We were having such a nice tournament!
Okay, it's your key. It's your key. Probably would have got crushed anyway.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to Counter-Strike at the Esports World Cup, where we have another game set up. I don't know why I hit it like that. I don't know why I did, but we're going to see how we hit it in this series. Because we got FaZe taking to the stage alongside Legacy to see which one of these teams is going to earn their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of the game of the day for me of today's games of Counter-Strike here at EWC.
Yeah.
I think this is the most exciting one we've got. I was talking with Ricardo, Dead, GM of Legacy last night, and it's been like, I was like, looking good. Like, the game yesterday looked awesome, and he was like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like, tomorrow's the test. Like, FaZe is going to be the big one to see, what this team is at, where they're at, and I think this is the one where they're going to judge themselves against their opposition versus yesterday, where they felt like they were just the better team all the way through.
And isn't it so very nice that we can say that FaZe is a test again? Because last season, they were in the woods. They were out in the wilds. There was all sorts of stuff going on with this roster. And now we have hope. We have optimism. We have excitement for FaZe Clan again.
Yeah, it was a bit...
Interest.
It was,
at least.
Interest
peak.
Yeah, I think it was a bit depressing to see what FaZe were doing last season, right? But now this is a team that's actually somewhat competitive. We'll see the levels they can get to. I think it's more... Yeah, I think it's more optimism about the potential of the new players that they pick up in J-Bone, and obviously in H, signing like permanently with the squad. I know that the players like playing with him. He fits in pretty well. I think Jacob also has room still to improve and still to get more comfortable. I mean, he's been very open about the fact that his personality hasn't necessarily fitted in straight away to this level of Counter-Strike. He didn't feel ready to come and rise up to the occasion. So the most important thing for FaZe is that they retained Frozen. Like, if they lost him, no one cares about it.
For now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For now.
I think that's the thing for FaZe is I think on a certain level they're kind of in a period where, I mean, this might sound a little crazy. I don't want to say they can like be patient, sit back on their heels, but they're kind of in a period where they're probably testing these young guys and seeing which ones they want to keep around, right? So you've got 3 of them, you've signed one permanently, playing okay, giving you some performances here and there. So you're seeing what you've got, and you're probably going to want to pick up one more veteran for one of the 2 of the remaining. You just kind of have to decide which direction you're going to go in.
The thing I don't want to see happen to FaZe is like a couple of years ago we had Vitality. Remember they picked up Kyojin and Masuta. They were trying to find these like young players and give them a go. None of them really worked out, and they eventually just had to go and get more experienced players. Like,
well, the difference with that one, I'll say, because it's a good point, but the difference there is that they were trying to, I think at that point, still trying to build within France, right? So like their pool of players to pick from. FaZe has obviously always been international, so they're always going to be able to go out and get something. But yeah, that is the thing. It's we're interested. We've seen they look better than what they did in previous times, which is great. The drop off was astounding, and now we're all kind of like, if this team is going to stick around and still be a nuisance for other squads, you have to build a lineup that's dangerous enough to keep your twists, keep your Frozen, and be able to actually fight back. So yeah, it's going to be a good look of what these new young players within FaZe, what Twists and IGL has been able to put together for this squad, and then also on the Legacy side, the test of having their offense and Art's reinvented IGLing and his new philosophy clash up against it.
And I do want to focus a little bit on J-Bone. We touched on him lightly, but he has been sort of the revelation. A bit of a lesser-known name coming in, one of those from the hot prospect list, but you never know how it's going to work in that jump up to competition. Sure. And I think we've already seen a blossoming, right? At first, maybe some hit-or-miss maps, but then very quickly we start to see the highlight reel plays. We start to see what he's capable of. We start to see the ceiling that they looked at when they brought him into this team, and the fact that he could be a spark plug for the team overall.
Yeah, I think the potential is really exciting, and the short glimpses that we've seen from him. Yeah, I mean, getting up to the higher the level of CS becomes, the more those AWPers drop off. The longer they're in the scene, they can drop off a little bit. So I'm quite hesitant to get super excited about new AWPers.
Yeah, of course.
Because we've seen it so many times where an AWPer, like Ultimate, was like a perfect example. We got so hyped about him in the first couple of months, and then we start to see him get figured out and him drop off when the level got higher and the pressure got higher. So I think there's a lot of tests still to go.
The connection you're saying, just because Twist scouted them, they're just fated to the same path?
Oh, this is coming from you, Mike, but I like your point, Mike. This is a great point.
Look, if it happens twice, we have the conversation. Then we've got 2 nickels. Then we start to say it's weird that it happened twice. But I gotta say, in the moment here, I think there is cause for optimism with J-Bone, right? I think some are saying the greatest thing since Device sliced bread.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's
let whoever wants to say that say that. I think it's it's gonna be a progression. It's gonna take some time to see exactly what they're working with. Legacy, on the other hand, bringing in Try, he immediately looked like he was having some improvements and had some game and gave them a different look. He took over one map entirely for them in the series yesterday. It feels like Legacy has this team that's kind of, I don't want to say, obviously not going into the same level of rebuild as FaZe has had to in the past few months, but they've had to rethink some things. They've had to retool some things. Benching Nisum, he's bringing himself back, bringing in Art, changing him up for Lux after a disappointing major as well. Surprise change of your IGL. And right now, looking good after that one match yesterday. So I think this is a Legacy team that there's no reason to not feel positive about where they're headed.
Yeah, tries to upgrade, absolutely. And he's just very good. Like, his ceiling's so much higher. He's more consistent. Yesterday, we got to see what that can do to the team. Now you've got a strong AWPer and a strong rifle duo in Duo and Lato. Legacy are a really scary team. I have them winning this game against FaZe today.
You know, the thing that that surprised me the most when I was looking at Tri coming into this team when I was doing my prep for this event, I was thinking, oh, okay, they go for a little bit more of a veteran experience. He's a year younger than Sudson.
Yeah, he's young.
Crazy that he is still so young when he's been around in the scene for quite a bit now. You know, went through the 00 Nation project that didn't work out, spent some time with Passion UA, that didn't work out. Always not his fault, to be clear, just projects that ultimately didn't have the wherewithal to stick around.
But it's a good look at why the AWP as just like a role and as a position, as a concept, has always been critical to any top Counter-Strike team. Is as soon as you bring an AWPer in who's performing at a good level or an improvement in your AWPer, the rest of the team gets better because the AWP does so many intangible things across the map that makes the job of the riflers easier. So you bring him in, and Tri was kind of sought after, by the way. Like, Legacy wasn't the only team going for him. Liquid was a little interested. They were poking around. So, I mean, there were some, like, everyone at the moment is looking for a good AWPer. They're not easy to find.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see, I think it's a perfect example of what you're saying when you bring an AWPer and it can bring so much balance to a team. Molodor, when he first joined Furia, like, look how much better everyone else got around
it turned them from not worth really talking about at the time into a trophy contender pretty much overnight.
Yeah,
exactly.
like
for sure.
Yeah.
So this could, I mean, not to that level, because, you know, we know what Tri can bring, but he's not going to be a Molodor, but he's certainly going to be a better AWPer. So I think you really get a bump up for a while, at least here for Legacy, and I want to see what they can do at this event.
You certainly do, and one man who's going to be trying to capitalize on that bump up is their IGL. We've got an interview with Art.
Legacy almost ready to take to the stage in our final game of the day. Art, I do want to recap what went down in the best of one yesterday, because we got to see you playing Cash. Looked pretty convincing versus NIP. Tell me about it from your perspective.
Yeah, I think Cash, it's a fun map to play. I think I missed those days as well. It's been a while since we played like an official Cash game. So it was pretty fun. I think most of our gameplay went as we hoped for, and we kind of just played well as well. So it was a great start.
I've been asking a couple of the more veteran players this about Cash. How similar do you feel it plays out? I know you've got a small sample size at the moment, but kind of versus the old meta back in 2016 to 2019, how similar is it?
I would say it's quite similar. Maybe the smokes change a lot because you can break now. It's not like a wall anymore. So there's some differences on the way you play, but overall the way to play the map, it remembers me a lot of the old times.
The other exciting thing about yesterday is we got to see Tri in a Legacy jersey, and he looked exceptional. I don't know how involved you were with bringing him on specifically, but why did it appeal to you to bring Tri onto the team?
Yeah, I would say Tri has a lot of experience, even being a young player, a young guy. But he is very well talented, and he was not playing CS like on a regular team, so he was hopping around a lot, and we could see he has potential. So it was an addition that we hope for to make some changes in the way we play, as he likes to play. So I think that's a team decision, and as far as it goes, it's going well.
I mean, he was looking exceptional yesterday, as I already said. Other things we're looking at, obviously, is going to be FaZe as your next opponent in a best of 3. What do you make of the whole roster situation at the moment? I know it's a bit complicated with Carrigan suddenly leaving to join Falcons. Do you think they feel like a complete team yet?
Yeah, I would say so. They are proving themselves every day. It's hard to climb the ranks, as are they doing now. I think they reached top 10 already. Or maybe if they beat us today, they reached top 10, I don't know. But I think whenever you face a team like that's climbed the ranks, they are always dangerous. They are striving to win, so I think it's a dangerous team. We have to play our best.
If you had to pick out a specific player from FaZe that looks the most dangerous, that you're always scared to go up against, who would it be?
Of course, you can always say Twist is a menace on some maps as well. He plays very loose sometimes, so it's a hard player to control. I would say also Frozen is very solid. Maybe Bowen has moments. He's not very solid, but he can make some rounds work that are not supposed to work. So they have potential, like all players, I would say.
Art, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck versus FaZe.
There in that top 10. They'll climb up to 7 if they get the victory today, will FaZe. So definitely going to be a tough test for this Legacy team, and one where I think we tapped at the beginning of the day. This is the marquee matchup. This is where we expect the Sparks to fly.
Oh yeah, it should be for sure. Just the way both of these squads like to attack into it. I think Legacy is gonna. It feels like this is a Legacy team. Every game they play is gonna be exciting just because them stylistically with the aggression that they bring in. And that's been one of the cool thing about Art's evolution is I feel like that insane kind of decision making and aggressive plays that Art used to like to make. He's just kind of worked them into different periods and moments in the game, and he's actually spread it out. Like some of the other guys are doing the crazy stuff too, but I think they have a very unique style of attacking, especially from what we saw in Cash yesterday. Which spoiler, we're gonna get today. But this map in particular, I think, is going to be really fun to see if FaZe can slow this down because Legacy's offense yesterday was rolling.
It was awesome. And to set the stage nicely, FaZe have a 100% win rate on this map so far. They've been leaning into it as one of their staples. You can see the results there. It's some pretty tough competition as well. These are no slouches that they're besting on Cash. This should be the arena where we really get to see how this matchup's going to play out.
This could be the best game of Cash we've seen so far, you know, in its young history. So excited to see how it's going to go down. I think it's going to be a really fun way to start the series. I like what I've seen from Legacy yesterday. I think FaZe will be able to match it, and that will be cool. Like seeing a really strong CT side going up against a strong T side. Just see how Cash is shaping up with two teams that actually know how to play it.
And just have a team that has like 3, I'm not going to call them rookies, but let's call, I mean, I guess 2 rookies is fair, but, you know, Jacob now has the experience. But I think having 3 of those guys with lesser experience have to deal with the kind of attacks that Legacy is bringing is going to be a fun test for them.
It is crazy as well, just again, when you think about how young the majority of Legacy are, they've all been competing for a very long time, but outside of Art, most of them were just getting their start when Cash was last in the pool, so faint memories of that one. And then for the rookies on the other side, this is very much a new ground. So we do, in fact, have the Cash coming through. Once again, GG How, just forever in our hearts. But it will be a Legacy bringing in the Mirage. So I was kind of wondering about who was going to pick it, so FaZe do bring it in. Cash, Mirage, Inferno.
I think Legacy love that they get a pick freed up. Like if you're going for Cash, it's like, oh damn, we get a free map choice as well. So Mirage coming in, Cash, like this is grounds for Legacy to feel like they should be 2-0ing the series. Like if you're confident coming in against FaZe today, you've got a great opportunity to get a 2-0 win under your belt. Yeah,
I'm interested. I'm just excited. I don't have any read of how this map is going to go. I'm just really fun to see how these two teams play it because both of them have success on it, and like what are they going to do when they start encountering some of those difficulties? If Legacy's offense gets stopped, if Art can't get it going, how do you switch? How do you adapt? Because they never ran into that problem yesterday. They just kind of got to waltz through their series, or their map, I should say. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just here for the fun.
I'm going to flip it on the other side and say I think Art has more tricks in there. I think he's had a lot of fun, likes this map in particular, liked it back in the day as well. And so not even being tested that much, I bet Art's got more in the tool belt to go into.
I don't know if that gives me more confidence, though. I don't know if I want Art to dig too deep into that.
I want to see the bottom of the toy chest.
The bottom of that chest is not a pretty place to be, Mike. You don't want to be there.
Well, we're going to go there whether we like it or not, perhaps. It's a journey time, and it starts on Cash. And I'll leave it to you two fine gentlemen to take it away.
Thank you, Mike. Enjoy the rest. Cash.
We're going to enjoy the rest of this day because this is a banger. The last game of the day here on the B stream. Legacy versus FaZe. 2 real pug maps coming up as well. Cash, Mirage to kick things off. It's exactly what we love to see. For FaZe, I mean, it's just so nice to see them back towards this level of Counter-Strike again. There was such a possibility that their VRS could become an absolute nightmare, like unrecoverable levels of disaster into the second season of the year, but I'm so glad to see they've been able to recover. It's had to be a lot of hard work for FaZe too, because they've had to go to tournaments during the player breaks, they've had to go to these smaller events, and that has to be mentally taxing for players like Frozen and Twists.
Oh, for sure. Frustrating having to go back and, you know, some of the tournaments they've gone to, not used to, you know, the ESL events, the Blast events, the PGL events are used to, where things are kind of set up the way that you've orchestrated it over years. Some of these have different situations to play in. So yeah, a lot of factors that go into that. When it comes to FaZe though, I'm mostly just happy that we've gotten to finally move on. You know, we no longer have to have the conversation about Brokey. No longer have the conversation about who do you change, how do you adapt that, how do you wheel out of this era of success for FaZe. We just get to talk about how they're moving into the future.
It's kind of like when Astralis finally stopped being Danish, you know, like this idea that it's a new restart, it's a new page has been turned.
Yeah, enough changes that you get a fresh idea, fresh take.
Exactly, and because expectations drop. Like we don't have any expectations of FaZe now. Like this is anything they do that's good. Like if they make a good playoff run, it's you're really tipping your hat to them. You're saying congratulations on doing that. I don't think people are expecting this to be a really solid FaZe roster.
Well, to build on what Art was mentioning, FaZe currently sitting at number 10 in the VRS. Legacy sitting at number 8 in the VRS. So closely matched, and obviously going to be a little jump here, a little increase in your points for FaZe if they can take this win. Close that gap on the VRS standings.
All right, Esports World Cup underway again. We have Legacy and FaZe challenging for a spot in the top 16 of the event. And Chu gonna boost his teammate Chiboen up for an early angle here into middle. Jacob and Frozen going to be joining over the top of the boost. Now, the setup is aggressive towards a main in the CT side and heavy in checkers.
It's because you can get this quick flank going on. You can keep activating Dumao. He doesn't have to slow down if he doesn't want to. Going to tuck himself into the corner, and he'll pause for the moment. Going to start here in the footsteps. Mid is overrun. There's a defender in the vents, and there's the peek from Dumao. He's got the first.
Now, how do FaZe react to this? So they're going in towards Z. They're going to be charging all the way down into a spawn and running towards Heaven, where Lato is currently detecting them. Wondering where to go here. Wondering if he should bank some utility off the wall, but lets Nissim take the first contact. Art has protected him on that B main push, and Lato has done very well. And now FaZe starting to realize, damn, there's so many players here around this B bomb site. It's so well defended by Legacy. So Frozen's going to put the bomb down, just secure that extra cash, get a force buy available in the next round. But really winning this is impossible for Frozen. Takes a quick reload to the Glock, getting pushed, and then finally dropped by Try.
Man, I think the positioning of Legacy in this round was just so perfect. They reacted really, really well to everything that was coming in. Mid play comes in, vent player falls back, gets away from the danger, lets him take the space. Dumao pushes up to get that kill on Twist, but then when you sense them wrapping past CT spawn, push forward. So every time FaZe turns a corner, they want those close range, mid-range battles with the Glock, but the USPs have just created more and more distance every time they gained a little bit of ground. Really well done from Legacy maneuvering around the map. And now they gotta get it go into the second round with an advantage. 5 M4s picked up to contest the second round buy from FaZe. 2 Galils and upgraded pistols.
And a couple of Galils here, Frozen and Jacob, Mac 10, Tech 9, and Deagle. Not too bad here for FaZe, all things considered. See if they can do anything with it. It's going to be Frozen with that first. Nissim to trade it. Frozen's got a second kill actually with this Galil, so the aggressive maneuvers forward have not worked in Legacy's favor.
I'm surprised they committed to those fights. I thought they would fall back with the information, but Dumao can still do tons of damage. No smoke for the cross. Dumao's got to be the hero, can't land the kill. Frozen swings out. He's found that, and now the plant can be harassed.
Yeah, well, tapping, they're not committing to a twist, anticipating some utility to come in towards his position.
They're going to wait for the smoke to fade so Jacob can get involved in the action.
Flash goes over towards Art. He unleashes the bullets. He's caught completely. J-Bowen going forward. He's found the headshot required. We've got Dumao actually taking Jacob down, though, from Highway. Dumao's taken so much damage, 10 HP, as they try and retake from the same position out towards Car.
Ooh, that's a tough route to walk for Dumao with no health. Utilities out. Lato now coming in very, very late in the day.
And it's going to be tough to flush these players out now. They've got strong positions. Jay Bowen behind the forklift. Twist was playing in from Shroud. And it ends up being a strong close there from FaZe. A fantastic round to win for them, winning a force buy in the second round. And it starts with Frozen getting a double kill.
It's the double kill. It's the second follow-up peek after the 1-for-1. Nissim wants to go back for a little bit more. But once that opens up the bomb site, Dumao can't make the run into the site whatsoever. And then he doesn't have the HP to hold on to it. Nissim's able to fall back and maintain presence inside the bomb site at that point. You can kind of still work the round, but FaZe able to grab the kill before he can disappear.
Yeah, well, we've got Legacy sitting here on Deagles and 5-7s. We know they're very capable of winning force buys of their own, and they're going for an aggressive B main play. This time it's Frozen over there. Instead of over towards A, he's handling the aggression of the B side of the map again to success.
And we'll see Twist, I think, and FaZe slow it down from here. Frozen's still happy to bully towards this B bomb site a little bit. The advantage of the rifle, almost found himself another kill. But in a 5-on-4, FaZe can sit and wait for any kind of response.
And Try just at the white box. It's a quick kill on that 5-7. Couldn't get his hands on the better weapon just yet, but look at the challenge. Jacob at range. It's going to be Nissim that comes through there. You can see how many players swarming. They've won the bomb. Jabowen's moved out. Space has been taken towards A. Little tap into middle. He's moving up towards the car while his teammates are occupied with the rest of the fights, and that'll end up being FaZe recovering it.
Yeah, really well done from FaZe. No real danger of them losing the round, although a couple kills come out in the way of Legacy, but now they'll have to sit back on USPs. So FaZe have established control, grabbed the grips early on and the momentum in the first 4 or 5 rounds of this map. Gun rounds coming in next. Looking good so far. I like what I've seen from the FaZe T side in these initial 3 rounds. Miss smoke, just as I say that.
Well, it's Jacob. Nice quick double kill. Lato and Dumao both taken down, and only one from the USP. So no resistance going to be here, and we'll end up having a nice 3-1 lead from FaZe. I like how sharp they're looking to kick things off. You know, Frozen and Jabo.
Did you not see him? They're hiding behind the body.
Yeah, they're literally using the body as cover. That's...
Oh, that's unreasonable.
It works so well.
Oh, there's an AK-47 up there, if I remember correctly. And Art doesn't want anything to do with it. Maybe hears it being guarded. Maybe made a sound cue. Actually just grabbed it off the jump. It's going to lose it immediately. And Nissim will be next as Frozen shuts them both down. 3-1 for FaZe in the early going.
Not enough to get the AWP out for try. I mean, that's a big topic of conversation for you, especially Jason, coming into this game, is just how dominant Try was when he was on the AWP on the CT side of Cash yesterday. So let's see if he can start to change the tune here immediately for Legacy. It's the only player with a kit as well, so let's keep note of that if it comes down to crunch time. There's Twist. Look how fast this is.
Uh-oh, in the smoke. Oh, this is cool. This is really cool. Walking the route, gonna come through on the other side. Does he want to go towards the van, or does he want to go towards quad and clear out the bomb site?
Oh, Twist is just waiting, they're spamming it.
They realize the potential.
Yeah, they do, but Twist just surprises them with an attack towards the car. He comes out of the smoke. The Magician has delivered a trick, and it's worked out perfectly. He's going to fall away his first 2 kills of the game, and it's won the round here. Surely it's won the round.
Hey, Art said that Twist is the one who can be a complete beast inside the server, and what a cool play out of Twist this time. 1 for 1 from Lato is not nearly enough. And FaZe are going to get a 4th round. I love that. That is a very, very cool call from FaZe and Twist to create the distraction necessary.
There we go. And we're talking about the strengths of Legacy, CT side on Cash. Well, we're getting to see. I mean, it actually looks pretty weak, and is being made to look weak by FaZe. And a little bit more creativity on their T side.
That's part of the reason why we mentioned FaZe is going to be the big test for Legacy. They can actually put some, put some obstacles in the way and make things difficult. Yesterday, Legacy had a much, much easier time taking down NIP on Cash. No real resistance, so we never had to see their response when they got punched in the face. We never had to see them play down without momentum from a deficit. Now we get that test. See if Legacy can stand up to it. Up in the hands of Try. He's got 4,400 in the bank and can drop an M4 over to a teammate. They're still going to be right on the edge of being able to buy, even with that kind of help. So a conversation, an investment coming in for the Legacy side. How much do they want to fight with? FaZe on the verge of blowing this one open and starting to get a real good lead early on this T-side Cash. So FAMAS from Lato, Deagle 5-7 and MP9 for the rest of the loadout on the Legacy side of things.
All right, 2 Deagles for Art and Dumao. One for MP9 for Nissim. But obviously the main weapon we're looking at in this round is Try's AWP. Actually gone for a squeaky push. Always a bit of risk involved in taking this angle. T can beat you to the position.
They went for a boost and Frozen was ready for it. That was a boost up through the broken windows.
How many times is Frozen going to get these as well?
I know, Frozen's providing so many openings.
He's going to go again. He's sensing some space towards checkers.
He's calling everyone open, and Art has probably told his team to hold back at the moment, that he doesn't hear or feel any kind of pressure. It's coming in, and by the time he realizes it's going to be way too late.
Yeah,
round's done.
He just gets carved out. So, yeah, it's so easy right now for FaZe, and the AWP is on the other side of the map, so the weapon you wanted them to make contact with just gets no action whatsoever, and FaZe just walk into a 5th round victory, and it's Frozen who is just handling any move that Legacy are trying to go for, and I think it comes back to what we were talking about. The strengths of Legacy was their ability to be disruptive, their constant aggression and changes on the CT side and throwing themselves at the game plan of their opponents in NIP. But if Frozen's just going to kill you every time you try an aggressive move, then it's going to just end up costing you.
I think the hard thing for Legacy is I don't think they've gotten to a point after winning the pistol and then losing the second round. They haven't built up the money to be able to bust out some of those tricks and some of those defenses you've seen. For those of you who weren't watching the NIP game yesterday, Art was playing around a lot of smokes aggressively outside the B bomb site, having a teammate break them open, flashing him through them constantly, never letting NIP get comfortable. They haven't had the money to get all the resources needed to execute that. And I think with the way that FaZe is playing and how fast they're playing, they're setting a tone to the degree where Legacy don't feel like they can call for that kind of a play yet. So first goal for Legacy now that money comes back into their pockets has got to be slow down this FaZe attack. Has got to be win some initial engagements, because that's where Frozen's beating you. He had the two kills in A main a few rounds back in round 2 to actually win that, and now here with this opening kill on the boost up. If you can slow that down and make FaZe take a few more seconds getting into position, then you buy yourself the opportunities to get into that dynamic CT side.
We're going to start putting... Oh, look at this. A lot of pressure, in fact, from FaZe going towards A main. How far do they want to walk it? We've seen a couple of rounds where they've been willing to just burst out, but this time they're going to be coming towards Try, and that scope is not going to miss this time. Jacob taken down, Try forced into the open. No second kill from either squad here just yet. Try's in a tough spot, but he's going to handle it. That's the bomb spilling to the floor, and he's calling all of his teammates over to try and deal with this threat. Twist is trying to creep up to find the solution, to find the response. He does get the headshot, but he's lost another teammate in the midst of all this chaos. Jiboen finally fighting forward as well here for FaZe, and they've got themselves into a 2v3. It's a strong position considering what it was looking like at the beginning of this round.
And now they can take a deep breath. Retake coming in, smoke is out. Jiboen's going to beat it though. He's past the angle, so the AWP's still a nuisance.
And he's watching the side of this forklift as well. Going to start to see Lato moving up to the truck. He'll toss some utility towards Jiboen and force him into the open, but he ends up falling. It's Twist's required to clutch. A 1v3 total for him. First headshot's good and second snappy, but he just couldn't quite get to Art. He'll drop back and defuse that bomb in a second round for Legacy, but even down the stretch, it's looking tough.
Yeah, whittling down the economy. Even in a victory, Legacy have no reason to get too excited because they're still at the verge of being broken. Try had a bunch of money in the bank. Maybe he can drop some weapons over and help alleviate some of that danger. I think FaZe, you get that first initial flashbang to take Try off the angle. If that actually lands, then maybe that's a little bit different. But that one missed piece of utility to give Try that first kill gives him a lot of time and a lot of space inside that bomb site. You could see when the Molotovs are raining in, FaZe want to be punishing that. But having already lost a player, don't have the manpower, so Try gets a couple extra shots before he's eventually taken down. Good retake from Legacy. Only Art survives. So money's still not pretty. Stronger than you'd think with Try having, I think it was about $8,000 in the bank when the round began, so was able to drop some over to keep them in a healthy position. 3-round lead for FaZe.
Boost up is that. Jacob going to be put into position with Twists. They can activate at any time. And look at this from Nissim pushing forward. That's the bomb. Detecting the push from Nissim, forcing him back. So even though Nature doesn't get the kill, he's done well to fend him off.
Two-man party over towards the B-bomb site. Playing in the sunroom at the moment. Jiboen and Frozen. Pressure being applied in middle as well.
Drop into the vents here and go for a B split. Yeah, that's where the bomb's going back to join the pack over at B, and then two players
Art's
from
in
middle.
checkers.
About to split through checkers into the attack. You've got Art waiting at the back. They haven't checked him just yet, but they've got to be aware that this hasn't been cleared. Although two players looking the wrong way. Twist able to still get away with one. Fantastic that he's able to get it, but Starting to look a little bit worrying now because still 2 defenders within the site. Lato is up next, and they've got to realize he's the anchor of this bomb site. They've still got to deal with him. Trying to help him out. Flashbang goes over the top. Lato gets one. So much damage sustained, but he's still standing, still fighting, and finally removed by Nature, but it's not enough. It's Jay Bowen who has to clutch. 24 seconds left. Bomb down in the middle of the site. And the rotation is arriving.
Yeah, throughout all this, Nissim pushing middle, now getting in towards the vents and can drop out just now. 2-on-1.
Oh, and immediately as soon as he goes into the open, Tri is ready to punish the peak. And that will be Legacy coming up with the round win.
That's a really hard-fought round win. Nicely done from Tri with the AWP. Playing up in heaven, waiting for the contact, peeking up on it, trading that kill immediately. FaZe could never find the clean kill that allowed them to progress into the bomb site. And Legacy eventually shut it down. Good rebuttal from the defense after 5 in a row from FaZe, storming off to a streak. 2 straight for Legacy, now accomplishing that goal of slowing down FaZe. Money dwindling in the FaZe coffers as well.
Finally, starting to get into it here, Legacy. I mean, it's not easy. They're having to really fight for the round wins, but they're getting enough done to sustain themselves in this first half. Out middle they go. The pressure continues here for FaZe. It's Jacob towards Dumao. Opening frag.
Frozen spammed him down from main. And it was cleaned up coming out. Utility in towards the main con. But no more aggression from middle. It's the push from the B bomb site that's going to get Art a kill. Bring it back into a 4-on-4.
Got Nature stepping up forward for this kill, but Nissim decides better of getting in that engagement. He'll drop back. That does allow him to support Tri, who's waiting in the back of the site. Bowen gonna send out his Molotov, but Nissim ready for the fight, gets traded by Twists.
That's the bomb though, now down inside the squeaky door.
That's a big problem.
Yeah, even if you break into the bomb site, you gotta step into the door to pick that up. So Tri can stall you out. Hiding in quad, relative safety.
Been good at these picks towards main. Twist could read, ready for that flank once the pause comes in. Art tries to get aggressive. It's cost his team the even numbers. They are now in a deficit, which means more pressure on Tri, but he shall deliver. Nature is dead. He's ready for the squeaky play because the bomb is dropped over there. Twist had to reposition, so he's gone back to get that bomb. Molotoved off for the time being. 25 seconds left.
Tri's on his own for such a long time. They actually don't realize they have the bomb down. They think the B bomb site is still a possibility, and now it's over. And now if you're Lado, you got to come in for a 1v2 clutch, but there is so much time for FaZe to get comfortable before you arrive.
And you know he's the B anchor, so there's a couple of options available. You think he's possibly push? I mean, you just killed Art on that flank, so he's likely going to be coming from highway or CT spawn, so they look in this direction. Twist has detected him. He will die, but it puts Jacob in a position where he has the information advantage.
And such a strong position at the forklift.
Go creep forward. Oh, he got the dink, but Jacob lands the headshot just in time.
Yeah, I can't believe he's playing out in the open, trying to have the off angle, so Lado can't get the pre-fire. It takes a dink, but a big clutch win. Really nicely done in Legacy. They cannot continue the winning ways. A lovely opening provided, and a great job once again from Legacy fighting back into these rounds, showing some real tenacity, but Twist is playing real sharp right now. Good check. And FaZe is focused, 6-3.
Yeah, win this round. You again reset the money here for Legacy. You put them back in a tough position, getting closer and closer to the end of this first half. This could be a monumental T-side from FaZe. We didn't get to see Legacy's T-side much yesterday because they were so dominant on the CT side. Well, we're going to see a lot of their T-side now if they're going to come back into this game.
All right, try playing the edge of the smoke. Missed the shot on the jumping player, going to disappear into it. Doesn't take any damage, gets away safely.
There's Jabot with the wall bang now and Tri, so the AWPer on the other side of things, such a strength for the defense is gone. Frozen's on the hunt, he's going to go and get that back. Here's the sound cue of that weapon switch. Getting tagged himself, loses quite a bit of damage, but manages to get out of dodge in time. He goes back for the challenge against Nissim. Dishes out a lot of damage, but receives a headshot in return. Twist will try and backtrack, and he's managed to commit his disappearing act.
Oh, look at this, is brutal though. What a position for Nature to be in. He gets to see the entire map. He can call everyone over. Art had no idea his head's gone. Twist still lurking. FaZe have checkmated this map in about 5 different ways. Bomb being planted now. Dumao and Nissim can do nothing but save these weapons, and they're still nervous that someone is nearby, and they're right. They've got the good read.
Twist is just going to bide his time. Towards the end of the round, he can apply maximum damage to his opponents if he decides to move forward, but he's waiting to work in tandem with Jacob.
They don't really have any economy with which to hunt, which is why you're not seeing them like full send it towards the B bomb site. They're just going to creep in slowly because, you know, they're not really motivated to like risk their weapons to take it away from Legacy. Happy for the win.
First bump still coming for FaZe. Dumao still has that smile on his face. Or perhaps a comeback still within their minds. The first shot from Jay Bowen.
I think that's Try feeling like he has got to do something to change this. That's slipping away from them. Coming back for that one more angle. Like you take your shot, you got away safely, all's fine. You can still recover from there, not a big deal. Going back for that shot, I think he's trying to do a little bit too much, feeling like he can take advantage of an AK-47 and throwing caution to the wind about an op holding the angle. Well, FaZe really piling it on Legacy. So, I mean, if we take a beat here while we have this extended break, see exactly where we're at with both of these teams and our expectations for them. Obviously, I think FaZe, with how they're playing, considering what we saw yesterday out of Legacy, I'm surprised. Not surprised because I don't think they're good enough, just surprised in general to see it. But FaZe, this has been a very, very impressive opening half of Cash.
Getting that early damage dished out as well. Dumao just can't really stand in the line of fire, has to reposition immediately as soon as the round begins. Just nothing all that strong here for the Legacy defense in this round. Got Lato's rifle. Art just in front of it with a P250. We're almost guaranteed to be looking at a 8th round win here for FaZe.
Yeah, I just like how cautiously they're taking it, you know? Like, they know the money situation. They know it's going to be weaker weapons. They know there's a couple weapons saved on the board from the previous round, so don't need to do anything crazy. Going to take their time, see if the trickiness is going to come out from the defensive side. And they'll slowly start progressing and moving in towards this B bomb site. One player already fallen down, rest of Legacy shifting over.
His Art doing what he can. Rifle's good for one. Getting traded by Nachu. Oh, he's got that 5-7, but the flash is going to connect. He'll send out some shots. You have the information. Some taken down. Rifle available for Try, so he's going to start dropping back.
Yeah, it's time to start thinking about these guns that you might be able to save for the final round of the half. Yeah, final round of the half coming up next. Try going to slide back towards CT spawn, but yeah, this has just been dominant. FaZe now establishing success pretty much everywhere on the map. They've been able to get up mid, and you brought it up as well, not seeing the same kind of, we had a little chat about not seeing the same kind of style from the CT side of Legacy that we did yesterday. FaZe haven't given them any room to work with.
Yeah, none.
They haven't been able to dig into the game plan and all those protocols and all those different setups they had that were so cool against NIP yesterday. FaZe haven't let them get comfortable enough to execute any of them.
It's crazy to see how, you know, just the jump up in competition can change how good a team looks immediately.
Yeah.
Like if you're playing against the NIP, you know, we're sitting here going, Legacy seat looks incredible in Cash. They play against FaZe, it's just a step up in performance against their opponent, and it's like, oh wow, like you immediately see it not work as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say like that's the step up in competition is certainly there from NIP to FaZe, but I think the bigger thing too sometimes is also, and this is players talk about this all the time, and this bleeds into that combo they say about how confidence is always so important, the mentality is so important, is it's the kind of respect you give your opposition, you know? Right. Like stepping into this, if you're Legacy, are you saying this is a huge test for us? Like FaZe is a really good test for us, and then you might play a little bit more respectful because all of a sudden it feels like a huge game where you're really going to be tested.
Yeah, you overthink some of the plays you would just never second guess against NIP, but we've got Art taking that first shot. Dumao actually ends up with a second kill here for Legacy. They get a strong lead. At least Jacob pulling one back with a molly. Art burns away. But how much does Jacob want to pressure? Because he's got plenty of teammates behind him supporting him with this utility. And now he's being sent out of A main. Door is open. Try misses the shot, but they know where he is now.
That's fine. He's going to smoke himself off. They've got a 4-on-3. They can play the man advantage. Let him into the bomb site. You know exactly where they'll be. Would have been great to have that kill. But now it's his second front that FaZe has to worry about as well.
Yeah, bomb blank going down here for Jay Bowen. He'll pick up that AWP. Jacob with a great headshot. Going to go out again and try and land a second one out towards the car hit.
Try still neutralized due to this follow-up smoke.
Yeah,
he can't
really
get
is.
involved.
He can't. He's locked out. Oh my god, never getting involved with that kind of shot from Jacob. That is damn sharp shooting.
Damn,
as
dude.
Jacob goes ahead and collects himself a 4K. That's going to hype up his team to close out the half in style.
Look at a little smirk as well. That's a nasty shot onto the op. Lovely work from Jacob. Twist even giving him a side glance. Impressive stuff from FaZe. That was a 3-on-4 and ends with all 3 players of FaZe surviving.
That shot on try was filthy from Jacob.
Damn.
That was real nice. Well, I mean, we wanted to see a little bit of the Legacy T side on Cash, or we're going to see
True.
a lot of it, or not much of it at all. It depends.
We'll find out. It could be a lot or a little.
Gotta say, FaZe played incredible throughout this first half.
Oh, that last spread. That last spread catches him at the end.
Listen, Jacob. That's great selection of fights. Didn't even get to see the best one.
It's all good. We know it. We know what it looked like.
Yeah, we got to see it from Trice.
That one.
It probably would have ruined it. You know, it's not going to look as good from that POV.
That one sticks around. That one will stick around in your head. Pissed around. Second half live. 5 USPs for the FaZe defense. All Glocks in utility, and another B-rush coming in, and FaZe is here.
Yeah, they really are. Chip Owens got the first, but Nissa Martin zoom out. Look at that. 3 kills, quick succession. And it's pretty much over.
There's no utility. Not over yet. Hold the phone. They can get a couple on the cross. Okay, good trade. Important trade from Nissim. And Frozen now has to be aggressive. Try and find at least one more kill before the bomb gets secured.
Oh, it's just spamming him now. Waves of Glock bullets going towards his position, and Nissim will jump up to close it out. So pistol round on the T side. A must-win round collected by Legacy.
Yeah, it felt like actually FaZe was going to be at a good position. They had 3 players in mid, but they never got to actually get out of the vents. So when FaZe turned the corner over, or when Legacy turned the corner in checkers, all the extra bodies of defenders are just kind of stuck in this vent. No way to get out. Easy pickings, easy shooting. 9-4. So Legacy, we will get a chance to see some of that T side as they begin this comeback campaign.
A stack of FaZe players on the B-bomb site. Legacy realize they can't afford to drop around like this, so they're just taking their time, playing their percentages and not walking into the trap.
Doing exactly what FaZe did to him, right? Which is a little bit of utility, get out mid, kind of hold the position, see what the reaction is going to be confident in the range the AK-47s give you against the pistols. Difference being that no one from FaZe peeking, jiggling, showing anything at all. No information gathered for Legacy, but no bother. Just going to stroll into the A bomb site. No investment for FaZe in this round, so happy to give up a freebie. Next round is going to be the buy.
And there goes the plant there for Doom out. Jay Bowen coming around the back, and that's out. Just trying to backtrack into the sunroom. He could find himself a nice couple of eco frags here. Yeah, or just get eco-fragged.
Yeah, or give away an AK-47 in a round where FaZe is going to be buying in the next round regardless.
You'd love an AK out of this situation, don't you?
Well, you'd hate to have Frozen with an AK. You'd hate to have Twist with an AK-47. So that'll be something, that'll be an issue for them. And also, I mean, that's just extra money you get to save down the road for potentially an extra AWP down the stretch. Either way, 5th round for Legacy, closing the gap in the scoreboard, 9-5. That AK-47 given over is going to make things a little bit more difficult moving forward, but next round is always going to be a full buy for FaZe regardless. So it doesn't change the nature too much.
Well, I think I've been watching a couple of the vlogs that FaZe have been doing, and it's been cool to get an insight into like dynamic between the coach and Twist, like NKJ and Twist, and how they're handling like coming out of the breaks. NKJ is not afraid to kind of speak his mind when he's very frustrated about things, and yeah, I think it's been cool to see that over there and how they've been handling and trying to grow this new team. And well, unfortunately for FaZe coming into this round, they've lost Twist very early on, so they're gonna have to play 4v5.
Just a quick peek. Catches Twist trying to come out into his position. Good find. Good opening kill, and what a brutal time for it to happen. The first gun round. You've lost a player. Nachu is brought down to 18 HP, so a very, very bruised and beat up FaZe defense is going to have to hold this back. It's coming at Frozen and Jacob at the B-bomb site.
Jacob just on top of Headshot, does get cleared out by Arts Mac 10. Now 1 minute and 5 seconds left. You've got a 4v3. I think a 3v3 thanks to Frozen.
Maybe a little too early on that flank from Nissim, but plenty of time inside the site to get the bomb planted. FaZe waiting far, far back at a distance, and actually Frozen's being quite an issue. He's gathered a lot of information of where they're positioned in the post plant, calling out one's over in Sunroom. So now FaZe know there's only 2 inside the bomb site, but this being the first gun round, with the AK-47 they brought forward on Nachu, who's got 2,826 in the bank. They can buy up in the next round, so just back off and rinse and repeat. There's the benefit of saving that weapon of Nissim giving it over in the previous round.
But so far, so good. I mean, you're taking all the steps you need in terms of the rounds you need to pick up here if you're Legacy to get back into the game. Building a little bit of cash up around it as well. See how much more this T side can show us.
One thing they were able to get into yesterday against NIP during some of these hits when they have like more of a direct hit onto a bomb site is a certain number of players. There it is. There's the spam to find the pick. A certain number of players attacking into the bomb site, but there's a certain number of players at the same time going through the smokes to attack the rotating supportive elements of the defense. I want to see how FaZe handles that. I want to see if Legacy can get that going underway, because that was really fun to watch against NIP.
There's aggression straight through the smoke. Jacob has handled it. It's a massive risk to take there for 2Mao and Art, and it has not paid off at all. Jacob steps up here for FaZe. Could be another kill for Nachu, and it will be. So FaZe have a 3-man advantage, and it happens so quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. Didn't seem like they were even prepared for the box coming out middle. Everyone seemed geared to look towards the left, look towards the sandbags.
And that sucks for Legacy, just how quick that you feel like you've just given FaZe a round when that happens. You're just walking 2 players out through the mid-smoke. It's such a risk in it, but...
Well, I think you better buckle in, Dinko. I think we're going to get about a 1-minute save looking at the money, because Try can buy up again in the next round. Art can buy up again in the next round.
Well, luckily, these chairs we're sitting in are really comfortable, Jason.
True, it is. Yeah, very painful round where that tactic called out a spawn, just it ends in the first 30 seconds. Make your first move and it goes so hardcore against you. There's no reason to even fight back and no reason to even risk these weapons in the 2v5. FaZe will be happy about that. They gotta save up some cash at a point where their money isn't exactly pretty. Surviving with 5 players, that's a gift you don't normally get this late in the game.
A little bit of nature as well sitting outside here.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I like the reskin.
There's a lot less green.
A lot less green, which is nice.
Can't believe how green that other version of Cash was.
I say this as a man who likes green. It was too much.
It was way too much. And the little window that was in mid, didn't like that either.
Oh, not all ideas can be winners, you know?
Most aren't.
Counter-terrorists win.
All right, 4-round lead. FaZe calm and poised. 3rd time out being used by Legacy. A chance for them to talk things over. So Art will get on the mic. And we're down at that tail end of this map where you need to get these rounds on the board. FaZe, if they take this money away, they're taking their map pick. We talked about when we saw the map veto, FaZe picking Cash was going to be very pleased if you're Legacy because it's a map you enjoy playing on as well. But after that opening half, feeling a bit sour. There's not a whole lot of mistakes they can give up in this second half. And the problem is individuals on the FaZe side are all delivering. We've seen moments from just about everyone. Twist has had some cool plays. Frozen is doing a great job in openings. Jacob is sharp in the mid-rounds and post-plants. 17 kills on Jacob to get FaZe into this 4-round lead.
We have Art having a little bit of a look in behind the flames here. Up into middle. Flashes into the sky. Twist can have a peek, and no one this time getting aggressive. Surprise, surprise from Legacy. You don't want to walk through that smoke. You want nothing to do with that. So they're just going to be playing a little bit more of a passive default. We've got Nissim, who's up in towards A main, and more players coming to join him. So they're drifting these forces and stacking him out towards A.
This was that set piece I think I was just mentioning, is when they put these bodies all coming through A main. Look at how they scale towards the bomb site. Let's see what routes they decide to run.
So it begins a straight call in towards the A side. Art with the bomb at the front of the attack. Doomau takes away Nature, pulled him into the open. Yeah, a bit of a mistake there for Nature. It's going to cost them here. Twist and J Bowen taking kills right back though. And I think that would be fine because the utility's going to go down and it's going to kill Art. Even though the bomb gets planted, you got a 4v2 retake here for FaZe.
I got to bait Twist. He's going to want to go in first to kind of sell the positions, give it away. Good shot from J Bowen, and another one!
Oh.
Crouches right into it with no doubt.
That's a great round from J Bowen. 4 kills picked up for the AWP there. He's going to love that. That forklift kill right at the end as well. Tough angle, but he nails it. And it's just I think with Nature going down to the forklift, that looks a little uncomfortable for FaZe.
He misplayed that really, really badly. When that first player, when it gets past his crosshair to that degree, you can't swing wide and chase it down. You have to know there's going to be more players coming out of that. Your responsibility is to slow down what's left. Yeah, first one slipped past you. Can't do anything about it.
But fantastic recovery from Twist to J Bowen with that nade break.
It's a 2-for-1 nade break. It's a lovely little setup there with Twist on the boxes. He gets one kill as he crosses into the bomb site. J Bowen gets one over toward main, and it's feeling good. Now we get a rush towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, we're gonna go quick again. A action coming at you right away here. Nature trying to hold it down. Different position this time.
Damn.
Same result for J Bowen though. He's taken 2. Lato dead. Art wall banged away, and immediately Legacy left out on their feet.
As rounds are starting to end very, very quickly, emphatically. Not even any success on the openings that you could be happy about for Legacy. Smoke fades, wrong time for Nissim. He goes down. And Frozen's even spotted one more towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, Frozen going to go back in for a peek here. Bomb is going to be coming towards Frozen. He's nailed it. No problem whatsoever, and no chance here for Legacy. Getting absolutely shut down. One-sided today from FaZe.
Very one-sided. Very impressively one-sided as well. Cleaner than I ever would have expected out of FaZe. Really, really cool to see. Legacy, still some work to do. They haven't even been able, we mentioned in the first half, not even able to execute their game plan, it feels like. That's how strong FaZe has been.
We got to see J Bowen pop off. Jacob have a strong performance. Frozen, strong start to the game, and he's continued that. Doomau has slipped out middle. Twist is going to find him. Surely. Doomau's got to get very lucky on the timing there. He's done very well to anticipate that peak from Jacob and handle it, but using utility well. Nichu blinding Doomau. Here comes the last-ditch effort again from Legacy. Once again, knocking on the door of this A site. Has not been going well for them because J Bowen has shut up this A site. Nichu's come in with 2 on the rifle, and it's just Lato 1v2. It's a doable clutch with J Bowen low in HP. But you have to look at the 19 health left on Lato. You need to kill Frozen, and he just can't get it done. A 13-6 win coming in from FaZe Clan. We were talking about how strong Legacy looked like on Cash yesterday. FaZe have made them look very average.
Yeah, they really did. That's a disgusting performance out of FaZe right out of the gate. I mean, start to finish. Lovely once they took control. This losing the pistol, winning the second, but then just dominant. Jacob had a great game. I think Twist called a phenomenal T-side. So very, very fun stuff from FaZe.
Very fun stuff indeed. You warned me what might happen if we reach the bottom of the tool chest there for Art, and
telling you,
Legacy did look
gets darker as you go deeper.
Very outmatched. I think FaZe, I mean, again, adding a 6th to their resume now, 6 wins in a row to start their campaign on Cash this season, really showing themselves to, I think, be one of the most complete teams we have right now. It's, again, just to build the resume back in, that includes wins over Spirit, over P-Vision, over Legacy now. They are really starting to build contention, and Eyeballer, same caliber, of being like the best Cash team in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's early days.
Yeah,
it's early.
It's early. I want to see him get a few more games. Like, Spirit's really the big name in that one. Even this win over Legacy is kind of like, we frame this as the test for Legacy, right? So, you know, They've taken some scalps on it and looking good on it, but let's see when they get into the better competition. Regardless, though, either way, like, whenever this is now going to be in the veto process, it's something you got to be concerned about. No matter which team you are, you have to expect this Cash being a dangerous map for them.
I think one detail I really enjoyed from the first half in particular of FaZe was how good they were at just isolating Try over towards that A bomb bomb site and not dealing with him. Smoking him off in towards Squeaky, pushing him back in towards Quad, eliminating his teammates, eliminating his support, cutting him off. And then even if he gets 1 or 2, by that point, he's just so on an island that you could just starve him out. I thought that was a really nice bit of manipulation around the A site, consistently using the utility and the motion and recognizing where the lanes were to fight or avoid. Very impressive.
I mean, throwing a bunch of different looks at him too, and I think the key is Adam and I were talking about during the cast as well. You could just tell from what we saw yesterday, they had to play just like a more standard CT side. They didn't get to execute any of the ideas, any of the plans, any of the plays that they like to make to be disruptive because FaZe had them on the back foot. So much of that half was them just trying to calm FaZe down so that they could play a CT side, and that's why you see it being a 9-3 scoreline. I thought Twist called an incredible game, bunch of different looks. You mentioned the try situation. I liked watching him sneak out into the wall of smokes and just kind of deathmatch out in the open. Bunch of different stylistically rounds called by FaZe that Legacy couldn't handle. Could never get a feel for.
No, I think Frozen kind of set that tone very early. First gun round, he stops an A main push. Second gun round, he stops a B main push.
Yeah.
I think that just set the tone of, you're not going to get away with your BS today. I mean, so I think that was a big problem for Legacy. It's like, you know, if your plan got thwarted, like, do have a fallback, and we found out they don't really have anything that looks great. So, little T side didn't get to see too much of it. So I don't really know what to say about Legacy's T side, to be honest.
There's still that factor of Legacy where it feels like they're like a momentum snowball team.
Sure,
like we know they are when they're having success, but I feel like if they're not having that success and building in towards that snowball thing, sometimes you do see their T sides fall flat. And it is that little bit of a joke of going into your chest of tricks, because when things aren't working, I feel like you do see them go to desperation, probably too quick for my liking.
I do wonder if that's something they're trying to address this season, because I've noticed that we haven't quite heard the same volume out of Dumao as maybe we were used to as consistently, so I wonder whether they're trying to keep it a little bit more level. But when they don't get that initial spark plug, you don't get that thing to fire you up, it's tough.
It's probably not a team talk, it's probably a Dumao talk. It's probably a Dumao thing where he was just, every player who's been like that over the years that we've talked about always hits a point in their career where they're like, yeah, it is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know, like, it is exhausting, and it is exhausting when things are going south, and then all of a sudden you spend all this energy trying to hype everyone up, and things are getting worse, and then it gets more tiring. So
this is that roller coaster.
It's just that next evolution of him realizing, like, you can't just live on the emotion of it. You have to be able to find a center that you can play from.
You certainly do. We should talk about the individuals a little bit. It was a complete team picture there for FaZe, but that comes when you have the strong individuals firing as well. Jacob, that was another great map in his resume.
Yeah.
Jay Bowen looking good as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players on FaZe had their moments, but Jacob and Jay Bowen definitely had probably the most highlight moments there. So that was cool to see. Jay Bowen in particular, like on that CT side, you know, the playing in around that A site, he's very good at that. I feel like he was always in a good spot, very reliable on the A side as the AWPer. But for Jacob, I think he just looks so sharp. Like, that's the great thing about Jacob is his aim is unbelievable. Like, his actual mechanics are incredible. So, I mean, if he just gets the mentality and understands, like, I am a player with that aim, it's going to be great if he gets some confidence built up too.
I think it's one of those things where, because remember the Jacob thing coming into this team was like so criticized when it happened. But I think, you know, every game I've kind of watched, and remember even back at the Budapest major, he was having some incredible rounds, some incredible pistol rounds. So yeah, to touch on that, it's just like that is probably the spark that they saw that made them feel like it was worthwhile to bring him in and see what he could give him after a little bit of time in this team. So I mean, it's just up to FaZe to decide if he's given enough. But in this map, absolutely. In this map, absolutely, he gave you enough.
Absolutely. And I mean, this was also the narrative earlier on that was in practice. We saw a different form of this player than we did in officials. Now maybe we're starting to see that realized Jacob in officials. And yeah, if he could do it like this, I mean, this FaZe could go very far indeed. But they're not out of the woods in this series just yet. There's a whole lot more Counter-Strike to play, and we'll be looking at more of that after this.
going to go towards our tally, obviously.
No.
Oh, no, he didn't.
It's only T side we're looking at for the tally. It's Fozy who got the 3K
got the
in that
3.
one. Yeah.
My bad. And we'll see that first one. Look at this. One bullet. Brrrah!
Speaking of first, that's their first pistol.
Okay.
Going to be the force for Falcons. I see him with a scout. Pistols for the rest.
Yabi got another one on Tess's, by the way. I'm keeping track.
Oh, I forgot. I'll check.
Will ya?
Yeah,
Thank
you have a. I'll focus on that. You focus on this.
Okay, well, it is a full investment. The Falcons not satisfied.
They had 9 head-to-heads over the course of that last map.
Did Yabi win?
Yabi was out 6-3.
Okay. Needed down to the funny number, but sits Yabi down with the scout headshot through the door. Ugh. That's beautiful. Can't really, like, fault Yabi. I guess. He just clicked real good.
I think you have to gamble now if you're Astralis. Playing 2-2, you hope you can get the necessary output. They're turning this into a B pop with mid to B pressure. So still selling that they are applying a little bit of something over towards A.
The fact that Fozy's here gives me a little hope for Astralis to convert here, even though they are supposed to. I'm going to take that one back. The Monacy Scout, 2 kills deep. Ryu needs a lot more than that. Wow.
I had X-Ray off for that second
How
fight.
How good was that?
Much better than X-Ray on.
Yeah.
Usually the way it goes.
Crazy. Crazy. I mean, I know you said it was all floaty analysis, but when you said Falcons are going to win and then read the 5 names on Falcons, or the 3 big names on Falcons, I mean, yeah, crazy. Crazy.
That's the thing with this team, right? Obviously, the output's never been questioned. It's just when Kixon was there, it was, okay, they're lacking this punch to get across the line. Then Karrigan comes in with FaZe flailing. People go, oh, well, this isn't going to do anything. And, the confidence that the team have in Karrigan has now unlocked the individuals.
Yeah.
Mid-door Molly, making sure no one can scuttle in towards lower tunnels without taking a lick of damage. It's going to be the force buy back the other way. This one doesn't have a scout for Fozy. Mid-door Smoke hasn't quite hit the mark there, so there is a slight gap to work over. Pro audio only listeners. 3-man long stack on this force. Fozy patrolling the mid doors and Ryu tasked with bring down B in case they were to come his way. But right now, Falcons congregating on Cat for an easy A ambush.
Fozy relays a large amount of bodies crossing Gandalf's side and towards the A site. The long players start to activate, making sure there's no rats in the system lurking long, but on the fade of the smoke, it's an easy pick for Karrigan. He'll take that any day of the week. A kill on the T side, 2 now.
Yeah, because there was no pressure at all when they scaled, they just immediately went back and covered off short, which is going to give them room here in the post plant. And Astralis, they gambled incorrectly.
And this is where, yeah, the cash can really go crazy. You got 2 M4s and a FAMAS out of the second round win. You don't have to reinvest into anything. You're just going to be, you know, getting a nice pile of gold, Smaug style.
And I think that's why we're seeing Astralis go for the save, because otherwise their next round would have nothing to try and contest against this. They'd be going into crossfires and post-plant setups that are already there, and right now they can just go for the double dip. Okay, we gambled incorrectly. We didn't get what we were looking for.
We can do this. I'm in position. Area clear. Got him.
But the defuse is coming in, hasn't he? He's still going. Oh, just about gets it.
Terrorists win.
And FaZe might just about get this one done in 2-0 fashion. Strong on cash, looking good. Now we head forward in towards the Mirage, and it's Legacy who'll be looking for the bounce back.
There really will be. I think they're going to be disappointed, obviously, with how the first map went. Cash has been a pretty strong map for them, but they didn't really rise to the level of FaZe. Mirage is Legacy's map pick, so hopefully they can show us a better showing on it. I think, unfortunately, though, it just looks like everybody on FaZe is heading really hard today, and I don't think there'll be any slouches here coming into Mirage.
Yeah, I think, Jason, you put it very nicely, which is just that on Cash, Legacy didn't get to play the way that they wanted to at all. FaZe were so in their face, shutting down the aggression, shutting down what they wanted to show on the CT side, so surely they'll just be hoping, hey, at least we can run the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, you're always going to hope that going into it. I think the interesting thing is they actually haven't played Mirage since Cologne, since the Cologne Major, so it's been a while. So I would imagine they put some work into it, but going to be a little bit rusty coming into this map, and then you're going to see if those changes are actually going to pan out. You just got to do it in a live environment. But I'll say this, just in terms of the way FaZe was shooting on Cash, I don't care like what kind of advantage you want to tell me that Legacy have tactically. You have some real issues where individually you couldn't match up with some of these FaZe guys.
Yeah, it's nice when you're looking at FaZe and you're not talking about Twists and Frozen as being those absolute difference makers.
Yeah, it's weird. It feels like a weird conversation. I'm like, oh, they goes deep right now. And I mean, Dingo, you mentioned it too. I mean, off air between the maps, like FaZe coming back in like immediately, like a couple minutes before break was done, all 5 of them sat down. These guys are locked in. Twist has got them very, very focused on the game right now at the moment, and they played so sharp in that first map. It's hard to see FaZe kind of falling off to a degree that they would lose this one.
Yeah, they can't just rush back and sort of get through, expecting to get through, rather. You have to work for everything. FaZe haven't been in that kind of situation for a long time where they can just rest on their laurels and expect to get through to the next stage. They have to work hard for everyone against every opponent, including the likes of Legacy.
It's been a bad map for them, though, FaZe, on this Mirage, even though they have like a decent win rate in terms of the number at 75%. They just lost to Mongols at Blast Bounty. They lost to Dendele at Blast Bounty. They lost to Eyeballers, or they beat Eyeballers twice in overtime. And like, they don't have any great scalps here on Mirage. There's not really a significant win for FaZe. So you are kind of, or I am, I should say, kind of leaning on what I saw on Cash, which was just like players on point and focused up and playing really, really good Counter-Strike together.
Well, they do say you learn a bit more from a loss than a win, so we'll see how much learning FaZe has done and see if they can put those lessons into effect. It's all you, gentlemen. Teach another lesson.
Yeah, we'll do. I'm actually, Adam, I'm just glancing through this last 3 months Mirage for FaZe. Some of this is going back, so I'm going to ignore it. But starting in July, I mean, they played Sinners, Eyeballers twice, Dendele, and Mongols. That's the teams they've played on Mirage. So it's not like.
And now Legacy for their first big win, possibly here for FaZe. But yeah, you're right. It just doesn't look too pretty over there when it looks at the FaZe track record. But maybe Mike's right. Maybe they have learned something. Let's find out here at the Esports World Cup. We've got Legacy on the T side.
Oh, and they're coming right out of weekend day defense. It's a retake tactic. It's Jacob just sitting far back. However, it's the man with the pistol rounds.
Oh, it's the god of the pistols.
He's got a beast pistol.
There we go.
There it is.
Yeah.
Needed that one.
He's got one. With that kind of build up, he has to deliver at least one more. Could be playing out towards the ticket box. Unfortunately, Lato has just raced up beside him and ripped his head off.
Okay, maybe not the best display.
No, but you know what? Maybe his teammates can recover it instead. He's got his one. Well, let's see what the rest of FaZe can do. Twist coming through the side of the smoke. Try's got a great shot on that P250, but Twist is coming through. Can't get more than one kill, and very well done here from Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy, I think in the pistol rounds we've seen from them at this event so far, it's really just 5-man group up and hit a bomb site. Their pistol rounds are all towards the extremity. It was that way against NIP, a B rush on Cash. We saw a B rush on Cash. Now we see a 5-man A hit here on Mirage. So pretty simple pistol rounds, and they come out on top of it once they clear out Jacob and secure the bomb site. What's happened in the first map as well, though, and FaZe still won the rebuttal. The second round was theirs.
Yeah, see what kind of force buy you can get going on this CT side.
Ooh. P251 taps do feel nice.
Oh, they're great in the pistols as well. 3 Galils, 2 AK-47s for Legacy, and FaZe have actually decided to just go for the full eco. They want to make sure they get into the gun rounds as soon as possible.
Yeah, going for these third round buys rather than the second round force up sometimes.
This is going to be a relatively comfortable round for Legacy, or should be.
Well, I think there's one flashbang, right? So as soon as you feel like they've taken underneath window, I think this flashbang comes out. Like at any point right now, this is kind of the moment FaZe would like to spring with this flash.
Dumao up into the window room, Art with 2 of his own on the Galil. Try, who's looking up through short, and Jacob is gone. So just Jay Bowen. I think Art was saying in the interview that Jabowen's not solid, but he provides, like, he wins you rounds you shouldn't win. You can have these like outlier highlight moments. maybe he just meant as he's not solid yet. Like, he's not a super consistent AWPer yet. But
well, it's also probably something he gleaned from a couple practice games, right? Like, it's been long. He's been in this roster, so it's probably just something they felt when they played him in some scrims the other, at one point over the past few months. However, that's good quality to have. We liked it when Brokey could do it.
Oh, true. So we've replaced Brokey with J-Bowen. Well, Jacob, he's gone. It's going to be a good start here for Try, and I'm going to try and just accelerate forward. Frozen, oh yeah, he's a goner. That's really the round. Unless Twist can do something ridiculous here. He's got 1 kill. Need a second, and Art's helping out a little bit. He's just killed his own teammate.
I'd be surprised if they still try and go for this. Looks like they feel like the murder hole is available, but they would be wrong. So Twist now going to bail out and save the M4. Quick first gun round for Legacy. Just nice and easy. Simple.
Yeah, very easy indeed. Just walking in, strolling through. Lato's got 2. Art even kills his own teammate.
I mean, it's the first kill on that swing, right? Puts Frozen in that weird position where he's got to bail out in a retreat to dark spot, drop utility, and he's just always on the back foot. So very fast start for Legacy to get up to this 3-0 run, this lead. And FaZe in the next round going to have to kind of scratch their heads and do some penny pinching.
There's Twist coming through, walking with a little headshot on Doom-Out. He'll retreat all the way back and just desperately white-knuckle grip this M4 to take it into the next one. So 3-0 start for Legacy. You do start to worry a little bit early doors from FaZe, just for the way things looked in that first gun round, how easy that was for Legacy.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we talked about in the break how, it feels sometimes that Legacy is just like a momentum snowball-y team. So you're kind of getting them now building up to that point where they're at their scariest in these games, when they feel like they can steamroll you, when they feel like they don't have to be afraid of just swinging out wide and taking a direct fight, a direct tactic. First time we've seen him hit this point in this series, as the first map was a wash in the favor of FaZe. Timeout called. Knock things over and try and get on the board before Legacy run too far ahead. This is a qualification game to the playoffs, much like the last game we covered. Winner of this does move on to the round of 16, the 16-team playoff we've got here at EWC. Loser not eliminated, they'll drop down, continue their campaign in a lower bracket to get through the group stage and make it in. FaZe just a map away, 13 rounds from those playoffs.
Just the 1 M4 for Twists. Gonna try and utilize a boost, get him involved, so they put him up on top of his teammate's head, peer up towards top middle where that smoke gives him temporary cover, but the grenades just blow that wide open. Didn't spot them though. Be aware of this possibility if you're FaZe now. Another smoke coming in. It's gonna actually force Doom-Out back.
It should, I feel like a second smoke is where the alarm bells start ringing, right? Where you're like, okay, if they want to re-smoke this in the mid-round, there's something they want to do around it. There's either setup that's utilizing this smoke, or there's some kind of trap in middle. So you can see everyone from Legacy hanging back and saying, all right, fine, have this position, that smoke's going to fade, and eventually you'll run out of resources.
Oh, and they absolutely fumbled that. Dismount as well. So the flash comes in, Twist gets caught. At least the rifle goes over to Jacob, but he does nothing with it. And now it's under a minute left on the clock. Legacy have played this one very well. Just very comfortable, not walking into any traps that FaZe have laid for them. And that'll end up being a very smooth sailing 4-0, you'd imagine. Nuke is the third map if we need it. Looks like it's a possibility. Obviously, looking at some of the results that you were highlighting of FaZe earlier today and some of the history they've had on Mirage. Legacy haven't played it in a while in an official environment, but the season's just getting started, so makes sense.
There's a fourth round coming. J-Bowen's going to come in towards the tail end on this flank in through Palace. But really, this next round, at some point, Legacy needs to get on the board. They'll have an AWP out in the next. Or excuse me, FaZe needs to get on the board. I switched that in my brain. J-Bowen will have the AWP out next. That part was true.
Trying to get on the board with a map win.
Yeah, a map win. That's what I meant.
New bomb blast is pretty cool. I do like it.
It's intense. That little like bubble sound almost.
Yeah,
You're like,
and you can see it coming at you.
Visceral.
All right, NKJ handing out the fist bumps, trying to keep things positive with FaZe. You know, it is a young, inexperienced team, and you can have a great first map, you can fall apart in the second, and pull yourself together for the third. That's just going to be the rocky road for these inexperienced squads.
Ooh, breaking out the double op setup a little bit early in the
That
day
is
here.
very early.
Okay, Twist, almost a nice adjustment. Spots 2 streaming out the top of middle.
And you're going to know there's an AWP in window, but let's see how long it takes Legacy to figure out there's a second one in play.
Twist has fallen out of window to watch the murder hole with the AWP, make sure they can't wrap around either one of the bomb sites. Miss Smoke means that little element of fake doesn't do anything. Interesting position for Nachu to be in. He's going to cause some chaos.
There's a quick kill from Frozen. That's going to be Lato, who's trying to make an individual play, but a second comes in and Frozen handles that as well.
What happened in this round? I feel like this round had to have gotten away. Why is Lato with a minute just
Look at the X's on the minimap.
Yeah, why is he just bull rushing through the holes at a point where no one's really doing anything to take advantage of it? That's not even a good fake. So maybe Legacy just losing themselves a little bit here in round 5, giving FaZe a good chance to get involved in this map, but they're not done yet. Jay Bowen arrives to help try and stop this plant. Double up setup. If it gets down, it can be a difficult retake.
If FaZe lose this round, I mean, what are they going to win? This is Legacy giving them the round victory at the start, but luckily it looks like FaZe are going to take it. And Stumau left on his own. It'll be a spectacular 1v3 if he's able to pull this off in the front of the ramp. Jay Bowen and Frozen starting to move a little bit further towards the site. You've got Twist coming to join them now. Now, Utility landing in front of him. Can't really take a comfortable angle, and Utility will now drop onto that bomb defuse. Frozen's gone, and the defusal being stuck, and it's secured all the way. So, I'll be FaZe getting on the board finally.
All right, valiant effort on the clutch from Dumao. Had a slight chance at it as Twist couldn't get a good angle to hold him off, but very, very tough angle to clean up on the defuse. Good win from FaZe, though, to get on the board. Very hard fought. At least they're there for the moment, so Legacy gonna run it back. 4-1 now. And still that double up setup in play. We'll see if that changes the way that Art decides to approach the situation. Tries now got an AWP as well.
See what he can do with it. Again, Twist going for the mid pick. Oh, this time he's got it. So Twist took a lot of damage, down to 27, but it's well worth the reward of a kill on Art.
Yeah, Frozen taking a little bit of chip damage as well, spam down through the smoke. But the double up chiming in immediately. Jay Bowen's got the next. And that's going to free up Nachu to start pushing in towards the B halls. So you're in a 3-on-5, and there's a timer on this as the map is going to really start shrinking.
Nice Twist with a kill on Nissim. Frozen starting to come back around the side of the smoke, and Try is ready to punish him, and as he walks into the open, Jay Bowen's got another one. Try dead. Lato, good headshot back, tries to get another one up towards the stairway. Not too far away from that, but it will be a second round secured here for FaZe.
Yeah, and that'll be the end of the double op setup as well. I think Twist is going to pass that over to Jay Bowen, who's hit the deck. And they'll go back to a 4-rifle setup, but it's done its job. It's at least gotten them started 2 rounds in a row, and it's kind of slowed down this Legacy attack, so they're not building up into that critical mass. Lovely opening kill from Twist, tracking the tracers. And the double op working exactly as designed. Ops having a lot of influence in that round.
And Twist is just trying to spam down through that smoke. Jay Bowen, who's up the angle in the apartments, and well, Dumao slowly but surely slinking his way through the underpass smoke. You've got Frozen tucked in the corner, eyes blinded for the time being, but then reveals Dumao upon his vision coming back. I think that's going to be a good opening kill for FaZe.
Yeah, he's got to be confused, though. Look at the peek off catwalk. I thought Nachu would have one. I think he's going to be confused because Dumao kind of checked that. He turned for it. He was aware of the possibility and still gets beat by it. And rinse and repeat. Deja vu to the previous round. Jay Bowen adds a mid-round pick in the exact same spot.
Yeah, it's rough. Legacy falling foul to that twice, and this time you don't have a good buy to fall back on in the next round here, so desperately going to have to try and dig deep and pull out a 3v5. It's going to be hard. It's a 2v5 now with that shot coming in from Jacob. Feels like FaZe are finally warming up. They're getting some of that confidence back again.
I think we're going to see Legacy kind of change the style of their play moving forward. I imagine this is going to be a save of these two AK-47s, but I think Art's going to stop trying to get them spread out into these defaults. I think we'll see things a little bit more concentrated. Ever since this has sort of began, these ops have just been a nuisance, picking players off one by one. Strength of Legacy so far in this game has been trading, has been grouped up, has been the confidence of just swinging with players on your hip. These past couple rounds haven't shown that whatsoever. So 4-3, FaZe started slow, but starting to wake up here on Mirage.
Yeah, well, you've had some difficult rounds now, Legacy. You're going to have another one ahead of you here, but how are you going to answer back to FaZe waking up here on Mirage?
Counter-terrorists win.
You get one rifle saved over. We'll check in on the A stream. Got Falcons playing against Astralis.
Yeah, they're in map 2 as well in that series. Falcons took the first one. There's that kill. Dumau did just give it a cursory glance. But man, these past 2 rounds, 3 rounds have just been Legacy getting picked apart one by one. Well, previously the Strength has been applying pressure and forcing this defense from FaZe onto its back feet, onto its heels. They haven't been able to execute anything along those lines recently. So try with the Hero AK-47. He's hit some absolutely phenomenal shots so far in this map.
Got himself in an okay spot just underneath the window here. His teammates can get him up into it. And activate this AK.
I like this from Twist, though. Like, don't even play in the window. Don't even give it a chance to lose that part of the map. You can have information. But he's actually going to give it up, committed entirely to the B bomb site. So now there's no information being gathered over towards window room. That responsibility falls on Jay Bowen, who's kind of peeking towards Khan, who's also got to be cognizant of the fact.
Twist. And his decision-making and position good to take down Art. Try is next, but look at Dumau slipping around the backside. Twist actually died as well. This could be fantastic. Look at Dumau getting ever closer. Nachu's gone. That's a better weapon on the ground. You can fight the short play with an AK now. And Frozen always gone. Dumau's got that too. And this is a ridiculous round to win for Legacy. How have they done that?
Yeah, I'm not sure why that part of the map was given up to such a degree. Like, no one,
disastrous.
No one had eyes. They even heard the Molotov tick underneath the window. I don't know why it was evacuated to that degree. Like, if Twist rotates away, I thought surely you play it from market, you kind of play on timings, but they were convinced that something else was happening on the map. It has to be.
Either way, that's got to be a super tilting result.
It's just, it happens, so like it's not necessarily tilting in and of itself, because it just does happen. It's tilting at the time that it happens, right? You've just rattled off 3 in a row. It's a low buy round. Like, if this happens in a full gun round, okay, but you've given him a free win with P250s. Given them tons of extra cash. It replenishes their money because they haven't had to spend any money to get these rifles. It's just a disaster for FaZe.
Terrorists win.
5-3.
Timeout for FaZe, second use so far.
So a little bit of life, but not able to get a complete grip on this map just yet. And NKJ will have another conversation. I mean, those 3 rounds that they've rattled off in a row looked excellent. They were dominant in them. They were strong in them. This one just slips away. Hiccup here for FaZe. So going to talk it over and try and get focused back up. Still in a position to have a very, very good half. If they can just snap back into position before this round happened and that same kind of a strain, man, they can still rattle off a great streak to close this half. Round 9 is underway. Op in the hands of Tribe, in the hands of Jabon as well.
And Nachu HQ. It's currently 0-6. So I want to get off that goose egg as soon as possible here. It'll be that B anchor over there with Frozen. And up in the apartments, he'll throw the nade deep, take the fight, and Nature has died, so 0-7. An unfortunate beginning to this game for him. Try to respond with a further kill here for Legacy, and that's a 5v3 immediately.
Yeah, that's a too predictable of a peak to come out from Jacob there. That's exactly what Legacy was looking for off that pick. The immediate reaction, the immediate peek down to see if you can turn your gaze elsewhere. Goes from bad to worse. And now that tilt from the previous round just gets compounded. J-Bone and Twist are here to try and save the day at 2 versus 4, essentially at this A bomb site. And if they can't deliver, the round's done, and Legacy continue to climb up the scoreboard here in map 2.
Trying to come out. Twist has got to position himself behind the ninja boxes. Twist knows he needs a multi-kill. Dumao has died on the lurk, but Twist needs to multi. They're coming towards him. He's got a good position for it. First is good. Second, even better. Jay Bowen's right there, too. Massive turnaround here from FaZe, and Nissan Blood 1v3. And Twist denies even him. That is a massive round from Twists. And one that they've just let go for Legacy.
Legacy thought he was in the smoke. They thought he was in dark the whole time.
You see them turn? Yeah.
Yeah, the silencer just threw him off entirely. They were both trying to spam the smoke. They had no idea where they're getting shot from.
Truly ninja.
A 5-on-3 round dropped entirely by Legacy. No dice.
No idea where they're being shot from. Twist ends up with 2. Ends up with a 3rd kill as he takes down the player coming out of Palace of the USP.
That helps you get back losing the low economy round earlier.
Pumps you up big time. And now Jay Bowen getting an opening kill. They can just pile the pressure on. Legacy trying to speed things up, but they're getting wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Great headshot out of Twist.
What a reaction to grab it. He wasn't even prepared for that fight whatsoever. Disgusting shot from Twist. And a 5-on-3 now in the favor of FaZe.
Oh man, we talked about it at the start of this game. Darth Mike was saying in the pre-game segment, we haven't really had to talk about the fact that Twist and Frozen are the main engine of this team. Well, now Twist is definitely being the standout player for the squad.
All right, well, he's going to move in towards Khan. Off, sliding into his angle, immediate kill. Twist adds another one. 3 kills in the round for Twist. And it's all left to Nissim.
He's had a pair of really hot rounds right there, Twist. We'll see how long that continues for, but Nissim walking his way up through short. Under a minute on the clock. No money left here for Legacy. Brilliant round from Twist. And the in-game leader is the one leading them forward here.
NK's got them looking very, very well. That one round where Dumao slips behind the defense, we just kind of forget about it now. You can shuffle it to the back of your mind because it's not having any lasting impact on this game. An immediate response powered by Twist to bring FaZe right back to their winning ways. They've tied things up at 5. And another chance against a low buy. It's Tech9s, a Deagle, and a Mac 10, and everyone, all of it is coming at the A bomb site. Right at Jacob. 3-7 as the anchor of this site.
Utility coming over the top. Molotov to the back of triple. Smokes down towards CT, stairs, and the jungle cross. And it's a beautiful looking execution, but will it be a fantastic round? We'll see Legacy try and move forward with some of these weaker weapons, scaling up and getting in front of these smokes. No one from FaZe trying to play in front of them. Instead, they disrupt them. They deny Dumao. They deny the bomb plant, but that push forward has been effectively removed. And then the rest of FaZe just come collapsing upon the attack, and they don't even get a bomb plant.
You could see the idea, couldn't you? Bomb goes down, Molotov goes out behind Ticket, flash through the smoke, see what you can do towards CT. Maybe you can get a leg to stand on to prevent their defuse, but stopping that plant is pretty much ends all those ideas. FaZe being able to spray it down, break the smoke open, and catch them.
And now Legacy realize this map is slipping away from them, so they take a timeout.
Yeah, it's turned entirely, hasn't it? FaZe have just stepped up off the back of Twist over towards the middle of the map. He's been so important these past few rounds, just controlling it, being a presence for them. A full investment in that round from Legacy. No bomb plant in that round from Legacy means money is going to be in a very ugly place. They'll scrape together whatever they can for this last round.
The last round is not looking pretty, is it? Look at that. 1 AK, 1 Khalil, 3 pistols. Not great whatsoever here for Legacy, but they have gone heavy on utility. Let's see what kind of ideas they have. So they got the top mid smoke, window smoke being thrown out, but is anybody going to play behind them?
I think the idea was go at Nachu. Go at the 0-7 guy. Bomb is dropped. 3 players headed towards the B bomb site right now. Nachu with 0 kills in the half. So test him one more time. See if you can grab a 6th round off his back.
It's time for the Frenchman to stand up. Got his teammate Jay Bowen coming back over to defend with him. But you know, Legacy are about to attack out here. Jay Bowen being pushed up. This is going to be a good information play, but falling back is going to be a problem. He's very committed down the hallway. Gets himself a tight angle. There's the first kill, and he gets out the window. Just about drops down to safety. His teammate needs to step up. Nature, what can you do? Jay Bowen still fragging, though, still doing way too much. And Nature finally, after the 0, gets his first kill in the half. And now he's looking to try and get something else with this AK. Out the window they go. Nature with 1 more, and he could close with a triple. Denied by Try, but surely he can't clutch this up. It would be a 4K. And if Try is able to pull this off, he's gone to the weapon of choice, the AWP. A flank coming through the apartment soon, and that's going to be the insurance policy. Jacob to secure a 2-round lead for FaZe Clan. Really solid recovery, and the catalyst was obviously Twist.
That's what, 4-0 at some point in the favor of Legacy. I mean, for them to recover like that, a 7-1 run to close out the half, that's really well done from FaZe. And you can see forcing that 1 timeout out of Legacy as well. They could tell the nature of the game changed. They lost their grip on it entirely.
And that 1 round they lose in that 7-round run, right, is the
round that Dumas slips the net.
Exactly, with a pistol on the back, which is just an outlier, really.
It's a mistake from FaZe more than a victory for Legacy.
Looking good for the 2-0, though. The way FaZe are playing and recovering that, you know, you're going to have to try and mentally get into this again if you're Legacy.
See if Twist can put together another good T-side. I thought he called phenomenally on Cash. Let's see if he can do something similar on Mirage. We'll start with the pistol, quite obviously. Dooley's on Lotto. A little bit of utility for the CT side. Smoke flash. For Twist and his pistol round, he's called it light with nades. Only Nature with smoke Molotov. Other than that, it's pistols, it's Glocks, and it's aggression. Bomb +1 going to be over in Palace. So the play is always going to be towards Khan to join up and split into the A bomb site. Can they make it happen with this utility? Have to imagine Nachi, whenever he feels like he's got some safety to move out, I feel like it's got to be, what, like a smoke window Molotov towards short? Reverse that. Okay, a little fake. They're going to show a catwalk hit and try and get this bomb sprung out. If they can get this kill and back away, would be a beautiful one to have. Show some presence at the B bomb site. Now you're selling it.
1 player left. Nissim. Inside of the apartments, keeps his head down, hasn't been spotted yet, but now detected. They know exactly where he is. But he still gets that headshot. Elsewhere on the map, Lato also chiming in.
Oh, there's another defender here, though, too. FaZe have outcalled themselves in this round. The fakes work so good. Nobody from Legacy budged. Gotta give some credit over to the defense. The A player's not moving whatsoever.
You just walk out there, FaZe, and you're just so depressed when you realize this player's still just standing in the default positions.
Honestly, I thought they were going to like just turn that corner at CAC, take some shots, and then fall back and go up Con and really aggressively attack that bomb site. But the fact that none of the defenders at the A bomb site moved is so impressive.
Legacy going to get a good chance to have a fantastic start here because there's no bomb plan for FaZe, which means they don't get a solid second round force buy. So that's going to be 2 halves in a row where you're having to take a second round eco if you're FaZe.
Yeah, it's tough going for them with these slow starts in each of the halves, but even more impressive if they're able to pull out the win, just show the dominance in the gun rounds just like they did in the first half. Opening kill, 5-on-4. But with that smoke up and without any real panic comms coming from the other side of the map, I think the A defenders were like, well, our B guys aren't saying they see the bomb. They aren't saying that we're under attack. They're not saying rotate. Hold their nerve and outlast FaZe in the pistol.
Let's try peeking up, gonna try and melt them. But Nachu and Jacob are actually taking a couple of kills. Nachu is taking his teammate down. Jacob finally needs to kill on the opponent's side of things, but 7-7, all tied up. At least that run was quick, you know?
At least it was
get
quick.
that one out
That's
the
true.
way.
That's a good point. Glass half full kind of guy. All right, fist bumps are out. Guns are going to come in for FaZe. First time we'll see Twist orchestrate this team for the attack. See what they can get done with it. We're tied at 7 at the moment. Map 2, FaZe is up a map in the series. Playoff on the lines, and Twist is calling a full-on attack at the A bomb site. Set piece, 1 player in Palace, 4 coming up the ramp. And it's only Lado to defend for the moment. Try and Art both situated over in middle, but they're coming back right now just at the perfect moment.
Has to push up. Lazzo out from the back of triple. Second kill's good. Goes for the quick reload. They're scaling up on his position though, so there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And so that kill comes in from Frozen. Oh, spamming down. It's going to be Dumao who takes that back from CT spawn on Frozen. Twist trying to get into the flames, trying to hunt Dumao down, but he's falling back. Bomb is planted. And Twists and Nachu trying to combine to win this one. The highest fragging player on FaZe alongside the lowest fragging players so far.
Nachu needs to survive. Twist can handle CT spawn, but Nachu is the guy that Twist has to play off of inside the bomb site. He must live.
Well, he's doing a decent job so far. There's Twist in the kill towards CT spawn. He's low HP, but that draws attention away from Nachu. He makes it happen. Can't get back to the second kill, so it's got to be Twist. The time ticking. Got to get to that defuse. Nissim doesn't go for it. Now he runs to the defusal. He's going to hold it to the last second. The nade goes in, and Twist will do it with bullets instead. Goes for the shot, wins the round, and Twist again saving the day for FaZe.
Yeah, that's a disgusting round. He was so active. If you watch his POV during that round, he was having a lot of fun. Jumped over the cubby, onto the top of the stairs to get the opening kill of the round through the smoke, falling back. He was just so reactive to any point of danger. Still a very hard-fought round. Legacy did a great job sticking in it and taking out the sting of that hit, but man, Twist is just too good down the stretch. Having himself a game with 19 kills thus far. Art's nightmare from the pregame interview is he's really manifested it, hasn't he?
He really has. Three Galils, 2 AKs. Neither team with a really solid buy, but good enough. Art playing close up here with a 5-7. And he hope to pull off with that. Actually, would try backing him up though. That's the scary piece here.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be an issue for Frozen just yet because I don't think he's ever going to play anytime soon. He's looking for pushes at the moment. You're going to let your mid players be the first force to get involved before you do anything. Little bit of utility to get Twist out behind the mid boxes. Flash clear of A main. I don't know if they were close enough by to hear that. But FaZe going to readjust back towards the A bomb site. And just at this moment, Legacy unfortunately is getting the sense with quiet on the map, with no information given by Art close ramp, that this is going to finish on the other side, and they're all moving out of position. AWP has been taken away. Now an M4 taken away. And Art's the last man standing.
Yeah, he's going to go out for a swing here with the 5-7. He's done well, but here comes Nachu running forward, 4 HP. Jay Bowen and Nachu this time trying to run out the 2v2 with the bomb plant. Last time it was Twist to step up. Now it's got to be Jay Bowen towards CT spawn. Tries coming out to try and clear him, but Jay Bowen's already around the corner to safety. They're going to play together. They're going to get into the smoke as it fades away. Nissim's backed into the connector. Nachu might just die, but he's got the information, and that means Jay Bowen can react. Great headshot. Looking for the follow-up as Try moves into the site, and Try wins it on the AWP.
Yeah, moved yourself out of position to defend that bomb plant to stop the defuse, so then you had to get aggressive. What a nice 2v2, and an incredible round to snatch away if you're Legacy. They do just enough over and con to bring this into a 2-on-2. And from there, they win it out. FaZe cannot extend this lead. And Legacy just hanging around. All tied up yet again.
Such a scrappy game so far, and I mean this round to just start was already scrappy just with some of the weaker weapons that were in play for both teams. Comes down to this from Try. Jay Bowen couldn't find cover fast enough, but FaZe got to buy back again. It's once more just not pretty looking. You've got 3 Galils, 1 Deagle, and an AK-47 in the hands of Jay Bowen.
Yeah, but they're going to go contact, it looks like. They don't have a whole lot of utility to play with, so shouldn't have any kind of a set piece, and this is a faster timing, and look how passive the defense is. Tries Op is given a lot of room to work with. It's backed off through the murder hole. Timing couldn't be worse for Art as well as they walk up, and he misses all the information until just now. Now he's seen what's coming, but it's way too late.
Yeah, Twist and Frozen, the first two are good, but again, Legacy can fight their way back into these rounds. Starting to spam down, trying to deny that plant, but Jacob gets it down regardless, and he gets away. Umal stepping through that CT smoke back into the site, attempting what is going to be a retake with some utility left available. It's one smoke, 3 flashes, and a long-winded engagement against Nature. And the FaZe player will win. Nature low HP. It's going to be finished off eventually by Nissim. Time is now ticking to the point where it's just not realistic here for Legacy. So once again, FaZe going to reclaim the lead of the game.
Try switched out to the M4 to spam the bomb planter, and he never switched back to the AWP, so he's going to have to try and go run and hope the bomb blows it up into his direction. FaZe going to grab a 9th round, and it's actually kind of important. Is Try able to get this gun? No, he's going to make the run, but there's no way he's reaching it in time. So that's a big piece now missing from the Legacy side moving forward.
It's going to be frustrating, and a timeout being taken here. Important to somehow get on the same page again here, Legacy. Realize it's not out of their hands just yet. It's incredibly reachable for both squads at the moment. Both teams scrambling to establish some control.
Well, it's such a tense time in the map because it's going from tied to one team with a 1-round lead, but neither team has any kind of significant economy. So you win and you've got a good buy. You lose and you've got like a really, really ugly scrappy buy that you have to take and fight back. So very uncomfortable for every team that loses a round. If you lose 2 in a row at this stage, if you're Legacy on the CT side, it's a massive issue. They've got the pressure squarely on their shoulders right now. 21 kills now for Twist, 127 ADR in the map thus far, leading the way for FaZe.
There goes the nades. Yeah, they can't. Charging forward. Nissim with the rifle inside of the site. They are sprawling over the top. Jacob and Twist taking the first 2, and they're into the site. No problem. That plant will come in right away. And that will be a 10th round knocked out straight through. And that's got to be a tough feeling to have to stomach for Legacy, because you take a timeout ahead of that, and that's how convincing the round goes. A great call from Twist. Simplistic and effective.
Yeah, and just really starting to pile on. I think the only I'm not going to say downside, because obviously at this stage of the game you're taking a win regardless, but one thing about it is it's so convincing and so strong out of the gate. Now 3 weapons survive. You'd love to, I mean, you'd love in a perfect world to have the complete wipeout. Now they can buy up around these weapons, so you got to be cognizant of that fact. But creeping a little bit closer towards that map 2 victory, that series victory in the Esports World Cup playoffs. FaZe just 3 rounds away from booking a spot in the top 16.
So interesting looking down the line of the stage here, because I heard some of the fans getting louder, and I see the Falcons down there, but you know, seeing Carrigan down there, then Neo coaching Astralis, and then the FaZe team over here. It's like all the pieces are on the stage in some capacity of the former
puzzle
team.
Pieces are just strewn around the arena. All right, well, Legacy going to save some money and just fight with what they bring forward from the previous round. Scout, M4, and 5-7. They don't want to invest the cash because they're going to need it moving forward. And Twist has really consolidated his attacking force these past few rounds, giving away some of those opening defaults towards middle and just staying grouped up. A lot of emphasis towards this A bomb site as the game has gone on, as the half has gone on, and for good reason. They keep racking up wins here.
Quick break of that CT smoke. It's a brilliant shot from Jacob. Try is just like looking for it and immediately led to the head. So tough one to swallow there.
It's the most insulting death to take from an AK, where it's just like the cute little ding. It's just like bing,
bang, straight away. 1 bullet just appears on your screen, and That's it. That's it. Wrapped up again. Back-to-back quick, convincing round victories to put FaZe a
You
couple
love
rounds
this. Twist has got to be loving this. Like, the easiest rounds to win is an IG. Look how convincing the previous round was.
Yep.
Like, you're in this back and forth, close affair, grind it out, tie game down the stretch, and then you just rattle off 2 rounds in a row where one headshot, round's over. The other round, it's a kill in mid, and then a kill at the B-bomb site, and it's over. Like, you're getting these wins so nicely for this state of the game.
And it's going to push up to 11 rounds. And
money. Like, for how much of an issue economy has been a talking point for both of these sides in these past 3-4 rounds, the fact that FaZe is getting these wins so clean and money's no longer an issue, like, that's such a luxury.
An opposite story for their opponents, right? Legacy have one good shot at keeping this game competitive, and it starts now in this round.
Well, we'll see what they can do with it. Art given some orders. Round 20, it's 11-8. AWP is now brought out for try instead of the scout. Some of those Galils on the FaZe side of things upgraded into AKs. Three in a row and 4 the last 5 for FaZe at the moment.
There's Twists, who does take himself a nice quick headshot on Lato. Opening kill's good. Could he get another tough spot to be in? 2 targets. Vastly different angles.
Oh, but gonna follow it up is Jacob. Art's getting aggressive in middle. He's ready for that. Good crosshair placement. Good headshot. Try wants to recover.
Oh my God, Jacob.
Dude, Jacob's got his number today.
Dude, he's so sharp. It's unbelievable.
My man, you gotta just run to the other side of the map if you see him on the screen.
Yeah, it's insane how many great shots Jacob has had. There's another one from Frozen. Yep, FaZe level up. They just evolved. Once the game became so close, they just reached their final form and they're ready to just close this one out. Oh, it was a nice try from Legacy. They hung in there, but
dude,
they've been outlasted.
Insane shot on try from Jacob. Dumal, there's really no good decisions you can make. You have to have this M4 for the next rounds. There's no money in the bank. Looking like FaZe is going to punch those tickets into the playoffs. On the back of Twist, 23 kills thus far in this map. Super impressive performance. The calling today from him has been spectacular. That's been a story we've been tracking since he took over this in-game leadership, when he's done it in Liquid, when he's talked about it going over to FaZe after Kerrigan's departure. I think this is a phenomenal series for him to feel good about as an IGL.
Especially the rounds that you're talking about where you're just winning them so decisively. I feel similar to the way Hunter was calling earlier today as well, where they just kind of reach a flow state and everything you're calling is just working. It figured out towards the end here for FaZe, but...
It sounds so simple when you say that, but if you were to talk to Hunter and Twist, they would probably have a list of really hard losses they had to take to learn the lessons required to be like, you know, it's okay as an IGL once in a while to go away from the playbook and call something off intuition. It's okay to set something in the moment and take that call and take the risk. So yeah, a little bit of experience under their belt, these new IGLs, and you look at them a year or two later, and obviously they've evolved. Very good look so far today. Potentially the final round, 12-8.
Yeah, FaZe looking for the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. The round of 16 awaits if they can close out this round versus Legacy. And they're coming into this fight with 2 MP9s of FAMAS and 4 in AWP.
And Twist is calling what has worked for them a number of times already in this half. Right back to it.
And a leg shot as well on Lato.
Yeah, and you still have Try with the op kind of training in the position. They're going to be kind of bunched up now. They both sort of want to play different positions, and I think Lato's the one who's got to improvise, and with that low HP, that's no fun.
Utility flying over the top. Here comes Twist. Onto the stairway. Trying to come down. It's Frozen who's taking Art out of the question. Second kill from Frozen. Is that the step towards the playoffs required? Great flick down from Try. Needs another one. Needs another kill to come through from this off. He's being scaled up on. Pushed forward by Nachu. FaZe now have the player advantage, but they do not have the bomb plant yet. So they're putting the utility down to try and make it more comfortable. But Nachu is the man with the bomb. He has to worry about that. But Twist, he's got a headshot, so they might just win on elimination instead. As Dumal steps up for a 1v3 And that bomb is planted, so now a retake is required. Dumao attempting to get into this. He's got no kit. He's definitely got utility, but no chance in hell to win this. FaZe will plant their feet. They will hide behind their cover, and they are looking for a 13-8 finish here on Mirage. Fantastic calling down the stretch. Individually brilliant as well from Twists. And FaZe Clan are heading into the top 16 of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, man, once the gun rounds began in the second half, all FaZe getting into the bomb sites at will. 6 rounds in a row to close it out. It is absolutely impressive. And I mean, you said 12 to 8 or 13 to 8, excuse me. But if you take away the first 4 rounds where Legacy ran out to that lead, like that once FaZe got started in the first half, they never let go. 13-4 run to close it out. Just dominance here on Mirage.
Dominance again.
I mean,
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back up here,
It's
right
like you never
here.
left. No one ever sees you leave, Mike, so maybe you're just always here.
You never know. I just really like watching you guys work, and I enjoyed watching Twist's work today.
He just stares at us.
I think you put it up very nicely that this was a Twist masterclass. Individually, obviously here on Mirage, but also just looking very nice in the captaincy here.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I think even the first map where he wasn't really on the scoreboard in any significant way had some really good calling. I thought the calling on Cash was excellent. He had that little play he called for himself inside the smoke. So yeah, he's still got some of that individual flair that he's able to mix in. But then you add in the fact that Jay Bowen's looking good. Jacob had some insane sequences today. Like, you start adding in the fact that he's getting some confidence in these new younger guys on the team, and okay, it's starting to get an image of what this team is going to look like as it's coming together. He starts to feel more confident as an IGL and as an individual player back in the team, and you start seeing more of that flair, and then this roster gets a little bit deeper.
I also want to give a quick shout out to a guy who's probably not going to look back on this scoreboard fondly, Netu. Sometimes that's life as a B anchor. You know, you're jumping on Mirage and there's a P250 behind you somehow.
Yeah.
Had a rough first half. Finally got it started right at the end there. Perfectly solid in the second. So shout out to Netu.
As long as it doesn't happen in a win, you don't care.
Yeah.
You know, he's laughing about it right now. I guarantee.
I mean, he was also involved in a lot of important rounds down the stretch. Like last round of the first half, where he gets his first 2 kills, is a really important round.
It was a clutch, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the B hold over on B. Yeah, where they're coming in for the final play. It's a really important round for FaZe. Gives them the 2-round lead. I mean, he had a lot of impact in important rounds down in the second half towards the end of the first half as well. So not too bad at all. I think mostly it's just impressive. Jacob, the shots he was hitting, and what Twist was doing with the rifle.
Yeah, the Jacob shots were freakishly crazy. And I mean, it was just the fact that they came out on try so often. Like, being able to outduel the off like that so consistently across the series, really painful. I think if we change the focus over towards the Legacy side of things, I feel like we definitely didn't see the best Legacy, but I feel like we didn't even see Legacy getting to execute their game plans. Like, I didn't see anything that felt like stereotypical Legacy Counter-Strike to me.
Yeah, take the nameplates off, you'd never know. That was
yeah,
Legacy today.
Again, we've been talking all about the individuals on the FaZe side of things, of the younger individuals too, of the Jacobs, of the Natus, of the Jay Bowens, but then you look over, we didn't talk about Dumao a whole lot,
right.
Those guys were a little bit muted. Nobody was ever kind of able to break out to where you could get that individual flair really showing off for the Legacy side.
And you talk about Legacy, I mean, the thing that's defined them is playing with balls, frankly, always ready to take a fight, ready to get in your face, ready brawl. And here, I mean, even that last round, we saw it, right? Players trying to get aggressive up middle, Art trying to find a spark for the team. Jacob just rips his head right off of his shoulders, goes up for a second as well. None of that was working for them today, and it does feel like perhaps for Legacy, if they're a little one note, if that note gets stopped, they may not have a full register.
Yeah, I think today they also ran into a FaZe team that I think, you know, this is just one of those days where it's a little bit reductive, but I think there's just some truth in it at times where it just FaZe individually across the board. The players were so sharp today. Everyone was locked in and focused.
To quote Counter-Strike itself, sometimes your opponent is just having a good day.
Yeah, like sometimes you just got to accept the fact that you just got shot in the face a little bit harder and there was nothing you could do about it. Like, tactics are great and all, but if FaZe is killing you like this in different moments, like, how are you supposed to execute them?
Yeah, it's going to be nightmares tonight, I'm sure, from Art for around Jacob. That was some of the shots he was in were just freakish against him. But yeah, I think for FaZe, top 16 is a great achievement considering where they were a few months ago, and with these young players, this inexperienced team, who knows how much further they're going to go other than the top 16, but with the way they're playing, you know, maybe there's a possible progression even further beyond.
This is a good moment to zoom out a little bit, right, to the broader VRS picture, because FaZe were in the woods. They were playing Draculans, you know, they were making last-minute trips to try and desperately qualify through to a major just a few months ago. Now they're, I think after this win, number 7 in the VRS. They have catapulted themselves up on this run.
Well, I feel like I could phrase it like this and say like something with the VRS where it's like, yeah, they had to go do that grimy, dirty work that nobody wants to do and drop down to those kind of like tier 2, tier 3 events, especially for players who have won majors and are coming from tier 1 of Counter-Strike. But I don't think they probably don't look this good if they don't do that.
No,
it's not just dropping down to go chase after the VRS points. It's dropping down and getting a shit ton of reps with your newest players in official capacity. So now you come here and you've encountered some of the nerves. You've encountered some of the people hesitating in official match situation. You've had those conversations already. So you get to come out here and everyone just gets to play with the lessons they've learned. And now you get to just keep building upon it. So I think this is a really cool win for FaZe. It's really cool seeing them in the playoffs. And credit to them for stepping up and going out to try and recover that during the offseason and all those events. And I think it's all paying off now. So if you're part of this FaZe organization and part of this rebuild and made some decisions, I think you should be feeling real good right now.
I think that's certainly the case. And it's been a very quick rebuild as well. This has been one of the conversations of the new Counter-Strike era is just like, how long does it take to build a team sort of from the grounds up? This wasn't quite. You had the foundations, shall we say, but there was a lot of remodeling that you needed. Look, a solid foundation is real nice when you're building a house.
The hardest part about this rebuild for FaZe was figuring out who they were going to have to cut from the previous lineup. Like that was the hardest part about the whole thing.
See, Carrigan really helped them out.
Yeah, he did. And
he really helped them out.
That's why I mentioned to you, like, at least we're done having that conversation, right? At least we've moved on. At least the players get to move on. So now we get to have these where you're actually progressing, where you're focused on the Counter-Strike rather than focused on the personalities or focused on the lack of performances or focused on who you think isn't doing well enough. You're focused on getting everyone into playing shape for the next match and see the results.
You see the results indeed. And there have been some serious results today because while we've been celebrating promotion to playoff over here on the B stream, on A stream it's all been about elimination. And here at the Esports World Cup, elimination is a little more dramatic than you might expect because every team comes in with a key. This represents their right to compete in the tournament, and when they're eliminated, so goes the key. So Tanir having some fun crushing that key over for Luminosity.
Test it for me, Mike.
And the hydraulic press is coming down. Wait, I think I have to do. And the hydraulic press channel. The key is exploded.
Nice.
Beautifully done.
That was really nicely done, yeah.
It's very satisfying to watch.
Put your hand under that thing. It's a little bit touch and go for me.
Yeah, it is a little bit nerve-wracking, isn't it? Yeah.
Sir, I don't know how good those gloves are.
I didn't see him use his lockout on that machine.
The white gloves to display the crushed key is crazy, too.
I know. It's fancy as hell, isn't it?
Yo,
it's fancy,
Jimmy,
man.
What we got going on here, Jimmy?
Jimmy, new locks, new looks,
look at
crushed
Jimmy.
key. Gonna melt that thing down and get some new earrings.
Look on his Boomich art.
I hope not.
Yeah, there's a lot of that art to be avoided, perhaps, but we'll see how Jimmy does.
There we go. Well, Jimmy, got a big smile on his face. They are fun.
They are fun indeed.
I'm not gonna lie to you,
it's
they are
nice
fun.
to see Jimmy having fun in a team again.
Yeah.
You know, he's was maybe much maligned for silly reasons in previous stops. It's nice to see him with a smile on his face.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to have a sit-down combo with Jimmy at some point. I wonder what happened in his career going from winning MVPs, lifting ESL Pro League trophies, being one of the most decorated and talked about anchors of the year at one point, and then really had kind of like a falling out. And it feels like it had to have been something internally within that Mouse team with all the issues we've seen come to the surface where he just felt like he got knocked out of his game and knocked out of his comfort zone. But it'd be fun to get his thoughts on the topic.
We're getting little hints of it, I think, every time he appears on a finished podcast.
Yeah, I know. We gotta have Natsu bring him in more often.
Yeah, really. And I'm gonna have to start working on my finished phrase book to really get the full picture here.
You don't want that.
Let's take a look at our tournament bracket. The only words I know I can't say on broadcast. Gigi Hao down below. We saw that at the beginning of the day. G2 triumphing, moving their way into the playoffs alongside Gamer Legion. And now our lower bracket matchups are set. Big take on Spirit.
Oh no.
Gigi Hao Aurora.
I feel bad for Big because Team Spirit, like, they didn't even look that great against Luminosity, but surely it just clicks at some point.
Overtime game against the new Luminosity, though, man.
You gotta warm up. I feel like I feel like Spirit should still win that 2-0, obviously. Aurora, again, their recovery arc against GG Howell, that's set up nicely. They should move through to the playoffs. But I think for this group, mostly other than the Spirit disaster in their opening game, I think everything else seems normal.
Everything else is making sense at the moment.
I do have to say, usually when we talk about a honeymoon period in Counter-Strike, it's not about a player coming off of their honeymoon.
Sure.
That's true. A slightly different one. Someone said like there was a marriage debuff for Shiro, so only in video games.
Well, we talk about the dad buff. Maybe that's the antidote. We'll see for the future. But it's Falcons through to playoffs. You may have heard that over on Stream A. FaZe coming through here as well. I'm excited to see FaZe climb in the round of 16. I think that's going to be one journey to watch. Meanwhile, on the lower, we have Legacy and Astralis waiting for the victors of K27, MIBR, and BB Team NIP.
I think some of those games could get interesting. I think the BB Team NIP, either one of those, I think is going to be okay going up against Astralis for that to be a competitive match. I'd be really interested if K27 gets past MIBR. I'd like to see a K27 Legacy matchup. K27's got some talent in that team.
We've seen some sparks from some of the last chance qualifier teams already. It'd be cool to see if K27 could bring that as well.
Yeah, I think MIBR Legacy wouldn't be that interesting. We just see those
the
kind of
regional
games
matchup,
all the time.
yeah, it's an easy one.
So I think for K27 to make it through, it'd be kind of cool to see that. But regardless, I think Legacy should feel pretty good about their chances of recovering this.
Yeah, I think they shouldn't be in any kind of a panic position whatsoever. They just got beat today by a better team. So for them, it's got to be just another conversation. I mean, that was the whole thing with talking to them last night was, that they were well aware that this was kind of a good test and barometer.
Sure.
So I don't think this loss is going to be taken too hard. It's more going to be about take stock of where we are, what we did wrong, what we couldn't get into, and find solutions to it.
Yeah.
And especially with eyes towards that cash as well, this is now your second official rep. You have the loss, you have the win. You can sort of review those, think about which of your ideas work, which of them don't. Maybe reevaluate some of the concepts you're coming in with, tweak it. You also have players who are just getting live reps on a map they haven't necessarily experienced before. So there's a lot to learn, and we'll be learning what happens tomorrow as our schedule comes on up. These are our games. That was ham-fisted, but the games will certainly be smoother. Tyloo, Lin Vision, speaking of domestic matchups. Foot, Mouse, that one's a heater. I'm circling that. That's our game of the day. K27 take on MIBR Los to wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm with you. Foot Mouse is going to be an absolute banger. That should be a really, really spicy game. Should be a lot of fun going on there. And another good test for Foot to see what they can do now with the new roster as well.
Yeah, I think that's the perspective is like have Foot fully dropped off, or are they still at a level where they can compete against Mouse? And because earlier in the season, that would have been a really highly competitive game. I'm going to edge Mouse, obviously, coming into that matchup. It'll be interesting to see if Foot can get to a good level.
I've just been having a hard time really placing Mouse, to be honest with you, with Exertion coming in as an IGL, with Zelix coming in, PR coming in. They've lifted that trophy, so everything seems positive. I just don't know exactly like where I'm supposed to place them at the moment. I feel like I'm still waiting for a little bit more evidence over the course of time. But, I mean, you can't mess with it. They're playing well.
I think we've seen the addition of xCloud has been so smooth so far that I think this will be a legitimate test to get one more piece of data on Mouse to see how legit they are right now, how ready they are to move on into that round of 16, into those playoffs. But you know what we're going to move into, gentlemen? The shuttle, because it's time for us to go home, time for us to get some rest, and we'll be back tomorrow, but we're leaving you with these STC highlights.